Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. I'm so sorry, Raiders. I'm so sorry. I am so out of sorts today. I'm so sorry. Hi, welcome in. How are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Gorgeous Aussie. Hi, sweetheart. Thank you so much for the raid. Incredible Neo Greg. Thank you so much for the raid as well. Thank you guys so much. I am so sorry. I am so behind today. I'm used to having our my voice acting class at this time, but yeah, today I wanted to start a little bit early for you guys. I'm so sorry. Hi. Thank you so much for the pallet tax, cutie patooties. Yucky. No. I don't want those. None of those, please. No fishies. No. Yes, those are good. Those are good. I'll take those. Mwah. Yay, I caught one. Sweetest Sir Jazzy. You guys, Sweetest Sir Jazzy is the person who very kindly gave us the adorable note and the custom calling card and the hand done thylacine last night and thank you for my pal hat and we love him and he almost made me cry of happiness. Now, let me just say, I'm so sorry, Raiders, let me just say, here, let's do our shout outs real quick, and then I would love to know while I do these, Ozzy and Greg, could you please let us know how your streams were and when your next ones will be, pretty please? All right, let me do this real quick so that I can... Okay, so awesome. Ozzy was playing some Forza Horizon 6. Awesome. You guys, this is a VTuber of noble descent who graces the digital realm with their presence. They are not merely a car enthusiast, but a multifaceted individual who streams Forza Horizon 6 and other delights. Their realm is chill and vibey, perfect for small streamers seeking camaraderie. Absolutely. Welcome in, lovely Ozzy. Thank you so much for coming in. I do appreciate it. And thank you so very much for the raid. Raiders from both parties, if you guys need to raid and run, that's totally cool, but if you'd like to stick around, we'd love to have you. Gorgeous Greg, hello, how are you? You guys, this is the incredible Greg, who is here to regale you with some streaming exploits. This Hearthstone arena aficionado has been slaying since 2014, and their recent broadcasts are lit. From dual class shenanigans to doomsday campaigns, Gorgeous Greg's content is a royal treat. Don't sleep on their speedruns and educational streams, they're the real MVPs, 100%.
Hello,
welcome in, Greg. Hi, Tao, next stream is tomorrow at 12 p.m. PST with Hearthstone, and a bonus variety game after. Do you know what you're gonna be playing afterward? Also, what was the sports? What were you doing for sports? What was that? Today. First ever VTuber stream went really well, and I'll be playing some more Forza Horizon 6 on Monday at 11 a.m. in Australian Eastern Standard Time. Awesome! Amazing, Aussie. Thank you so very much. I'm so sorry, and thank you so much, sir. Amazing stuff. Thank you so very much for gifting that sub to the Gorgeous Greg. Gorgeous Greg, thank you for gifting us your lovely community, sweetheart. I really do appreciate it. That sounds awesome though, you guys. Greg is an outstanding Hearthstone player as well. Also listens to some banging playlists and does some really cool stuff after he finishes his Hearthstone streams a lot. Lots of sponsored stuff. Might be Angry Birds. I love it. You and Sam are both gonna be playing Angry Birds. That's so good. Wrestling! Wrestling! Okay, that's very cool. Are you gonna be doing more wrestling stuff, or is that like, is this like a 1 or 2 off? A 2 off? Hold on. Okay, sorry, I'm back. Today has been crazy. There was a little bit of scuff because OBS deselected my mic input. Oh, that sucks. I'm sorry, hun. I've had that happen before. Thank you so much for the lurk, lovely little bit. Thank you for the care package, cutie company. How are you? Welcome on in. But you guys, please do check out the absolutely outstanding Neo Greg and the absolutely incredible Aussie Petrolhead, both of whom are so tremendous, just super stupendous, tremendous streamers. And for both of you, I think Aussie's community knows about me at this point, but Gorgeous Greg, I'm gonna say it anyway. Hi everybody, I'm Tao. I'm a Tasmanian Tiger Vtuber and variety streamer based in Tasmania, Australia. It is such a pleasure to meet you. You guys have actually come in at the start of an 8-hour art stream. This is one of our chillest streams. I'm still super high energy and stuff, but I won't be screaming quite as much as usual. You guys will get to select what you would like me to work on today, and you're gonna be able to, actually starting now, you can start requesting music. Just please make sure that you read the pinned message to do so. Yeah. And Gorgeous Greg! Hope you have a great art stream today, Tao. I'll be around lurking. Thank you so much for the lurk, Gorgeous Greg. I so appreciate you very kindly bringing your lovely community in. You are so, so sweet. Thank you ever so much, darling. Yes, I know it's probably kind of late for you, isn't it? If Ozzy or Greg or any of your lovely community, if either of you need to do any post-stream care, have to, you know, go take a shower, go eat, go for a walk, go to bed, whatever you gotta do, please do so. I promise to take the best care of your lovely communities. Just make sure you're taking the best care of yourselves too, okay? Thank you so much for coming in, you guys. What an amazing way to start stream with 2 raids. That's crazy. Thank you ever so much, my darlings. Thank you. Oh my gosh, you guys we're doing some pretty good averages recently. I'm kind of excited. What if we get to partner in the next like 6 months? That is kind of the goal that I have. I would really love to hit partner before the end of 2026. I forgot what year it was. Okay, now, assuming that you guys have all followed lovely Neo Greg and awesome Aussie Petrolhead, which you should have by now. If you haven't, you need to do it now, pretty please. I can't continue until you do, so I'll just stand here for a sec. Have you done it yet? How about now? I am going to say thank you very much to everybody for the pal attack, starting with awesome Ozzy, sweetest so jazzy, radical radish, sweetest so jazzy once more, kitty cat, radical radish, sweetest so jazzy, lovely Lil Bit, amazing Red, incredible Icy, amazing Alec, and Nick's Mato/Jam Slice. There we go. All right, I want to make sure that the song request is working. Hold on a second. Sometimes it takes a second to like boot up. Sorry, hold on one sec. I'm gonna. It should be working and it's not coming up. Hold on. Let me see. Why is it not working? Sorry, guys. I want to make sure you guys can actually do the song request that I promised you could do. And then I will scroll up and say hello to everybody, but give me just a second. I want to make sure that you guys aren't wasting any of your points. While it loads, because it takes forever to load. Valiant Valos, thank you so much for the 5-stream streak, darling. I so appreciate it. Thank you, sweetie pie. Okay, 1 second. Hold on. Yep, that's working. Yep. Okay, that's supposed to be working. Bear with me. Sorry, honey bunnies. Did it work? No. Why didn't it work? Let me try that. Can somebody please test the song request now? See if it's working now. Yes, that's right, Strat. We need to hit 75 viewers per stream. Well, 75 viewers over 3 months. I think it's a 3-month period, or is that the old way? I don't know what it is now. I think it's something like that. But it still definitely revolves around 75. Fausawa. Let me see if that one's working. Aussie. It was 3 months. Yay! Okay, it's working. Yeah, cool. Okay, let me, I will put, Quotient, am I saying that right? Quotient by Sarah Longfield. I'll put that, and also Murderlize Them. I will put both of those on here, manually, so you don't have to worry about that, darling. Hold on. Good, and Mazebot's still announcing it. That's good. Okay, perfect. All right, cool. We're all set up. Okay, it was 3 months. Yeah. Okay, cool. Okay, sorry, you guys. I'm so flustered today. I'm very, very excited to have you all, though. Thank you so much for coming in. Again, thank you guys so much for the unbelievable raids right off the bat. That really does mean the world. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. Greg, Ozzy, thank you, guys. You are too kind. Dearest Dim, how are you, darling? It's so good to see you. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. Maze bot? More like a maze bot. Jet, hi, Joyous Jet, how are you? Sweetest Sir Jossie, I am so happy you can make it stream. Did you happen to get to see the VOD? Because we opened your package like right at the front of when we started the hand cam, which, you know, took an hour to get to, but it was so sweet. I showed it to Nath when he got home last night too, and I was just like, oh my God, I am so blessed with this amazing community. And Jossie, thank you so much. I'm literally gonna frame that stuff. I'm literally gonna frame it. I love it so much. And I'm, as we speak, I am petting, what is the invisible thing in my hand? I am currently petting Goof. This is Goof. Goof is our very cute new friend. We pet him very nicely and tenderly. Good Goof. There you go. Go stand with your friends. Let me see here. Welcome on in, Gorgeous Geeks. How are you doing, sweetheart? Are you recovering from the bad news and also people who are going to regret what they have done within like T-minus 2 days? Beauty Company, how are you? Sweetest Strat, how are you? It's great to see you. Nemeth, Nido Nemeth. Hi, honey. Welcome on in. How are you doing? Let's see. Perfect Talent. Hi, honey. Welcome, welcome. Well, you twisted my arm, Tao. Followed both. Perfect. Thank you. Both are very worth your follows, you guys. Gorgeous Greg has been, I gotta just give credit where credit's due. Greg has like raided into us quite a number of times recently. And he's got quite a big community, and we really appreciate that. Thank you so very much, Greg, for the for like constantly coming in here. It really does mean the world. You're very, very kind, very generous, and very sweet. Thank you so much. Beauty Company wants some ubbies. Good company. Let's see. Scrolls. Oh, thank you for the care package. Beauty Company. Thank you. Let's see. Again, Sweetest Storm, thank you so much for gifting that sub to the gorgeous Greg. Lovely Ozzy, I am so happy to hear that your first VTuber stream went so incredibly well. Your head bounces a ton when the when the pals attack. I know, I love it. It's so cute. Normally I try and catch them, but I was so flustered today and I was like, oh my God, I've missed 2 raids. Oh God. Awesome, Ozzy gets ubbies. Good, Ozzy. Let's see. Oh, Cutie Company, thank you so much for the 10 stream streak. I do appreciate it. That is awesome. Thank you, and thank you for the head pat. Thank you. Incredible Icy, welcome on in. How are you, sweetie? Ubbies for you. Hey, good, Icy. Beautiful Bublin, welcome on in. How are you, sweetheart? It's so good to see you. Cutie Kappa. Did you get 4 hours of sleep? Wait, did I read this wrong? Hope you had some sleep, Strat. Doesn't have to be many hours, but enough, like say 4. Kata, is 4 hours what you consider enough for yourself? Have you not had more than 4 hours of sleep? I'm going to be salty with you. I'm gonna be League of Legends salty with you. Just kidding. Impossible. Let me see here. Okay, I have caught up with everything that I can. You guys were talking lots before this. I am so sorry for missing that. I will scroll back down and catch up with Foodie Patooties who have just been okay. I spent the day after your last stream updating my LinkedIn, planning my finances to survive as long as possible, and watched a bunch of movies whilst eating pizza. So, you know, it's been okay. Also, since it's 2 a.m., it's officially my birthday! Happy birthday! Gorgeous Geeks, would you like me to sing you happy birthday? Would you like to pick a free song from the Tau Sings redeem? Or would you like me to not sing anything And I will just wish you the most sincere, happiest of birthdays, sweetheart. You better treat yourself. I know you had to like budget and stuff with the job loss, but make sure that you actually do treat yourself to a little something something today. You know, maybe just like an extra model, just a one-off, just a little, as a treat. And a little lava cake. Do you like lava cake? I'd make you a lava cake. Here you go. I know the rule says no excessive screaming. Does that mean a little bit is fine? It can be. It kind of depends on when I hear it. If it's like, I will say there are some songs that implement the screaming in such a way that doesn't make me anxious, but it's hard for me to like discern which songs will do it. Does that make sense, Valis? I'm sorry I can't give you a more concrete answer. I am now 36, turning to dust before your eyes. How dare you? There are other 36-year-olds in this chat you don't even know. You are not turning to dust. Beautiful Betty. Hi, sweetie. Welcome in. How are you? It's so good to see you. 6 streams on 6 unique days with an average viewer count of 75. 2 months in a row is the requirement for partner now, but other factors not listed can determine if your application is accepted. But I think it doesn't even open up on your dashboard until you get 75 average. Is that right? 6 streams on 6 unique days with average account of 75, 2 months in a row. Right, okay. Oh my God. Can't talk and breathe and anything today. Let's see. Happy birthday to gorgeous geeks. That's a very salty as a Leaf player. Yeah, I'm not capable of that kind of salt. Nah. Especially not towards a cutie pie like Kata. I'm telling you right now, I'm gonna win the vote. Let's go. Wait, what vote are you talking about, Jet? Let's see. I slept very soundly for 4 hours myself. That is not enough, my friend. That is not enough. But I had help that lifted a weight off my heart and mind. Thank you to that wonderful being for being so kind as to help guide this weather pattern. Aw, that's so sweet, honey bun. If it was someone in the pouch, I'm so happy. We have so many incredibly empathetic people who are so lovely and so patient and so sweet. Don't sing for me, just chastise me for not doing the D&D planning I said I would do. Yay, lava cake! I'm not gonna chastise you on your birthday! Unless it's like... No, I have an idea. Geeks, how dare you not do the D&D planning and instead do responsible things that make you a very reasonable, admirable human being, very much someone to look up to, very kind, very dedicated to what you are, to your life, to Donut's life. You have a dependent that you love and cherish, and you are trying to do the best for her. You know, you are, yeah, how dare you not do D&D planning and instead do things that are very responsible and make you an exceptional individual. How dare? What do you think? Was that pretty good? Was that a good chastise? 36, you young person, get off my lawn! Most metal/rock songs have screaming, mainly the metal genre from new metal to deathcore. Also, emo music can have some screaming. Exactly. So it's always a matter, it's kind of dependent on whether the rest of the song is like really loud and cacophonous and it makes me anxious, and then I'll just skip it. Steven! Hi, sweetest Steven! How are you? It's so good to see you! Popping in to say hi! Go, TauTassie Ranger! How are you, sweetest Steven? Thank you for dropping in. Let's see, 36, not turning to dust. I just turned 38 a couple months ago and I'm buttery like a piece of toast in a Sunday morning breakfast. Wow, I like that visual, Nemeth. The commission vote? I'm too confident? The commission vote, I don't... Oh, you mean when we vote for Chibi versus commission. Okay, I got it, I understand. Tau, I can't wait to do more streams knowing how I've set it up. My PC won't go into thermal shock. That's great, hun. I'm very happy to hear that. Let's see. They are a pouch pal, but maybe lurking or still asleep themselves. That's totally fair. I'm so happy that they could be there for you, sweetie pie. Nom. 1 second, please. I have to do this. Okay. I won't be there to see it, but I wanted to redeem a Rocket Man to start save stream with. If you guys haven't checked out save slash shout out save file 17, amazing guy. I will go into more about him momentarily, but I just had to make sure I was the first person to comment on anything, which I was, yay. Okay, anyway, Tal, I know you said you like big stompy robots. Are you familiar with Battletech or Mech Warriors? I'm not really a fan of big stompy robots, to be honest. I like fantasy a lot more than like sci-fi. We are playing Pragmata though, and I do like the cosmetic I've chosen for Hugh at the moment. It's like a cat mech. It's pretty badass. But generally, I'm not a big fan of robots and stompy robots. That's a geeks thing, or a save thing, or a strap thing, or many people in here really like those. Consider me chastised! Now see if you still feel that way when session 2 is Scuff tomorrow. Geeks, sweetheart, you just lost your job. No one's going to, literally nobody is going to be like, oh yeah, no, how dare you have any kind of Scuff? No shot. Geeks, if you want to cancel tomorrow, I don't think anyone would, have an issue with that, to be honest. Like, we obviously love it, but like, I don't want you to put yourself under undue pressure, you know what I mean? Did you get sufficient sleep? I actually did, Strat. I got like 8 hours. What about you? What can you tell me? I swear to God, if you didn't get sleep. If a person wants to comprehend, that he must the square who studieth the square. Indeed. Sadly, Save is not here to, help me decipher what that means. Do you remember what it means? Or has it been too long? My cats love your voice, Tao. Just staring at my laptop like, uppies for your cute little Kit Kat. Good little Kit Kat. Let's see. It's not a big deal if the song gets skipped. I'll know for the future. Okay, sounds good, lovely fellows. Thank you so much. The knowledge of the dark of the study hopeless in the fire of water. That almost sounds philosophical. Big stompy robots mentioned? That's what I'm talking about. Geeks is a big fan of big stompy robots. Man, do I need a chill art stream to calm my nerves from 4+ hours of just setting up my website that has nothing on it. Tip, if you use Wix, be prepared for the use our AI while trying to find a template. Yuck. So many things these days. I was listening to a D'Angelo video earlier today. Normally I'm not really big into like drama stuff, but he was talking about how AI is like taking over Hollywood as well. Like there's a bunch of Hollywood stars who are like, oh yeah, no, I'm letting my face and my likeness to AI. Woohoo! Yeah, everyone use it. Like Reese Witherspoon was talking about it. I'm just like, dude, there's fucking no respect for human creativity anymore. That blows. But Sweetest Striker, I'm very happy that we can provide you with a little bit of calmness, a little bit of chillness. You have us for 8 hours, sweetheart, so I hope that you enjoy it. No cancel D&D. I need this. Okay, so D&D is gonna be one of your happy places. That is good. I am happy to hear that. I'm very happy to hear that. Let me see. One must understand the force in all of its aspects, or however it goes. Oh, good job, Helena. I'm impressed that you remembered that one. I can tell you that I got 4+. I guess I need to get, go pick my relatives up in it just a bit. Strat. We discovered 4 hours is not enough for you. Or anybody, really. It's not. It's seriously not. Just a lot of internal, why must this be a thing screams? I'm really sorry that you're dealing with that, hun. Yeah, my website is on Squarespace and they even have it. And I'm like, I've been shilling out Squarespace for ages. Like I've never used the AI bullshit, but like it's so hard to, I don't even think there is, I think WordPress even has an AI option now. So just don't use it and, you know, stick to your morals, but fuck dude, it sucks. It really sucks. That I do know. I'm very impressed, Valiant Vetelina. Very impressed. 4 hours of sleep is completely normal. 6 hours is glorious. Nina, what the fuck? That's not true. That's not true. I may have 5 hours. Oh my God, 5 hours, but I am good now. I got Gatorade. Gatorade isn't caffeine. You know who does have caffeine? Me, in my system. A large maca, fueling my every movement. What about NeoCities? You know what? NeoCities or GeoCities? I remember GeoCities. I don't know what NeoCities is. Does that have an AI option now? Vash! Hi, Valiant Vash. Welcome in, sweetie pie. How are you? It's so good to see you. Oh, no, you didn't get very much sleep either, hun. Oh, Vash. Please get some rest, hun, but I'm so happy to see you here. Anyone need to hire a web dev? I'm suddenly very available. Anyone want to go with Pay Gorgeous Geeks? He's an amazing dev. I haven't seen his stuff, but I know he's amazing because he's amazing at everything else he does. So therefore, the thing that he gets paid for probably would be equally or more amazing. I really need to play D&D. I have 8 sets of dice and a dice tower, but no one to play with. Oh, Striker, you should, yeah, there's lots of people who would love to play with you online, or you might be able to find something local, like a game club, like an extracurricular game club that does a bunch of TTRPG type stuff. What the fuck was epic? What the fuck? I say this only in support, not in wanting to diminish the individual. If you want to reach out to a fellow DM to bounce ideas around, geeks, I am on Discord for messages. Oh, that's a good point as well, Storm. Thank you. NeoCities is pure HTML. I didn't even realize that shit was still around. That's what I was using to code, is like raw HTML, Bootstrap, Java, like by fucking hand until they took it away from me and replaced me with AI. Roger! You should play Forbidden Solitaire. It's cozy horror. Does it have any jump scares? Because I don't mind like horrific, like visuals, I guess. I don't mind horrific visuals. I can't stand jump scares though. Jump scares are scary. Surprise. Code by hand with not even as much as an autofiller. Well, my fingies would get sore and tired, but yeah, I would be able to do that. Let's see. I will absolutely take you up on that. I joke a bit about session 2, but it's the fiddly details I've left to write out. It's all in my head at least. I'm so excited. I'm really excited to see where this goes, Gorgeous Geeks. 'Tis an honor to be your captain. Yes, captain, who is going to be the brunt of the bullying from the DM. Please bully me, I love it. Not you guys in chat, only the DM can bully me. Also not in chat, only on the game, only in game. That's not the song I requested by Emma Blackery. Oh, let me see, hold on, let me see here. I wonder if it's, hold on. I'm getting an album. I see an album from Emma Blackery, but I don't see a song. Let me... Yeah, that's very interesting. I actually don't see anything in the way of songs. I just see albums. Let me see if I add this. Oh shit, yep, oops, Oh no, okay, I found it. But for some reason it's not coming up as an individual song, it's coming up as an album. So I added the album and it did add like 10 songs, but one of the songs was magnetized. So I'll just remove the other one. Let me see here. What is this one? Ew, Yucky! Stop it, Storm! Why? Yucky! Hold on, I need to see, Billy. Okay. All right, cool. Magnetize this on there for you, sweetheart. Let me see. Oh, Save! Hi, sweetest Save! Thank you for the gigantified. You guys, if you, yay, he's Rocket Manning! Rocket Man! That's his Rocket Man dance. Thank you so much for identifying that emote. You guys, I'm gonna do this later on for sure, but please check out Lovely SafeFile17. He's an amazing streamer. He's a total sweetheart. He is an absolutely amazing and incredible friend. He brings a smile on my face every single day. Please, please, please go check him out. He's
Yugi, I don't understand how to play this game.
He does understand how to play that game. He's playing Hearthstone. He could probably play that shit in his sleep. And he would still win. But yes, please go check out Sweetest Save. He is a really, really wonderful streamer, wonderful person. Very grounded, very cozy, very, despite the fact that he doesn't market himself as like cozy, he is cozy. Lovely, deep, rumbling voice, very interactive, very smart, great memory. If you come in once 3 months ago and then come back today, he'll be like, oh, I remember you. Yeah, we were talking about Star Trek, the original series, right? And go talk to him about Star Trek and Star Wars and stuff. He's a big fan. But yeah, please go check him out. You'll see me there oftentimes. You will. He's kind of my place to relax. So yeah, please, please, please go have a look. Go have a look. let's see. Forbidden Solitaire doesn't have traditional jump scares. It's like a love letter to 90s CD-ROM games. So the music will swell and a still image of a goofy monster fades in. Oh. Huh. I mean, that sounds kind of fun. I kind of like that. We must plot the terroring of the town. Please don't plot the terroring of me. I will be sad and not want to stream. Listen, you guys may really enjoy the fact, like, if I ever took up the mantle of horror streamer and all I did was play horror games, you guys might find that very entertaining. I would get burnt out and not stream anymore. The number of times that when we hit the next 1K milestone for followers, which is when we let you guys vote on what horror game to play, I always, like, for like days before the horror stream starts, I'm like, oh my god, can I just cancel the stream? Should I just cancel the stream? And then I'm like, but if I do that, I have to rebook it for a different day, and then I do have to do it sometime. So no, I would not want to, do that. Let's see. You think I don't have many plans involving Sirenscape, etc.? You may have the HP for physical damage, but emotional damage, that's the fun part. I love role-playing emotional damage. Give me emotional damage. Director Moss, welcome in. How are you? You're gonna head out, sweetest Steven. All good, darling. Thank you so much for hanging out with us for a sec. It was so good to see you. I hope you're doing very, very well. We'll see you soon, okay? Also, Valiant Viable, welcome on in. How are you? Thank you for the lurk, loving Nix. Oh my god. I'm very excited to get to hang out with Umber when he comes over by me next week. Let's go! That's awesome. Planning on taking him to a Viking bar. Even if there's no pictures of you guys there, Vash, I would love photos of this bar. It sounds sick. Sounds kind of like Mjolnir, but I know you're not in Melbourne.
Emotional damage!
Emotional damage! Exactly. But yeah, for anyone who's been to Melbourne, have you guys visited Mjolnir? Isn't that a Viking bar? I would call that a Viking bar. I wonder if the one that you've got near you is kind of similar. Howdy, I am swell. I'm happy you're doing swell, Valiant Bible. Let's see. Are you putting save on your head? Oh yeah, I'll put save on my head, sure. Hold on, I gotta put him on my head. 1 second. I actually have a thing for this already. I have a layer for this. I just gotta put him on there. Wait for it. Ah! Okay, there, where he belongs. I said, this is Save, everyone. He's my friend, and he's wonderful, and we love Save. Yes, a head pat for the sweetest of saves. Wait, where did my chat go? Oh, there it is. I dragged it to the bottom. Thank you for the head pat, Sita Sunny. Thank you, thank you. And thank you for the care package. Thanks for taking such good care of me, Sita Sunny. Yummy! I purred because Save won't purr, but he appreciated the head pats too, in his soul. Let me see. Strika! Sent a friend request on Discord to Strata. Very nice, very nice. Time to go pick up your relatives. Please be careful. Drive very safely, Strat. You did not get enough sleep to be driving, hun. Be back in a while. We'll miss you, sweet Strat. You better come back. Even if you gotta go to sleep right after you get back, please come back and let us know that you made it safely, okay? Dearest, thank you. Hi, honey. Welcome on and how are you? Hello, Save. Hello. Hello, Moto. Can we have the wheel before I make a move since you have caught up so I can update stuff? Oh, sure. Well, we didn't hit our goal for the chibi, but we do have some, what are they called? Game giveaways. We have some game giveaways courtesy of this lovely and amazing community. So let me go find that real quick. 1 sec. I forgot where my channel is. 1 moment, please. Community games, that's not it, hold on. I forgot where it is. Ah, community giveaways, found it, okay. Let's see, Outstanding Octopus, how are you? It's so good to see you. Yes, I am doing well, how are you? Thank you, Strat. I found it. Thank you for the tag. Okay, let me see. We have one from Storm that ends today. So we actually have 3. We have a giveaway for 3. You guys still have just a couple of, hey, I'm behind him. Ah, I just saw my own face in my hat.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker. Hi, excellent Eugene. How are you? Point. Let me show you guys how to join this raffle if you guys would like to. So I gotta find the right. There we go, Discord. Okay, here. So if you would like to join us, if you would like to be put in for this game, which is Flock Around, which is a co-op bird watching game where you explore a nature sanctuary solo or with friends. Snap pictures of funny birds and fill out the park guidebook. You want to go to the community giveaways tab, which is right here, okay? And then literally just scroll down and you'll want to react. You want to just click on this, okay? That's actually the only giveaway we're gonna do today, but we have 3 of them to give away, courtesy of the very generous, sweetest Storm Psych. So, I am going to let you guys go and react to that. You get 10 seconds, and then I'm gonna put everybody's name who has reacted at that point onto my wheel. Excellent, Eugene. How are you, sweetie? It's so good to see you. Obtuse, you're just okay. I hope that you feel much better in short order. I hope that maybe we can help you feel better in short order. Tau Save and Tau looking like she's going to fight Save. Look, I think this is the hat that he has. Oh no, it's not even a hat. I'm hiding behind him. I have upgraded. I am now a sentient being stalking his every move. Dang it, I forgot to add the game giveaways again. I need to sort my keys out for the community. That's okay, gorgeous geeks. No hurry at all. Whenever you guys feel like it, okay? Basky! Hi there, beautiful Basky. How are you? Wavy hand if you see my messages as I'm at work on mute again. Wavy hand for beautiful Basky. Hi, beautiful Basky. I hope work is going well. You always play the video preview from
Mama
you can always play
you
the
can
video
always
preview
play
from
the video
Steam.
preview from Steam.
I can't really do that on this screen because then I have to because I have like this isn't attached, this source is attached to my Discord, and so then I would have to go and switch it up for every single game. So I don't really want to show the video. Also, I know that Strat's got a bolt pretty soon too. So, yeah, if you guys, again, you guys can always click on the link in the Discord. Just click on it here, and then you can watch the video. Yeah, because otherwise, every single time that we have a different giveaway, I'll have to click on it, switch the source, then switch it back to Discord once we finish with that, then switch it back to Steam and stuff like that. You gotta go back to work. All good, beautiful Basky. Thank you so much for dropping in. I do appreciate it, sending you the most positive, muted vibes. Good night, lovely little bit. Thank you so much for hanging out, sweetheart. I do appreciate it. May you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you for being here. Okay. Oh good, we got an extra person. Okay, let me add these names to the list here. I also have my raffle source. Let me just, oops. Okay, my raffle source is here. Ta-da! Okay, let me just add the names. Okay, we got Strat, and remember, we're doing this 3 times, so if you don't win the first time, you got 2 more. We got lovely Leo, we've got beautiful Dustin, we've got beautiful Basky, we've got awesome Ozzy, we've got wonderful Waraz, we have amazing Umbra, we have beautiful Bubbling, I can't type, sorry, my claws are in the way. We got Swedish Shadowgun, we've got Sweet Sedu. We've got Yummy Yuki. All right, I will count to 10. I don't know why there's a spare. I know there's an extra. I don't know why that's there. I literally have no, there is absolutely no empty space. So I don't know why it's empty there, but alas, that is how this stupid thing works. All right, you guys, I'm gonna count down. Wait, let me just double check and make sure I have 11 names here. Hold on. Wait, why do, it says I have 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, wait, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Why does it say I have 12 entries? There's not 12 entries. It's got an extra spot. Okay, well, that's the best I can do. Anyway, there is, yeah, like I said, there's an empty space, but I can't do anything about it. I'll actually, here, let me open this up so you can actually see what I'm talking about. Yeah, there's an empty space, but I don't know why. Here, let me show you. Do you see how there's, oh, hold on. Over here, right? There's absolutely no, there is nothing, I can't highlight anything above Strat or anything below Yuki, and it's still saying that there's 12 entries. So, I don't know what to do. Sorry! We just have an extra blank spot. Okay, you guys, let me see. So we're gonna count to 10, and you have until 10 to enter if you haven't yet. Otherwise, we're gonna proceed with our 11 with a ghost entry. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That empty space should be your entry. Yeah, if it lands on it, we'll respin. Exactly. Okay, that's it. All right. If we spin the blank space, we add another key. Oh, Storm! I love it. That's very fun. Okay, fair enough. That's a fun idea. All right, here we go. 1, 2, 3, go! Our first winner of Flocking Around is... Hi there, Outstanding Nintendo. How are you? It's Swedish Shadowgun! Gorgeous Shadowgun, congrats! You get one of Storm's keys. Yay, Storm! Thank you so much, Storm. Okay, so we've got that one written down. Awesome. And then we will remove that name, and then we'll go again. We got 2 more. This is our second of 3. Ozzy! Congrats, amazing Ozzy! Congrats, amazing Ozzy! Yay! Okay, so we got Shadowgun and Ozzy. And our final one, our final winner of the Flocking of the Rounds. Oh my god, is it gonna be the blank space? No, it is Yuki! Yuki has won! Okay, we got Ozzy, Shadowgun, and Yuki. Yay! Thank you so much for your amazing generosity to this lovely community, Sweet Storm. It really does mean the world. Thank you so much for being willing to participate in such a generous giveaway. Thank you so much, honey. Wait, add one more anyway. Do you want me to spin it one more time? Are you sure? You positive, Storm? Yes? Okay, Storm. If you're positive, okay, well, we'll add another. Do it! Okay. The final one is Leo! Yay! Lovely Leo! So Shadowgun, Ozzy, Yuki, and Leo. Thank you so much, Sweetest Storm. Really appreciate it. That is so very generous of you. And a tack on a surprise one? Oh, that's so sweet. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Amazing. Thank you. Thank you so much, honey bun. That is so, so sweet of you. All right, you guys. Well, I want to show you.
Yugi, I don't understand how to play this game.
So how we play this game, Vetalina, is if you go to the Discord and you go to the community giveaway channel, we sometimes have precious pals who, and it's totally optional. You don't get anything from it other than the satisfaction that you're giving to other people in the community. But you can post giveaways for games, beta keys, gift cards, stuff like that. And people can just like react to it, and then at the end of each week, I put them into a wheel like you just saw, and someone wins, and that's that. So yeah, very, 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 very sweet. Thank you so much, Sweetest Storm. If I don't have you friended on Steam, I will need your friend code to give you your prizes. Yay! Thank you so much, Sweetest Storm. That's so thoughtful of you. Thank you, thank you. All right. Let me go get my, because we gotta go on a quick 3-minute break. to start us off today. Oh, actually, shit, before we do, I saw that Bublin wanted to have me do a little song. So here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna sing Everything Stays for beautiful Bublin. And then, before we go on break, I'm going to show you the options for us to work on today. You're gonna once again be able to pick between commissions or chibis, but I'll show you where we are with the commissions first. And that way you can decide if you would rather me work on a chibi. And then we'll go on a break, okay? So that's what we will do. Let me, what am I doing? What did I just say I was gonna, oh, right. Sorry. Let me grab this window. Everything's okay. Thank you for the lurk, lovely Nix. I appreciate it. Thank you. All right. Everything stays for a beautiful Bublin. Bublin, are you still here? Did you still want me to? I saw she said congrats a couple minutes ago, so hopefully she's here. I know that she likes this song, so I don't want her to miss it. Yeah? Okay, cool. All right. Let's go in the garden. You'll find something waiting right there where you left it, lying upside down. When you finally find it, you'll see how it's faded. The underside is lighter. When you turn it around, everything stays right where you've left it. Everything stays, but it still changes ever so slightly, daily and nightly, in little ways, when everything stays. Go down to the ocean, the crystal tide is raising, the water's gotten higher as the shore washes out. Keep your eyes wide open when the sun is blazing, the moon controls the tide. Sorry. The moon controls the tide. It can cause you to drown. Everything stays right where you've left it. Everything stays, but it still changes ever so slightly, daily and nightly, in little ways, when everything stays. I hope that was okay. Sorry, I got the gunkus in my throat again. Oh no, you can hear it too. Umbra! Hi there, amazing Umbra. How are you? Oh, we got a Dancing the Dreaming. Okay, you got it. Let me turn this mask down. Hi, amazing Umbra, and thank you for the care package, amazing Aussie. Thank you, Strat. Hold on, I'm gonna clear my throat. Hopefully that worked. We shall see. You made it to stream. You absolutely did, amazing Umbra. What's the time like for you? Is it fairly reasonable? Yippee! How are you, cutie? It's so good to see you. Okay. We've got a Dancing and the Dreaming. I'll swim and sail on savage sea with ne'er a fear of drowning, and gladly ride the waves of life if you will marry me. No scorching sun, no freezing cold will stop me on my journey if you will promise Dearest one, my darling dear, your mighty words astound me. But I've no need for mighty deeds when I feel your arms around me. But I would bring you rings of gold, I'd even sing you poetry, and I would keep you from all harm if you would stay beside me. I have no use for rings of gold, I care not for your poetry. I only want your hand to hold, I only want you near me. I'll swim and sail on savage sea with never fear of drowning. I'd gladly ride the waves of life, and you will marry me. There you go. Blech. I hope that was okay. Thank you. Thank you for the requesticle, sweetie pie. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Did I miss any sing redeems, by the way? I just want to make sure I didn't miss anything. Aw, thank you, Ozzy, beautiful Boblin, sweetest Strad, cutie Kappa, valiant Valos, amazing Ambra, sweetest Touch. You guys are too sweet to me. Thank you so much. Amazing, talented, perfect, encore. I mean, the redeem is there. You don't have to spend a cent. Just channel points if you really want them. No, you didn't miss any. Okay, great. All right. Now let me get my let's get this set up. Cutie Cousin, hello there with a Saurian. I love that. That's such a cute email. I should actually probably make one of those for the stream. Sorry, give me just a sec. Just gotta set this up real quick. All right, mirroring. I will redeem when you finally add Knights of the Round Table from Holy Grail. That might be a long time coming, only because I don't know that one. And I don't know if I have the motivation to learn that one. I can't say that anyone else has ever suggested that one is all. So I don't know if that's a blanket desire there. Okay. Let me just get this. I'll show you guys where we are. Now, as usual, you guys get to decide today, as every day, as every art day, I mean, what you would like me to work on. So let's jump over to our art section, and I will show you the art that we can work on. I've finished a few commissions actually, so we just have a few comms left at the moment. We also have some that we can start on, but I haven't started any. So if you want me to do some sketches, we have a sketch commission. Well, it's not a sketch commission. It's gonna be fully refined and fleshed out. It's actually gonna be a mascot for lovely Yuki. So we can start working on that. It's gonna be like a kitsune with like a little bat wings, very cute. So that's gonna be a Yuki commission. We also have a commission for Clever Coldy, who is a friend, I believe, of Umbra and Vash. And we are gonna be doing a very suave, kind of devilish character, sort of like floating. And he's gonna have a little microphone in his little devil tail. So that'll be a Coldy one. And then we also have, as I will show you right in this very moment, hold on, fuck, hold on, I did not minimize any of this shit. Okay, over here. We have a commission that we can work on for Lav, which we are now in the final phase of this commission. It's gonna take me a long time because there's a lot of detail here. But you can tell that I've already started doing that. So this is the Lav com that we can work on. Or I'm just getting this properly positioned. Yeah, Colty got a commission! Yeah. I'm so excited. You should hear my rendition of Du Hast when I play Rock Band. It's quite fun. That sounds very fun, Strika. Oh, sorry, Storm. I'll fix that for you, hun. I'll just put that on there. Don't worry about it. I wish to override. Yes. One moment, please. I will do that as we speak. There we go. That is queued up for you, Sweetest Storm. I'm so fucking happy with my commission towel. I love it so much. The people I have shown outside of our servers have loved it. My emote artist called her hit. I'm so hot, probably hot. Thank you. I'm glad you like it. I had such a great time working with you, sweetheart. It's such a cool design. Thank you so very much for coming to me for her. I would love anytime you would like to get anything from me, I would love to. Okay, so this is hot. I meant hot. I thought so. Tao is the best. Sweetest Storm is the best. Hi, lovely Lift. Welcome on in. No apologies necessary. You are not late, nor are you early. You arrived precisely when you mean to. Hello, lovely Lift. So this is the lav comm. We also have a couple other comms that we can work on. We have I'm doing the flat colors for and I also, well, I need to face his eyeball forward, but we also have this for Jet. Okay. We're on the flat colors of this. We're not quite at the phase that we were with labs. So that's Jets, and then we also have this one for Alec, which is a very cute little bird. This is also at its final phases. We need to do all the rendering and stuff. But yeah, so those are the comms. Now, as you also know, we have a bazillion and one chibis left. So I'm not actually going to have you vote on the commissions just yet because we have so many of those and so many chibis. I'm going to let you first decide whether we work on chibis or whether we work on commissions. And then we'll do a second poll once you decide on that, okay? So we're going to go on a very quick break, cutie patootie. Oh, holy, do you like it, lovely Lav? That is such a metal scene for Lav. It is quite metal. I'm really, really excited for it, actually. It's gonna look pretty fucking cool. The rendering is what takes me the longest, but it also brings everything to life a lot more. Don't panic. It's not gonna be that bright red. It's just easier for me to see it like this rather than having to do something like, you know, like that. That's not, and it still won't look like that. It would be better than that, but you know, I need it to be bright so that I can see it. But I love it, yay! But yes, we gotta go on a quick break, sweetie pies. For those of you who are new here or who need the refresher, every 5-minute pull up for that chibi and comms. Yeah, perfect, Strat, if you don't mind. Thank you, sweetheart. For those of you who are new here or who need the refresher, every hour we go on a 3-minute break. That is just so that if you cannot afford to subscribe, you do not wish to subscribe, you don't have to worry about that, actually. Because for those 3 minutes, I walk away from the computer, therefore I'm not making any content. I do set you guys up with some stuff if you'd like to keep busy, if you'd like to play some words on stream, if you'd like to play with the boss battle on stream avatars, you can still do that. But besides that, I encourage you to maybe grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom, and darlings, this is also a meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. When we get back, we will be listening to Spotify, and you guys are going to decide, are we hitting those comms or those chibis? The poll is live. Whatever you decide here is going to decide what we do for the next 8 hours. So please, well, 7 hours now. So please, please, please make sure that you do vote. Okay? I will see you in 3 minutes. Love you lots. Miss you terribly. See you soon. Mwah. My bet is on Umbra. I just got this feeling. Umbra! Umbra, I'm shocked! Umbra, you win! You win! Congratulations, Ferocious Umbra! Please take him out. Oh my god, please take him out. Please, 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 please. Am I out of SP? Is that why he's... Oh my god, that is so fun. Gun? Gun. Thank God. Oh my God. That was way too close, man. Whoa. Thank you so very much for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20 subs, darling. Thank you so very much. Yes. Hold on, I gotta go find a rifle. That's the one. That's the one. One moment, please. Oh God, I'm so scary. I'm so sorry. I'm so scary. Wait, don't look at me, Master. some. Nom 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 nom. Nom 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 nom. That's okay. I'll finish it for you. Just wondering if you want to leave a bite for Nick, just a bit, just a little bit. Oh no, I didn't read that until after I. Oh, is it? Yummy. Hi, sweetest Sia. Welcome on in. Where is Eon? He was like, fuck that plate. No, anything but that. This is actually really fun. You can tell it's really fun because I wouldn't, otherwise I wouldn't be, extending stream by almost 2 hours. Dude, it was huge! There you go. Go feed that to Safe. Can't hear me, but okay, I'm gonna try and gesture. Okay, here we go. You go to work. And don't worry about this art. What do you think I've got my oh my god! Oh, it just collected a place! Yes! Oh my god. Like my breakup with my ex. It just
Hi, precious pals. Welcome back. I'll let you guys finish this round of words on stream.
Absolutely.
You guys make sure that you vote. Ooh, comms and chibi. This ends in 1 minute, and it's a tie. We have 8 comms, 8 chibi.
Yeah, you know?
What would you guys like to work on? We only have 1 minute left. Make sure that you voted. Welcome back, amazing Umbra! Welcome back, beautiful Bubbin. Welcome back, Swedish Shadow. Okay, chibis now have 10. Oh, comms have 9. Oh, it's pretty close. Although chibis are winning right now. If you guys want those comms, you better bolt that.
What?
Tau report card 7 out of 10.
Welcome back, Valiant Vash. I'm excited to
little
have
notes for
30
keeping
seconds.
them
Comms
down
is
good
losing
games.
by 1. By literally 1.
Thank you very much for the fucking ow! Oh
We got
my
10 on
God.
chibi, 9 on comms.
Timing on both of
20
us.
seconds
Thank you
left.
very much for the very honest, fair report
This
card.
may be
Yes,
it.
I appreciate
There's
that. I
15
feel like
seconds
you-
left. Comms
Show
has
you
lost
friends.
by
Last
1.
section.
10 seconds. 5 seconds. Comms is losing by just
I can
1.
finally actually show you guys
And
what crossing my fingers
it's-
looks like. I reckon. Domain expansion?
Chibis! Chibis wins! Okay.
Oh God, I should've- I
We'll work on
should've-
chibis today.
I should've done it.
Awesome work on that, cutie pies. Let's head back to the
I didn't practice the thing.
And let me turn on your Spotify playlist.
Don't mind me.
There we go. All right. Hi, sweethearts. Welcome on back. Let me give some uppies to some precious pills. Hold on. I gotta find out where the uppies started being requested. Umbra! Uppies for Umbra. Hey, good Umbra. Eugene! Excellent, Eugene. Uppies for Eugene. Hey, good Eugene. Let's see. Awesome Aussie! You beautiful being. Some ubbies for you. Hey, good Aussie. Lovely laugh. Ubbies. Hey, good laugh. Leo! Hello, sweetheart. You did win a game. You won the game. You won the game. Lost the game. Kalne. Hi, cutie Kalne. How are you? Terrific talent. Welcome back, ubbies. Yee, good talent. You do get uppies, amazing Umbra. You get even more uppies. Yes, good Umbra. And welcome on into the Solar. Storm gets gigantic uppies. Good Storm. Whee! Nix with those slash jump slaves. Uppies. Yee, good Nix. All right, we're working on chibis. Now, we gotta put another poll up. I need to know in this chat right now. And I need to really clarify this. You are not to say me if you have not gotten a direct message from myself or from Strat saying that you won a chibi. You are not owed a chibi, okay? How many of you in chat right now would like me to work on your chibi? Who knows what they want?
and wants me to put you on the poll so that people can vote on it. Please say me or I. It's up to you. Oops, I forgot to turn the I forgot to turn on the thingy. Okay, so we got Lith, we got Umbra, we got Talon. Oh my god, I can't type, sorry. Umbra, Talon. Oh my god, sorry, fuck, I can't type. Wow, okay. Lith, Umbra, Talon, Kata, and Storm. Okay. Oh, and then we got Icy as well. All right, we do only have 5 slots, so there's 6 people, but what I'll do is, yeah, we'll include that as emote Sweetest Storm. This is the first time I've ever been here at the start of the art stream instead of the end, doing my own art adjacent activities by building yet another model kit, and I can't wait to see it, gorgeous geeks. I bet it looks awesome. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, since we have 6, is there anyone else who wants to be included in this? I am in cramps. Why are you in cramps, Sweetest Solar? And well done on finishing that PS Cutie Calnet. I would love to see it if it's safe for work. Anybody else? No? All right. What I'm gonna do is I will put Storm and Icy in one. Pragamote. That's true though. I do understand your Pragmata one now. All right, so what I'm gonna do is, let me put a poll up real quick. Who's Chibi to work on? Now, if the Icy and Storm option gets selected, we will do another poll to see which one of those you would like. But in the meantime, we have, let's see, we got Lith, we got Umbra, we got Talon, we got Kata, and then we got Storm or Icy. Okay. I'm gonna give you guys 3 minutes for this one. Please do vote. Let me know because that will decide what we work on today. Oh, you guys posted in the art channel. Let me have a look. Let's see. Oh, that's cool. This looks great, hon. I love it. Well done. Ooh, very spooky. What a PSA. That's really well done, darling. Excellent work. It was a good distraction from the other character I'm working on. That's fair. That's fair. No, that looks awesome, darling. Wonderful work. Ooh, Zarl. Oh, Zarl's doing some cool stuff too. This looks sick. Oh yes, and you guys don't forget we do have a references and tutorials thread in our in the art channel. So if you go up here, references and tutorials. So if you would like to get any tips on stuff, you can like ask for it here, or you can like Jet. I did this this like 8-head thing for Jet. You guys can use that too. Yeah. Let me see. That'd be cool and good PSA art. Yeah, right? Oh, you did fan art. Oh, hold on. Let me go see. Oh, this is looking very cool. We're getting there on the commander. Let's see. Oh, holy crap. RDR2 that looks sick, dude. Oh my god. That's fucking sick. That is so cool. That is so fucking cool. Oh my god, I'm so hyped. That looks, oh, sorry. Sorry. I was trying to grab and move this. That looks amazing, hon. Holy shit. That is so fucking cool. I love this like graphic art style. That is so sick, I see. Amazing work. Oh my god, that is so fucking awesome! Holy shit! Hold on, that's getting put into the fan art. Absolutely, right now. It's also like perfect timing because in less than a month we're gonna be hopefully with a new outfit. My cowgirl outfit, in fact. That is so fucking cool. Oh my god, can we get a Tau Wanted poster in this? That'd be so sick. Look at the wanted sign. Oh, let me see.
Taken. Tau corn. Oh, you better watch out. Someone is wanted for stealing burger. That's so funny. I will destroy this individual. Taken. Tau corn. Are you kidding me? You see these guns? To his temple. That is so cool. This is a very, very sick outfit too. I love this. This is awesome. Oh my god. I'm obsessed. This is so cool. Oh my god, I love your like scribbly style. That's fucking awesome. Thank you so much. Why do I keep doing that? Sorry. That is so cool. Tau on a dead or alive. $6 billion double dollars. Zooms in on the wanted poster next to Tau. What? Saddle up, Patch! Yeah, you tell him! OMG is right. That is so cool. I am so fucking obsessed with this. This is awesome. Precious Politely! How are you? It's so good to see you, darling. Okay, we are working on an Umbra chibi, and there is no contest. All right. That looks absolutely amazing, Icy. Thank you so much, dude. This is absolutely incredible. This is so cool. I so love the, oh my god, everything about this looks so sick. That's a cool belt. I love all my belts. I love belts. That is awesome. Thank you so much, Icy. Wow, that is incredible. Thank you so much, darling. That is fucking awesome. The shading is so good. Need to practice that. Yeah, it's awesome. I'm gonna post it again because this got hidden by the fan art. Hooray! I got Flock Around. You did, lovely Leo. You did. Thank you so much, Talon Storm. You two are very sweet for giving me the chance to be a part of any of your giveaways. You rock. Oh, it's all lovely Storm, sweetheart. It's just the community being so wonderfully pouch. So wonderfully pouch. I'm so grateful that you got something out of it too. It's well deserved, darling. Well deserved. Getting some obbies for lovely Leo. Yee, good, Leo. All right, you guys. Let me go pull up the piece I've been working on for Amazing Umbra. Hold on. Cool. All right. Oh, also, let me get your ref real quick so that I can drop from it. Sorry, guys, bear with me one sec. Looking for Umbra's reference, which I do have in here somewhere. I'm so disorganized. It's kind of crazy. Every single time that I'm like, oh, I'm gonna get organized now, I never do it. The fuck? What? I know I would have had it, especially during the, what is it? That was... Oh, no, that's not it. Sorry. Where is it? Sorry, you guys, bear with me. I mean, I guess I could hypothetically use the ref of the flats for your archives piece. I think I can do that. So let's do that. All right. Welcome to Pragmata. Tomcha! Hi, terrific Tomcha. Welcome on in. It's been a minute. How are you? Oh shit, Precious Politely! Darling, thank you so very much for the 80. The 80 stream streak! That's amazing! Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I so appreciate it. Thank you, gorgeous Politely. Adding wonderfully pouch to my resume and attaching Tau as a reference. You put me on a resume, I will give them the most glowing review that you have ever heard of. It's like we just played this. Oh shit! Let me see. No commission, insert ant with bag image. It was actually really close, Jet. I think it was like 1 or 2. The chibi beat the commission by like 1 or 2 votes. All right. So, since Umbra is here, I might actually ask for his input on what? Oh. On
how we continue with this. So let's see. Here, I'll bring our reference down here as well. Vicious! Hi, Valley and Vicious, how are you? It's great to see you, darling. Welcome, welcome. Let me see. Yes, I shall be here for at least the next few hours. Oh, easy done. Okay, perfect. In that case, did you just want like this clothing on you? Is that right? I'm so sorry. There are some things I'm going to ask you that you've definitely already told me in DMs, but since you're just here and I have really bad memory, I figure maybe if you don't mind just repeating yourself as needed, that'd be great. All right, let me see. Doing okay. 2 days ago, there was a blackout at 10 o'clock at night, and it was terrible. Some part of my neighborhood still had power, but some didn't. The power went back on at 1 a.m., and then blackout again until only 3 a.m. It's like so much because I was drenched in sweat and got me unconscious. My vision was like static. Oh my God. I think you either need a generator or maybe like a perma freezer or something. Confirming details is never bad. That's true, Cutie Candy. That's a good point. I think I gave you my normal outfit for this one. Oh, cool, cool, cool. Okay. Which is that's different from this one, right? Because this was because this is like the in-between outfit. That's right. I can go to our chat and save that out. But you did like this like book and casting stuff, right? Because now I'm just doing like a refined sketch with all of the pieces that we need. Oh, there's no room for one plum shot. Oh, I'm sorry. And it's getting into like summertime, is that right? Oh, I'm sorry, hun. I'm glad that it's come back, but oof. Maybe get a battery-powered fan. That might be good for an emergency. I really don't like, I don't think the name matches the tone of this song. Let me see, what is this? Myrtleize them. Yeah, that's true. I agree. Yes, it was worse. Wait, with a battery-powered fan, that was worse? But how? That's, at least there's like air, right? All right. Let me go save, Umbra's ref real quick. Umbra, there you are. Oh my God, that commission you got is so cute. I can't find it, but yes, this outfit was more of the in-between. I'll resend the ref if need be. Oh, that's okay. I'll save it out and then you can let me know if it's the right one, if that's okay. Ooh, actually, can I reference from this? One sec. Here we go. Can I reference from this? Is this the right outfit? And the right colors and stuff? Good song though, love it. Yeah, me too. Yes? Okay, cool. Now, I can't see the back there. Is there a hood on there or no? No hood. Okay, perfect. You got it. Let me get this this rough sketch done. And then you can let me know. You can tell me. Then we'll talk more about your daughter. I know we talked about like her colors and stuff, but I forgot if there was an outfit difference that you wanted. So let me get this right, and then company mate. Go in, song pick. What a jam. Oh, I love that Geeks and Ozzy are both like, oh, huge uppies for you. Bro! Hi there, Radical Romanis. Welcome in, sweetie pie. How are you doing, darling? Welcome. How was your stream? Oh God, why is my shout out not working? Hold on. Oh my God, it was working like a literal second ago. Fuck. 1 second. Hold on, I'm gonna go check on it. Hi, Ro! How are you, beautiful? It's so good to see you. How was your stream, darling? You're gonna be my test case for my little shout out guy. Okay. Let me try this one more time. Is there something wrong with my internet? What's going on right now? Can you guys hear me? Can you hear me? Oh, fuck. What the heck? Am I talking to myself? I actually don't see anything happening on my screen right now. What is going on? 1 second. Is everything working? Okay. It looks like it's working. I don't... Oh, weird. Okay. Okay, get this. I am so sorry, you guys. Get this. My chat in OBS just completely shit the bed. However, I've just come to my channel on Twitch and I see everybody. So I'm gonna read from there. Hi, everyone. Let me show you this. Check this out. This is, oh, fuck. Okay, everything just exploded. Ah, okay. Everything exploded just, I was gonna show you that there's nothing coming through, but it just went through. Whoa. Okay, I am so sorry. I'm such a pro. What are you talking about? Let me read through this. I am very sorry about that. Sweetest Sucker, welcome in, darling. Raiders, if you need a raid and run, that's totally cool. But if you like Instagram, we'd love to have you. I'm so sorry. Sweetest Shimigami, welcome on in. Sweetest Shotgun, welcome on in. Cutie K authors, welcome on in. You guys, this is the absolutely amazing Romanis, the identical twin sisters gracing us with their android mermaid presence. They are currently raiding in from their art stream. These talented ENVtubers are serving up some serious digital art skills while keeping it, 18 plus and LGBTQI plus friendly. Their recent broadcasts have been all about that art life, with a sprinkle of affiliate anniversary celebration. Don't sleep on their streams, fam. They are lit. Hello, sweethearts. How are you? And QC, welcome in, cutie QC. Sweetest Synth, welcome on in. Magnificent Mac, welcome in. Precious Pearl, how are you? Radical Row, darling, would you like to let us know when your next stream will be, what you will be streaming, and also if you would like to share some art text with us, we would love to see it. I am so sorry about my fucked up my fucked up chat. Very weird. Very, very weird. Thank you for the Scuff tracking. There is no Scuff in art streams, only happy accidents. Correct. I love that. Now, Ro, if you would like to share some beautiful artwork, I would love to permit you to do so. Let me do this, and, oh, I am so sorry. Oh no, I'm sorry, hun. It only timed you out briefly. Oh, look at this, you guys! More progress on this absolutely gorgeous piece of work here. Oh my god, I am obsessed. That is so pretty. Oh, I love the fabric on this. This is so sick. Lovely, right? It's gorgeous. This is so pretty. I'm so excited to see this all done, darling. I love the hand holding. This hand holding is very cute. Very, very cute. And I love this hand posture as well. Very femme. Very pretty. That's so beautiful, darling. Excellent work. Excellent work. It's taking me a lot of time, I bet, but it looks fantastic. And you are going to be streaming, you said, on Tuesday, 5:30 p.m. to 9:30 p.m. USA Central Time. More art, amazing! Are you going to keep on working on this on that day? Now, for those of you who don't know me, I would love to introduce myself to you in a video.
Vtuber self-introduction Q&A. 3, 2, 1, let's go. What is your name?
TauTassieTiger.
What's your nickname?
Tau.
What kind of Vtuber are you?
A Thylacine.
Date of birth?
September 22.
How old are you?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Pronouns?
She, they.
How tall are you?
5'5".
Where are you from?
Tasmania.
Great thing about you.
Inclusivity and
Now
creativity.
perform a quick impression. Where can we find you?
Twitch and more.
Catchphrase 1.
Welcome to the pouch.
Catchphrase 2.
You are now a pouch.
Fan emojis.
Corn and crown.
Live tag.
I'm live.
Fan art tag.
TauTassie art.
Fan name.
Precious pals.
Favorite color.
Dark red.
Hobbies.
Art and anything outdoors.
What's your skills?
I have a few.
Confess your love to yourself.
Confess. I tell you all the time.
Favorite food.
Corn.
Favorite drink.
TV static.
Favorite manga.
Norigami.
Favorite anime.
Also Norigami.
Favorite game.
Witcher 3.
Favorite music.
Glass animals.
Biggest fear.
Water.
Who's your idol? What's your dream?
To make the world a little better than when I got here.
Bully and go.
Feel free to join the pouch for an 18+ space of inclusivity and cozy chaos. Thank you so much for watching, and welcome to the pouch. Yes, welcome in, sweethearts. It's so good to have you. You guys, if you haven't checked out the absolutely amazing Romani, what the fuckies are you doing? Like, seriously, look at this. Look at this. What are you talking about? Not watching Ro? What universe? What rock have you been living under? Radical Ro, thank you so very much for bringing your amazing community in. I know you and lovely Saku have been streaming them long hours, so if you need to go do some after stream care, if you need to go make yourself some food, go to the bathroom, go shower or go to bed or something like that, please make sure you go and do so. And I promise to take the best care of your lovely community until you come on back for them. Thank you so much for coming in. I noticed I can knock with you. I would love to do an art stream with you one day. That'd be so cool. That'd be so sick. Oh my gosh, that would be really, really cool. I would not mind doing something like that. What would you want to do? Would you want to do like a timed challenge, or just like a chat while we stream our individual things? I like the transparent outfit. Me too. It's so pretty. Like, look at the subtle like highlights here, and like how the light reflects off of this more like not plastic. I know this isn't like a plasticky material. This is like that sheer, I can feel it, you know? This is like that sheer see-through, like really thin material. It's holographic sheer. That's it. Yeah, thank you, bro. I don't know what things are called, sorry, but yes, holographic sheer. That's it. Yeah, it catches light and makes it like blue and pink and purple and stuff. It's so cool. Gives me the view of the tropical sea vibe kind of thing. Oh yeah. Well, these are twin mermaids you got right here, so definitely. Ro is a comfort streamer of mine, appropriately so. Radical Ro is amazing. Gorgeous, thank you so very much for bringing your amazing community in. I so appreciate it. Thank you. Beautiful work. I love how fluffy you make Frostbite's ears too. They look so fluffy and cute. Thank you, gorgeous. Thank you so much for bringing everyone in. It does mean the world. Yeah, I hope that you guys will get nice and comfy. We are working on art for the next like 7 hours. So yeah, it'll be a good time. It'll be a very good time. We are working on chibis, ode chibi art. I have a bunch of ode art actually. And right now we're working on one for the lovely Umbra kit in the chat. Thank you so much again for bringing your amazing community on, sweetheart. It's such a pleasure to have you. And thank you for putting your all into that absolutely amazing artwork that you're making with such insanely cool textures as well. But yeah, thank you, darling. Thank you so very much. And welcome on into Ro and Saku's fantastic, fantastic communities. You guys are welcome to request music, by the way. Just please make sure that you obey the rules laid out, guidelines, I suppose, laid out in the pinned message. All right. Okay, we got some bandages that go up the arm. It looks like it actually goes almost up to.
Tomcha, thank you for the fart.
Is my chat being weird? Oh my god, none of the stuff you guys are saying is coming through. I'm so sorry. I'm gonna have to look at the like my live chat room stuff because it's my OBS is just not functioning. Let's see. I like the gradient in the hair. It is really cool, isn't it? Only 2 of us. Me and Saku are twins. Frostbite is a sweet friend of ours who commissioned that piece. Yeah. What pin message? Wait, is the pin message not showing up either? Oh, fuck, hold on. Hold on, I'll fix it. There you go. Now I'll pin it again. I don't know why it wasn't working. You're gonna head out on time. Thank you for dropping in. I appreciate it. Have a good one. There you go. All the scuff. For real. It's so weird. Like, it. I swear to God, stream started out okay, and now it's broken. Now it's broken! I think your awesomeness may have broken it, but that's okay. That's a breakage I'm okay with. All right, we got more bandages here. I'm so sorry. I don't think I stream at the right times to like read into you, lovely Ro, even though I'd really love to. That'd be so cool.
Ozzy, thank you for the care package. Nom 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 nom.
Thank you. Finally back home. Welcome home, sweet Astrat. My OBS is glitching out and I'm not able to see half of chat. So you guys, if I'm missing things that you're saying and it seems like I'm ignoring you, I promise I'm definitely not. For some reason, I'm not able to. Yucky! Why would you do that, I promise I'm not trying to ignore you. So if it seems like I am, please just resend your message. I am not trying to ignore you. Okay, that's not what I meant to do. Whoa! Ah! Ah! Screamy! Screamy! Ah! Sorry. Let me see. The unfortunate time zones. I know it's like lunchtime for you / afternoon. It is. It's 12:45 p.m. for me right now. You know, this is a totally different vibe compared to when I normally join during work at the end of art streams, just chilling and doing arts and crafts with Pal. Do other pals do arts and crafts and just vibe too? Yeah, I think they do actually, sweetheart. I'm pretty sure they do. Oops, sorry, just clicking on really cool stuff. My bad. Let me see.
Umbra, why are you throwing yucky fish at me?
I do a lot of writing while listening and reading. I love that, Red. I'm so excited. So that was too much? Yeah, that was too much. Yeah. I usually either craft or read. Like making cutie goof. I give head pats in turn for fish. Oh. I don't forgive you, but I will accept it as an apology. Just kidding. Normally I roll up like an hour before the end, buzzing on coffee and starting work. This is totes different and I love it equally. Oh, I'm so glad, Gorgeous Geeks. Yeah, this is always our most relaxed stream by far. Get fished, then head pats. They equal out. But don't you want me to just be happy instead of sad and then happy? Currently drawing right now to stream. Oh, perfect, Cutie Calnet. By the way, for anyone who is interested, okay, now I'm double happy. Now I'm more happy. Thank you, Umbra, for feeding me. And a bonus corn. Yummy, 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 yummy. That's the wrong song. Wait, the Queen and Poet? Is that right? Let me go see if I can find out which one that is. Okay, I found Queen and Poet. I can just queue that one up for you, hun. Did that queue up different? Is that right? Is that the one that it queued up instead, which is very strange? I'm not sure why. Let's see. I was just thinking after the first one, it goes into regular singing. It should be fine. Oh, does it? Okay, well, sorry, I've never heard that song before. So when it just starts out that way, I'm like, oh shit, the rest of the song is gonna be like that, like this. But if it's just one like 3 to 5 second segment, then that's totally fine. It's just that because I heard it right off the bat, I was like, oh. Queen and Poet is such a good song. I'm excited to listen to it. Should I start spamming your favorite artist songs now? Pfft, you mean your favorite artist? I found this really cute drawing idea that is really accurate for certain 2 characters I'm thinking of. Cute. I'm excited. Lovely Loudon. It's a beautiful, wonderful, lovely Loudon. How are you? What I was gonna say though, you guys, is if anybody has any questions about art stuff, I would be happy to provide any kind of input I can. If you guys are having trouble with like some specific body part or like a perspective or like rendering or something like that, this is the perfect time and place to ask for assistance. So if you have anything like that, save it for art streams and I will go through it with you live on stream, okay? I redeemed the song Shimigami's trying to request. Oh, okay, I also queued that up, so I'll remove one of them. That's kind of you, sweetie pie, thank you. Lovely Loudon, thank you so very much for the 5 stream streak. I do appreciate it. Thank you, Tau forever amazing and beautiful. Also, chat is absolutely amazing. I agree with the chat part. Thank you so much for the 5 stream streak, Dawn. Thank you for your dedication and support. Are you telling me that Emma wasn't your top artist to listen on Spotify? Nothing is my own here, okay? My end of year Spotify Wrapped is not representative of me at all. I'm going to send it to Sadie with 0 context because it's funnier without context. And that way, whatever they choose to do with it is up to them. Good call. You guys, by the way, this is a really good opportunity for me to also remind you that we have a storytelling stream tomorrow. So if you guys have any writing that you would like me to read, either narration-wise or voice act my way through, please make sure that you go to the Discord today. This is the last day that you can submit because I need my mods to read through it and approve things, okay? So yeah, please make sure that you do go in there and you submit your writing. Just in case you need guidance on where to and how to submit, if you go to writing, okay? We have a writing channel right here, and then you gotta go up here to the threads. Storytime stream, just scroll to the top of this. The very toppy. Hold on. Very toppy. and read these rules. This is very important. If you disobey any of these rules, I will not be reading it, even if it is in this channel, okay? So just read these and then post it. And then you see how we have Red or Strat who has like thumbed up these. Thank you guys so much for doing that. My amazing mods are incredible. Shout out to my amazing mods. Thank you guys so much. But yeah, as long as it has a thumbs up, that means I'll read it. If it does not have a thumbs up, I will not read it. So please do ensure that you have posted it by the end of today, because that is the only way I'll read it. Yeah. Mods make the world go round. They sure do. They make my world go round. Damn, truly. Woo! Story stream. I'm so excited. I'd be hyped. I'm so excited, and I just can't hide it. What is Save doing? Sorry, I just saw him like flash. He's appearing and disappearing. You guys, sorry, in case you want to know who I'm talking about, and you don't know him yet, you really should know him. Here he is. He's fantastic. He's actually lurking right now because he's streaming right now. Please go check him out. No, I have a hat. Hold on, I have a save hat. Maybe I can bring my save hat over. 1 second. He's actually like genuinely a friend of mine, and I would love it if you could support my friend. He's awesome. He's very sweet. I don't know where my save hat is. Oh wait, I found it. Hold on. Oh, he's way up there. Ah, there he goes. Okay, there's my save hat. He was attempting to correct his camera. It was frozen. Oh, I was like, it's like seeing like a blip in the Matrix, and I'm like, what is happening? I actually know nothing about the Matrix. Sorry, my bad. I shouldn't reference the Matrix. Valis, what time is the stream tomorrow? It will be starting almost exactly 23 hours from now. So like this time, but an hour ago tomorrow. And we'll be going for about 6 hours. Possibly 7, maybe, depending on how long it takes me to get through everything. Yes, please also check out his variety channel. He's streaming, if you don't like card games, which is what he mostly plays on this channel, which is Hearthstone. He's god tier Hearthstone, like leaderboard a bazillion times, 50 times. But anything that's not Hearthstone or sponsored content, which he's been playing a lot of gacha games actually, which is very cool. I know we got a lot of gacha people in here. Please go check him out on this channel, the Save File 17 channel, which he's live on right now. Or go follow Save File Variety, where he streams a bunch of very cool non-card game things. He played Resident Evil Requiem most recently. He also played Dispatch. Yeah. He's also been playing some Conan Exiles, that's it. Precious Politely has been too. Haven't you, Precious Politely? Have you been enjoying your Precious Politely Path of Exiles, sorry. Conan Exiles. Can I get a shout out for Precious Politely as well? You guys, Precious Politely is absolutely outstanding as well. A lot of you really like my mom voice, and I will tell you what, this is very similar to how Precious Politely sounds all the time. So I highly recommend you go check her out as well. She's amazing, and she has a beautiful voice. She has incredible gamer skills as well, and she's very interactive and very sweet. Can probably only pop in for a bit, but I'll see if I can make it. That'd be great, lovely Valos. Please do send it today. We need to read it and find songs that go with it and add trigger warnings too. Just be sure it's edited so it's readable. Yes, that's one of the rules. If I get into some of these, into these stories and stuff, and I'm like, I can't read this, I'm gonna have to skip it, and I'm really sorry about that. Hey, hi there, lovely Haste. How are you? Gotcha. I hear gotcha. Where are you keeping the gotcha? Go over to Save File 17 stream. He does gotcha content after his Hearthstone games sometimes, depending on the sponsorship. But he is awesome. Politely's Conan base design nearly got me to play it. Big recommend. Yeah, right. Exactly. Precious Politely is also a Dune player, and she's really excellent. It's too loud. I can't see. It's too loud. I can't see. Actually, I wonder if I like. What if I? And what if we have like some magic coming off of Umbra's fingies? Do
Umbra, are you still here?
Keep it up, good
Do
job.
you like this? Keep it up, good job. Keep it up, good job. That voice. That's Precious Save File 17. Please check him out. You can hear his entire repertoire of excellent phrases. Spotify has sent me some bizarre direction lately. Not all of it bad, but definitely different. Was watching Politely play Conan. Looked fun as hell. Yeah, absolutely. No, she's a great she's a great narrator for all of her games as well. She's very I'm still here. I love that idea. Okay, great. All right, then we'll have like, what kind of magic do you want, Umbra? Do you want like a smoky effect? Do you want like a lightning effect? Do you want like a fire effect? What are you looking for? Thank you, all you kindly individuals. I am but wishing to channel a fraction of Tau's power. Precious Politely is far more powerful than I. What are you talking about, darling? All right, let me see. Actually, wait. We're not going to show the neck here because I think this kind of comes up. This song's beautiful. What is this? Oh, it's Hikaru Utaro. That's cool. I hope Yuki's doing okay. Speaking of people who understand when I'm speaking fucked up Japanese. All right. You gotta be a special person to politely play a game such as Conan Exiles. That game gets brutal. It's true. I actually did used to play Conan Exiles, but I was just a mounted archer. You have to downplay Politely's power. The world is not ready. Gotta keep that power in the back pocket for the most dramatic moment. Yeah, there you go. We gotta save up the precious Politely power so that we can go and unleash it when they least expect it. She's doing okay. Tau has healed up a lot and much more aware. That's good. She came in last night. I'm just worried. I hope that she's doing okay still. Thank you for the a magnificent mess. Thank you for the 145 stream streak. I so appreciate it. Thank you for the 145, darling. That's incredible. Thank you for your dedication and support. Well, come on in. How are you, man? Keep it up. Keep it. Think more a glowing energy effect. Uses runic magic to manifest raw mana. Okay, glowing. Are we thinking like, hold on, let me grab my glowy brush. Oh, sorry, that's too big. Something kind of like, obviously I'll do a better job of like rendering it, but like something kind of like this. Save's very sweet. He just gave us a shout out. He's so sweet to us. Can you use a song from the instrumental to the regular version? Sure, hun. Libera me. Libera me. Let me go. Today is so crazy, but almost done for the day with grabbing things. Soon heading home to pack more things in boxes. Are you almost done, hun? Are you almost done with the move? Fabulous Fire! How are you, honey? It's so good to see you. Sorry, one second. I'm just trying to find this and then I'll give you your uppies as you deserve. I'm finding the instrumental as well, but I don't see... Oh, wait. This is all I'm finding, Nyx. So I've got Libera Me from Hell, that's instrumental. Libera Me from Hell with an orchestra. Libera Me from Hell, Cement City. Libera Me from Hell, Sharmk. Libera Me from Hell, Gurren Lagann Prateo music. Are any of these what you're looking for? The only one that says Iwasaki Taku is the instrumental is all. Fabulous Fire! Ubbies for you. Yeah, good fire. How are you? It's so good to see you, hun. Welcome back in. I like that. Would it be possible to add like broken runes to the fire? Ooh, that'd be cool. Sure. I'm good just watching some Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood and played Subnautica 2 today. I actually watched a Subnautica 2 before you buy, and bruh, holy crap. Shit was so scary. I couldn't even handle the review. There's no way I could ever play the game. The second one works? Okay, so the orchestra one. I will remove this one then. All right. As you wish, my dear. Sort of. Tomorrow is the open inspection for stupid unit. Then I need to pull my setup apart, which is going to make me cry. On Sunday, the tech and cosplay gets moved, but Friday is the big truck moving. So close now. You're very close, Cutie Cat Hut. Just think about it this way. No matter what happens, you're going to be done by next week, which is big ups. Very good. Exciting. Exciting. How you should play it? No. I was holding off on Subnautica 2. Wanted to wait for reviews to see if it had survived the corpo meddling. From what I heard from before you buy, apparently it's great. Apparently it's like got potential to surpass the original. They were talking about the fidelity being great. They were talking about the the exploration being even better. It's even scarier. Like, the story is apparently fantastic. Yeah. It's very good. Yeah. How much to get you to play it? Oh, fuck. You know what? We got at 4K followers. You guys are able to vote on one, or we'll go with fucking 4K subs. I cannot make this remotely feasible. There's no fucking way that I'm playing that. There's no way I'm playing that without hitting 4K something. That's great news because the original is truly incredible. I have heard people who like horror say that. That shit, okay, the reason that is such an off-limits thing is because calling my bank for a loan right now. Exactly, Fire. Unless you have thalassophobia. For those of you who don't know, I have severe thalassophobia, which is why I'm like, no fucking way. No fucking way. I posted an excerpt from my book of short lore stories in a thread if a mod wants to read. Oh, perfect, Shimigami, thank you. I'm just being a pansy and haven't went to the void yet. That is totally fair, hon. Totally fair. Do people consider Subnautica a scary game? I am not a scary game fan at all, but I love Subnautica. I didn't even consider it horror. Oh yeah, the phobia, that explains it. Yeah, yeah. No. I would never subject you to that, Tao. Umbra's over here like ideas. I don't think so. 4,000 subs, 4,000 followers. No, not gonna happen. Neither of those are happening anytime soon, thank God. Nebula, hi, sweetheart. It's been so long. How are you, hon? It's so good to see you.
Pretty lady.
Pretty lady. Hi, fabulous Frostbite. Did you come in here with the beautiful Ro and sweetest Saku? Also, let me get the... So, Umbra, when we're talking about, like, broken runes, are we talking about something kind of like... like this? Is that kind of it? What about 4K bits? No. No. You see, I never lock things behind like stuff like that, but for Subnautica, which is not only considered a horror game in general, a horror survival game, it is a horror survival game that contains my greatest fear. I was so confused, then the phobia totally recontextualized everything. Fair. Oh yeah. Oh my God. The idea of all of the ways you can die in this fucking game. And in the before you buy, they were talking about how like, oh yeah, the number of times I almost suffocated and blacked out, the number of times I got ambushed by something in a claustrophobic pitch black space. I'm like, oh fuck, I can't even get it through this fucking review, dude. Oh my God. Hi, Fabulous Frostbite. How are you? Look, if it's that severe of a fear, then I won't subject it to you. However, if it perchance ended up in your Steam library, what then? I would not invite that into my Steam library. How did I tell you I go by they, them? Oh, perfect. I don't think you did, Swedish Shimigami, but happy to know that. Thank you so much, sweetheart. I will call you by they, them. Oh, we do need to take the break. Thank you, Strat. Outside of the water element of the whole thing, I never considered the first game to be a horror at all. I lurked in Snivy's stream when she was playing the first one. No. Yes, but don't have to be on stone. He creates and writes the runes in the air for his magic to truly, to fully take shape. Oh, okay. So more like, let me make some kind of a, kind of like that. And then I can make it more font-y. Yeah, cool. Okay, you got it. All right, I will leave that there. She saw the Reaper Leviathan and said, "Nuh-uh." Honestly, I saw when Snivy's looked from like the beautiful sun shining through the water and then down into the depths, and I said, hey, no, I actually didn't even see any monsters. I just saw the depths of the ocean and went, ah! Fabulous Nebula, it's so good to see you. It's totally good that you're busy, darling, but is it stuff you're excited about? The devil whispering in Tau's ear, but think of the views. Nah. I think my sense of I have quite a strong internal morality. It doesn't always it's not like, you know, the objective right or objective wrong all the time, but it is my sense of morality, and nothing can take me away from it. Yeah, except for apparently 4,000 subs, but that's just because I think that would support me for the rest of the year. All right, you guys, we do have to go on a very quick break. Please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom. And darlings, this is also a meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. I love you, bye. I miss you terribly, and hey, I'll see you soon. Mwah! Yeah, anyway, Pacific Franks. That's what it is in my brain. Pacific Franks. Or Darling and the Brim. Oh, no.
That same fiance guy, right? You know what's going to happen.
I wonder if I should start thinking about things I say before they come out of my mouth. Moving on, lol, okay. Sleep is for the unconscious? No, sleep is for the sane. That doesn't help, does it? A lot of you claim to be insane. Which you kind of have to be if you hang out with me too much. Fuck. Just wondering if you want to leave a bite for Nick, just a bit, just a little bit. Oh no, I didn't read that until after I ate it. Yummy. Whoa. Oh my god. Heels need heels. No. Okay. We will go and say, I mean, like a zit on my back. Not quite reachable, but super satisfying. I'll take that. I'll take that. That's the nicest thing anyone's ever said about me. I love the music in this game. It's really good. Are we doing the story or class change quest? That is what you guys get to decide. Get to the first town, and then we can go... Or is it less than this many? I'll be the judge of that. Whether it's restaurants. My bet is on Umbra. I just got this feeling. Umbra! Umbra, I'm shocked! Umbra, you win! Buttons, push them all.
Wait, I gotta touch the ball. The ball. Oh, there's another ball. There's ball. Okay, sorry. I'm so sorry. I can finally actually show you guys what crossing my fingers looks like. I reckon. Domain expansion? Sorry. I shall be a lurky turkey. Got to go lend a hand. All good, sweetest Strat. Lift with your legs, please. What? A fatty chocobo with a hattie. You must. Can't hear me, but okay, I'm gonna try and gesture. Okay, here we go. You go. Hi, precious pals. Welcome back.
Work.
I'll let you guys finish this words, and then we will get back to our arting. In fact, I'll start arting right now.
About
This art. What do you think? I've got my gun. The answer to most problems: gun. The real world, not the digital world.
You're
Digimon
almost
the
there. Welcome back, amazing Umbra. Welcome back, sweetest Strat. Welcome back, sweet Storm. Welcome back, beautiful Bublin. Sweetest Shadow Princess. Welcome on back. Sweet Shadow Gun. Welcome on
Okay,
back.
I'm
Terrific
happy.
Talon.
This is-
Welcome on
There you
back.
go. This was so worth it. Wasn't
You
this
guys
worth
got
20
this.
minutes for
You
a bit?
can do
Aren't
it.
you so glad you stuck around?
Goody come there. Welcome back. Ubbies for Umbra. We can make that happen.
Oh God, I
guarantee it.
I should have done it.
Free of charge, that one.
I should have practiced with things.
Terrific Talon. Welcome back, Ubbies for you. Absolutely.
I'm a great day. I forgot how to.
All right, let me bring you back over to our art stream. Art stream?
Okay,
Art
some of these moves look really cool.
scene?
I can't-
Art scene.
I don't know what I'm doing.
Also, oh my god, before I forget, there you go. Hi, sweethearts. Okay, Ubbies for Umbra. Yee, good Umbra. Ubbies for Talon. Yee, good Talon. Aussie Ubbies. Yee, good Aussie. Hi there. Oh, Magnificent Nebula. Welcome on back, sweetheart. It's so good to see you again. Nix, but those slice jump slice. Ubbies. Yee, good Nix. And well done on the boss battle there. Well done, well done. Thank you for the care package. Wonderful, Nebula. Oh, by the way, you guys, I think that my fishing minigame does still work. I didn't put it in the, yeah. If you guys want to do the fishing minigame, you can. Did you a stretch? You better believe it. And I went and pet my adorable doggy as well, who's not acting like a weirdo, which is nice. The one true hug wizard. Well, I am happy to give hugs to our hug wizard. Welcome on in. How are you? It's such a pleasure to meet ya. You guys, this is the fabulous one true hug wizard who hath graced us with their presence. This ENVtuber bequeaths hugs aplenty and doth engage in whimsical gaming adventures. From battling foes to sipping lattes with fantastical beings, their stream is a cozy haven for all. Prepare for a raid of epic proportions, my subjects. Hey, welcome on in. Aldrak! Hi there, amazing Aldrak. Welcome in. You guys, Aldrak is my is one of my directors for a live direction thing that we've been doing for the last few weeks. Aldrak, how are you? And Wizard, how are you? You are among the raid indeed, Aldrak. How are you? And you're doing amazing. I'm so happy to hear that, wonderful wizard. Would you like to let us know when your next stream will be and what you may be doing, as well as what you chatted about during your Just Chatting stream? Welcome on in, everybody. I'm Tau. I can't talk today. Sorry, I didn't do my warm-ups. Can you tell, Aldrak? Yes, I'm Tau. I'm a Tasmanian Tigers Vtuber and variety streamer based in Tasmania, Australia. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. If you guys would like to request music, you totally can. Just make sure that you read the pinned message in the chat and utilize our channel point redeem. But as you can see, we're working on some art today. Doing some ode art for someone in the community. This is for UmbraKit31, yeah, who is in chat right now, and who said, welcome in, Raiders. Thank you for always being so warm and welcoming, sweetheart. Let's see, what other things are we doing here? Tomorrow, I am going to be reading your guys' writing. I am a professional voice actor and trained narrator, so if you come in tomorrow, you can listen to me narrate your stories, or scripts, or prose, or poetry, or whatever it is. We are also doing our first time playthroughs of a number of things, so please, no spoilers for any of the following. Persona 5 Royal,
Heaven's Ward, Final Fantasy XIV Heaven's Ward, Pragmata, Monster Hunter Stories 3. I think that's everything right now. But yes, thank you so very much for coming in, sweetheart. It's such a pleasure to meet you. It's tomorrow, and I was yapping with Eldrock here on my podcast, Cafe of the Void. Very cool. What'd you guys talk about, wonderful wizard? Sweetest Saints Eternus, welcome on in. How are you? Thank you so much for the 5-stream streak. I do appreciate it. Thank you for your awesome dedication and support. Thank you, and welcome in. I don't have my box emote to use, so box. Here. Box. Let's see. So excited for the storytelling stream. Me too. I'm super hyped for tomorrow. It's gonna be great. A lot of comic book stuff. We went on nerd rants. I love a nerd rant. That's great. Would love to hang longer, but I do have to dip. Hope you have a great day. We chatted about a lot of stuff, especially superhero media, like halfway through. That's awesome, Eldrug. That sounds great. Well, you guys, please check out Wonderful Wizard. And Eldrug, thank you for hanging out. I do appreciate it. If you guys do need to raid and run, totally cool. If you'd like to stick around, we'd love to have you. We are going to be live for about another 6.5 hours. So got plenty of time to hang out with us. Whether you are hanging around or not, please, I know you've been streaming those long hours, been doing that podcasting for those long hours, wizard. If you need to go to bed, get yourself something to eat or drink, go to the bathroom, whatever you got to do, please go take good care of yourself. I promise to take the best care of your lovely community. Thank you so much for coming in. I do appreciate it. Also, lovely laugh. Hi, sweetheart. Welcome in. Uppies for you. Eee, good laugh. Aldrock suggested you, and I'm loving your vibes. Oh, thank you so much, wonderful wizard. I really appreciate that. That's so sweet of you. I am so grateful that you've come in on Aldrock's suggestion, and I am loving your vibes as well. So thank you so much for being here, darling. I have already dedicated my entire Friday night to the storytelling stream. Oh, shit! Thank you, Cutie Cal. I really do appreciate it. Thank you. I love that emote. That's so cute, wizard. That is so cute. But yes, hun, feel free to settle in, make yourself at home. Thank you so much for bringing everyone in. And feel free to request music. Oh, like I said, as long as you have read our guidelines there. We do have a few, because like screaming stuff makes me anxious. So probably not much of the screaming or like the gangster rap stuff, but the other stuff is good. Go for it. Thank ye, hun. Thank ye. All right, let me see. We got a little pouch here. A pouch. A pouch. Okay. A few different belts up here. Valid. I'm a huge metalhead, so I shall abstain, but I love the music going right now. Oh, perfect. Okay, well, feel free. I mean, if you do like this music, I assume there's at least a few songs in your playlist that maybe would fit it. So feel free if you do think of anything like, oh, actually, it sounds like this song, and I don't think that it will scare Cal away. Be back in just a bit. All good, sweetest strat. The pain of being a US fan is that it starts at 7 p.m., so gonna be nocturnal for a night. Oh no, I'm so sorry, hon. I mean, it's not great news, but I suppose it finishes up at like about 1 a.m. So it's at least I'm not keeping you up until like 3, but still that's a small comfort, I know. Sorry, hon. Maybe? Yeah, all good, wonderful wizard. Besides that though, feel free to just vibe. Enjoy. Aw, wonderful wizard! Sweetheart, thank you so very much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Thank you for being here. Any friend of Aldrock's is a friend of mine, so welcome. Let's see. Oh, why does it do this? I'm so sorry. I'm I'm just checking my in stream stuff, and once again my chat just stopped responding in my OBS. So I am looking at the actual like chat on Twitch instead of in OBS, because the last thing that I see on my OBS is that follow and nothing since. So fabulous Frostbite, sweetheart, thank you so very much for the 185 stream streak. 185 is crazy. Thank you so much for your amazing dedication and support, darling. Thank you, thank you. And my story is near the bottom of the Discord thread. All good, cutie Kelne, all good. I'm totally the opposite though. I watch Australian streamers because it's so off to the Brazilian time zone. Oh, is that right, Haze? It works best for you that way? Much love and many hugs from this goofy little hug wizard. Yes, we love hugs here. Thank you for the hugs. Hugs for you too, sweetheart. Honestly, Aussies have a vibe that I like. And also I watch streams before bed, so I'm in the Aussie streamer watching hour. Right, that makes sense. That makes perfect sense, hun. I'm glad that you like the vibes. Also, Thylacines, my beloved. Hug. You know of us? You know of us? Time to add Scuff to the title. I know you are right. Test. Yeah, that one didn't even come through on my OBS. It's only in on Twitch. So I'm just gonna have to I am just gonna have to keep an eye on things over there instead. I'm really sorry, you guys. I did say this a little bit earlier, but obviously that was before the raid and stuff. If I do miss anything that you say today, because my OBS is just not functioning apparently, feel free to resend it. I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry. I know of thee, one of my faves. Let's fucking go. Thank you so much. I'm so glad that you support us in our extinction. wait. Anti-extinction. You don't want us extinct. I appreciate that. It's late night for me, so it's nice company as I am a night owl. Oh, yay. Well, lovely Haze, we're so happy to have you. 8 hours of art, music, and Scuff. Well, that is true. Maybe I should put that in this stream title. Maybe I should put that in the stream title. You know what? You persuaded me. Let's do it. Let's do it. Of art and viewer music in parentheses and Scuff, and then unhappy face. There we go. It's done. It has been done. I want you living. Thank you. I wish to live. Did you update your OBS recently? It does suffer from bugs after updates. The last time I updated, I want to say it was like 2 weeks ago, and I hope I haven't been having this problem for 2 weeks. That's so weird. Are you okay with like power metal high singing? What do you mean by that? I will tell you one of my favorite bands is Camelot, actually, which is like, people have told me that's flower metal, but I don't mind like the instrumentation of metal. I get really anxious when there's like the like ooh kind of stuff, like that, like really screamy or growly stuff. It makes me really anxious. So it's fine. I guess it's just one of those days. I wish it wasn't one of those days. Why is my OBS glitching out on me? Boo. I got a band you might like then? Ooh, okay. Yeah, and hun, just so you know, unless it's like a very obviously deliberate like attempt at trolling, if you suggest something and I wind up not liking it, all I do is skip it. It's not like I blacklist you or anything, as long as it's not like a repeated thing where I'm like, okay, please don't request that again, and then you do it anyway, you know what I mean? So don't be too afraid to just like experiment and see if it's too much for me or not. Let's see. I will just request it, and if it's too much, just skip it. Sounds good, Max. Sounds good. I'm told it's in Forza Horizon 6, and I don't get to play it till Tuesday. No! Death growling is fun to do. It is fun, but I can't, like, listen to it in music form, you know what I mean? But it's a technique I use when I'm voice acting, too, so I don't blow my voice out. You did not pass the vibe check. Deletes your arms. I won't delete your arms, I promise. Radical Red. I always love your music. I'm so excited to hear this one. All right, Umbra. I want to get your daughter's clothes right, but first, actually, yeah. Okay, let's work on your daughter's stuff. I'm gonna move her upper body closer to you. She's gonna have to hold on to. I think I might have her holding on to like the like the strap here. I think that's where we're gonna grab. Let me see. Oh, I gotta wait. Oh, I'm sorry, hun. Yeah, there is a global like 1 minute cooldown, but it shouldn't be too long. Check the art channel. Okay, 1 second. Well, most recent request is a tad more silly. I'm excited, and Storm wants me to switch to PNG. All right. Oh, now you've deleted my legs. Okay, hold on. Let me get my PNG. You will get this PNG until our next break. Boop, and boop. Hi. PNG form, go. This has been on my playlist for years, so when I heard it, it was in game. I was very happy. No idea what station it's on though. Fair enough. It's good that Forza Horizon 6 features copyright-free music in the in-game radio. That is good. And streamer mode. Yeah, that's good. Sounds good. Perfect. I think it's the wrong song. Oh, no, that's okay. If you just let me know, I'm happy to. Stranger Than Heaven. Who's that by, Nebula? Usually it needs to know, like, who the artist is. Is it Ado? Ado? Yeah, Ado and Snoop Dogg. Okay. Let me get that one on there. Stranger Than Heaven. Nighty night. Hello there, lovely Nighty. Thank you so much for the follow, hun. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. This actually is not coming up for Ado. It's like it was suggested to me. I've got All Night Radio by Ado, or I've got Stranger Than Heaven by NEXT. Are either of those right? Thank you for the care package, lovely Vinny. Hi, sweetheart. Welcome in. Howdy, this is so wholesome. Aw, let's go. Nighty, I'm so happy to have you in here. You seem wholesome right off the bat. How is your day going? Or night? Your morning, afternoon, evening, or night, sweetheart? Maybe it isn't out yet? Maybe. Do you want me to have Sweetest Strat refund your points, hun? Or do you want to pick from Stranger Than Heaven, NEXT, or All Night Radio? Yeah, strange that it's not showing up. Let me see. I have a question, Tao. I saw you make PNG tubers on your commission website. Do you still do them? I certainly do, sweetheart. If you want to go over there, if you like, I can do a cheaper version of this, but this is my PNG plus VTuber model or PNG model. As you can see, it's got really smooth animation. But if you just want like a much simpler animation style, then it is cheaper. But if you go to !VGen, you can go and have a little look. It'll be PNG plus if you want something like this, or you can do a cheaper one for PNG. Let's see. Been well? Hope you have too. Yay, lovely Nighty! I'm so glad you've been well, darling. That's awesome. There's 4 singers in it. Ado and Snoop Dogg are 2 of them. Oh, okay. I've got enough points. Are you sure, sweetheart? We can, Strat, do you mind refunding Nebula, even though Nebula's being very thoughtful and sweet? Oh, right, check our channel. Sorry, I was reading. Our channel, let's see. Oh, cute, I recognize this cutie patootie. This is indeed an adorable piece of, well, not a piece, but it's a character that Cookie Tea has. Can I get a shout out for Cookie Tea as well? Thank you so much, Sweetest Strat. Sorry, I'm pushing you today, sorry. This is adorable, hon. Excellent work, excellent work. Tao of the Tassie, I has amazing news. Magnificent Mastiff, please do tell. That's beautiful, Mix. You did a great job. Excellent work, sweetheart. Keep up the great artistry. Let's see here. Huh, the redeem just says out of stock, even though the cooldown is done. Oh, that's kind of weird. Wizard, if you want to, are you on mobile? Because sometimes it glitches out. Thank you so much, Sweetest Strat. You guys, Cookie is an absolutely amazing artist. Genuinely does some of the cutest art that I've ever seen on the internet. Will do, I'll check it out. Yeah, please do, Incredible Icy. And if you have any particular questions, just let me know, okay? Let me see. You gotta be quick redeeming songs. That is true. That is true. You're on mobile, Cutie Caution? Yeah, it is. You are mobile. Sometimes it glitches out. But yeah, since it's a global cooldown, trust me, I wish that I could make it per user cooldown, but it won't actually let me do that. Yeah. But I'll tell you what, if you keep on trying to redeem for the next like 5 minutes or so and it's still not working, just redeem a care package for me. And then tell me, like, do an at me, and then let me know what song you would like me to queue up for you, okay? I don't want you to like have no opportunity. My soon-to-be former employers have to pay out 120 vacay hours to me since I'm leaving the company. Let's go, Mastiff. That's awesome. Well done. That is excellent. Absolutely excellent. You were in our art stream and asked if you could make an OC of it. That's so sweet. Yeah, I bet she's so lovely, dude. Oh my gosh. Cookie, obsessed. She's amazing. She's an absolutely incredible artist, incredible human being. Yeah, she's so lovely. If you love cute art and you love adorable people and very sweet voices, she is the go-to. She is the GOAT. Absolutely awesome. Thought it was a blue meanie at first. A blue meanie. What's that? What's that? All right, let me see here. All right. I don't know. We're not, it's chibi. I don't have to worry too much about logic here, but I will say I don't know what she's standing on. Maybe she's kind of like this foot here. I guess she's standing on your calf muscle. You have the strongest calf muscle known to man. Oh, it's from Yellow Submarine, the movie. I don't know if I've seen that. Your style is so cute. Oh, thank you, lovely Nighty. I appreciate it. I have my cute style and then I have my full style. So this is the kind of thing I draw if I'm not drawing chibis. This is more of my more classic Tau style. Sita Santa, welcome in. How are you? It's good to see you. The color palette I've chosen doesn't work with the character. Got to do it from scratch. Oh, fair enough, Cutie Kelme. Fair enough. That's amazing. Oh, thank you, hon. I'm so glad you like it. Thank you. Oh no, the elephant, it got the wrong song. Let me see if I can find it. 1 second. I can fix that for you, darling. 1 second. Thank you, lovely Night. You're so sweet and encouraging. Thank you, darling. The Elephant by Sonata Arctica. Artists. All right, Sonata Arctica. I'm wondering if it's not the elephant. Let's see. It might not be available in Australia. I'm not sure if you're in Australia, Wizard, but sometimes, like I'm at their popular songs, and I've got, and I can queue up any of these if you'd like, but like in substitute. But Full Moon, Tallulah, Replica, Victoria's Secret, I Have a Right, Wolf and Raven, Last Drop Falls, Don't Say a Word, Paid in Full, Full Moon. I'm not seeing anything for Elephant though. Oh, you're in the US. Okay. Yeah, it might be a licensing issue out here in Australia. Do you like any of those songs instead? I'm sorry, hun. Sometimes it does that. I wish I could do something about it. Valos, you have to head out? No worries, sweetie pie. I give you uppies. I'm just in PNG form, sorry. But yeah, lovely Valos. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams, darling. Thank you for coming in. Joyous Julius, you know Sonata Arctica. You have a new friend here then in Wonderful Wizard. Radical Ryoko, welcome in. How are you? Replica is a good song? Okay, let's do that. Let's do Replica. Oh, actually, it already queued it up. Okay, cool. Okay, I see. That's the one that it fucked up on. I see. I'm excited to listen to it, hun. Did you remove Hail of the Tide song? I just requested it. It has death metal vocals in it. Oh, sure. Okay. Thank you, hun. Hail of the Tide. All right, I have removed that. My dear, thank you. Let's see. Sonata Arctica is one of your favorite bands. Awesome. Oh, cool. I'm very excited to learn about them. All right, let me see here. Now we're gonna bring some of your partner's looks into your daughter here. And you both have puppy ears, so she's gonna have puppy ears too. Nighty, do you have you played oh my god, Pragmata, Pragmata? Because that's the reference, like the pose for this is the Pragmata, um, like cover art. I guess it's cover art. Let's see. I'm at work, and how have you been? I've been great, lovely Ryoko. Thank you for asking, honey. I hope that work is going well. I auditioned for my first Otome game recently. I must have done 20 takes. It was crazy. But Vinny, that's fucking sick. I'm so happy for you. And I'm proud of you for doing it too. That can be intimidating, but well done. Well done. It sort of is. For that gorgeous image you just posted with that insane background, how much extra is that background? I have a feeling your waitlist is deservedly long. Oh, thank you, lovely Nahi. It's actually not too long because I am a full-time artist, voice actor, and streamer. So I try and make sure that I have slots for people as frequently as possible. I'm about to be finishing up a couple more commissions for that are kind of left over from April. So if you would like to join the waitlist for anything on there, you're welcome to, and then I'll reach out to you probably in the next like 2 or 3 weeks. As for the background, it really does depend on what you're looking for. I think that background. Do you remember how much? Well, I mean, you definitely don't have to actually say Umbra, but I think it was a pretty penny for that because yeah, that was a 34 hour piece there. How old is your daughter, Umbra? Is she like Diana age? Oh, hold on, I gotta plug in my phone. Bang, bang, bang. Let me see. Yeah, there's my voice acting stuff. Her waitlist should be packed. Umbra, you're so sweet. No, it's definitely not. Wizard, you're also a VA. That's awesome, hun. Very, very cool. Very cool. What kind of stuff have you been in? The background was almost half the cost. Yeah, sorry. But it was a lot of 34 hours. That's almost a full work week. Yeah, it was a lot. But it's one of my favorite things I've done. Actually, I'll show the other one I did for Umbra recently, which is even more eerie. Which wasn't quite as expensive, but it definitely was not cheap either. It's because it's also really high detail. Here we go. Let me show you. Yeah, there you go. Can you change my song request to Greedy by Oreo? I got it wrong. Sure. 1 second, Nix. Remember, if you want to submit, I know that the request thing doesn't like specifically says, hey, put the artist and then song or whatever. But if you guys do want to try transmitting the specific link, go for it. What did it pick for you, Nick, so that it can remove it? Was it, by Avery? I think that was it. Okay. Let me see here. Okay, Diana, got it. All right. Looks so cool. I'm gonna join the waitlist. Oh my gosh, Nighty! It would be such an honor to work with you, hun. Thank you so much. Holy crap. Thank you. Mostly fun stuff with my friends, providing voices for unvoiced characters in video games they play live. Oh, that's super cool of you, Wizard. I love that. That's awesome. I just spent the last 5 minutes looking for a tiny round piece that rolled off my desk. A gray piece on gray carpet. I think that might be a sign that I should go to sleep. Don't want to sleep through my birthday. No, that's true. I don't want you to sleep through your birthday either, gorgeous geeks. Did you tell me if you wanted me to sing a happy birthday or a free song for you? That's gorgeous. Do you like it? Thank you, Nighty. There's a bunch of like very creepy hands in various places that you don't necessarily see, including down here, like messing with the feathers and he's got like all the little puppetry things. Yeah. This one was another one that took a while, but I really like this as well. I need to join the waitlist again for more practical things. No sing, you chastise me about D&D instead. Oh, that's right. The unofficial redeem. Umbra, I'm always, you know me, I'm always thrilled to work with you. You have such cool ideas. You've shared Rizzes. Let me have a look, Sudaceti. Ooh, Patricia Riz. Oh, very nice. I love this pose. This is very badass. That's really cool, hun. Well done. Well done. Love that. Let me see. Yes, but sweetest geeks, happy birthday, darling. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams, and we will host a little birthday party for you on D&D night tomorrow. Now I have to choose what form of myceliosy I want. Hardest part of asking for a commission. That's true. That is difficult. I love this D&D so much. This has come to be one of my favorite commissions ever. Oh, thank you. Oh my gosh, I'm so flattered and humbled that you think that like so much of. Thank you. Thanks for making the first 4 hours of my birthday so lovely. Of course, gorgeous geeks. All I want is for you to have the best possible birthday, darling. You deserve it. You have to go back to work. All good, Radical Ryoko. Have a good one. Thank you for coming in. Geeks sleep wonderfully well. Have the sweetest dreams. You as well, lovely Ryoko. Have a great time at work, and we'll see you soon. Vegeta, thank you for the care package. Thank you, honey bun. And thank you for the head pat. Thank you, thank you. All right, let me see here. I feel like if someone wanted me to do voice work, it'd be under some form of neorealism. Ooh, interesting. Very interesting. Alrighty. Now, Umbra, what kind of a did you already tell me what kind of an outfit you wanted for your daughter? And should she be casting runic spells as well? How sounds slightly more subdued today. I do tend to be a lot more subdued when we're doing art stream day. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm feeling really good and I'm really excited to have you all here. But yeah, no, I mean our art stream days tend to be the most relaxed for sure. Can you say that again? I had a Vash in my ear. Oh, I love, you are honored to have a Vash in your ear, my dear. I was just gonna ask, do you have any idea what kind of clothing you would like her in? Did you say like I know that you already told me, I'm really sorry. But again, since you're here, I'm like, oh, well, might as well ask. You want her in like something similar to what your partner's in here, or? Let's see. Have to head out to work on some things. Oh, all good, Valiant Vinny. Thank you so much for dropping in. Congrats and well done on your auditions. And have a good time with your work stuff. Thank you for coming in. As long as you aren't sick or something. No, not at all, not at all. Love and peace and chicken grease. Wonderful wizard. Are you heading out too, sweetheart? Or are you just dancing? Oh, you're just dancing. We're dancing. We're dancing. I love it, wizard. Dance away into the night. But don't leave. and then we've also got
okay.
caution. What was that? Do you prefer to draw elf boys or Bishonen tentacle boys? Look, I'm about to flip a coin here. You should definitely flip a coin because I feel equally thrilled about either option. Honestly, I can't possibly choose, lovely Nighty. I'm very excited about the sound of both of those. Very excited. Something similar, but also with a dash of mine. I would love to have her casting spells with me, if not a little stronger than me. Ooh, okay, cute. I love that. Okay. You have such immaculate vibes. Definitely new favorite streamer. Oh, Wizard! Making my day, sweetheart. That's so kind of you. Thank you so much. I'm really glad you're enjoying hanging out with us. Thank you. Oh, you're such a darling. Thank you, darling. All right, so we're gonna, let's see. Ooh, I got an idea. What if I give her I'm gonna give her a, like, trench coat kind of thing, kind of like you, but it'll have like the little holes, sort of like your partner's, and it'll be the color of your partner's maybe, or like something in between you two, like a darker sky blue. Yep. Thank you, Wizard. Oh, you're so sweet. I do need to make her hand reach further down here and grab hold of this, though. So I'm gonna have to move her down a tad. I'll do the rest of her first, actually. That will be probably the easiest thing. You like it? Cool. Awesome. Let's see. She's got a little necklace. You want me to put like a little heart pendant or something? She's got a yin and yang symbol. Do you want me to put a heart pendant with like a yin and yang in it? Because she's a child, I might not show any midriff if that's okay. All right, let me see. Where does this start to... And both of you have these belts, so I'll wrap her around here with the belt too. All good, that'd be perfect. Perfect! Alrighty. And you both have little pouches, so I'll give her a pouch too. Oops, that's not where that from. Nighty, darling, if you're still here, do you mind if I ask, how did you find us? Did you come in with a raid? Were we in your recommended? Were you scrolling through art? I'm always curious. You don't have to tell us if you don't want to, of course, but I'm curious. Oh, you literally looked up commissions! That's incredible. I love it. Oh, I'm so glad that that you could find someone that you wanted to work with like right off the bat. That's awesome. Actually, it took me a while. I vetted. Oh my gosh, it's even more of an order then, because then you checked on those vibes. You checked on those vibes and those styles. I do have kind of strange and unique style. I haven't seen a lot of people who draw quite like me. I think it's because I got influenced by like Disney and anime, and then I went to university and then studied like actual human forms, and now it's just this weird amalgamation of styles.
let's see. Always happy to know when we pass the vibe check, Tao, right? Oh, yes, very, very happy to know that. That makes me, it's always an honor when anyone decides that they want to follow, obviously, but it really does make my day when people are like, yeah, not only did I decide to come and follow, but I waited to see if I actually liked you or not. I was on Picardo too for like 2 hours for 2 days. Oh my gosh, Nighty, you're really looking for something, huh? I know people do commissions without being on stream, but lately I just want to, I don't know, talk live to the artist first, you know? Yeah, that's totally fair, Nighty. I definitely get that. It always makes you feel a little bit closer to the people, and like you can like interpret how they're kind of gonna respond a lot of the time when you speak to them live. Like if you go to someone and they're just like quite dismissive with you being in chat, sometimes you're like, maybe I don't want to work with you, you know, just because you can kind of tell what that interaction might be like. I have unfortunately had that sometimes where I was looking for people to do art and they're just amazing artists, but then I'm like, what do you think of what if I commissioned you? And then they're like, yeah, whatever. And I'm like, oh, okay, sorry. Sorry, I didn't want to bother you. All right, I'm gonna move her down now so that I can figure out what part is covered by you. Oh, actually, let me put her tail first. Yeah, she has a smaller tail than you. Cute. All right, actually, I'm gonna turn off this lister back there. Yeah, I'm always afraid, honestly. Oh, lovely night here. I'm so sorry. Have you had some bad experiences, darling? She is so cute. She's super cute. I'm so excited to be bringing her to life. Thank you so much for the care package, Elsa Mozzie. All right, let me move her down. Lest we have her like yanking on your ponytail. That would be really unfortunate. Okay. How close? Probably about there. I think she can grab onto that strap there. Hold on, now I gotta now I gotta get organized. Oh yeah, you have a sorry, you do have a line there. Okay. Okay. Also, I kind of want your hairs to be going in the same direction because you are in the same scene. So I might actually put her hair going that way. That's cute. Okay, that's quite cute actually. And then you want her. Well, hold on. I just realized I didn't do the thing I said I was going to do. So the hole here, that kind of goes down the upper part of the shoulder. Ah, and also her little pendant is going the wrong way. Cool. All right, what do you think of that, my dear? Maybe she only has, I know you guys have multiple belts each, but I think maybe she only has one because she baby. She's still gathering things. Currently, Papa is carrying stuff for her. Does that sound good? Let me catch up with you, my darlings. 1 second. Always afraid. She's so cute. Too many scams going on these days, and it's painful to watch it. It hurts the entire community. It really does, especially with like AI bullshit. Ugh. No contact from the artist is a common one, but I understand sometimes stuff happens, but for months kind of bites. That does suck. I will say, I
I do tend to well, I need to put commission paid work before other things, but we also have another way to get art, which is do you see the little glass moon shape behind my little mascot over there on the left side of the screen? If we hit 100 subs per week, then we do a chibi raffle. So you can earn something like this, just one character. But if you do get multiples, I will put them in one image if you so wish. And those have been waiting for a long time, but unfortunately, I can't do too much about that at the moment because I do need to pay a mortgage. But I promise they are gradually getting done. Like this. This is actually something that is getting done. And oh my God, 90! Thank you so much for the sub. You're so sweet, darling. That is so kind of you. Thank you ever so much, lovely Nighty. Thank you so very much for the subby. I'm so glad you're enjoying the vibes, and I'm so grateful for your generosity and kindness, sweetheart. Thank you. Thank you so much, hun. BC Tentacle form doesn't always have a shirt on, but nothing's showing. If you aren't okay with me sending refs like that in the waitlist, I'll choose the elf-like form. No, that's fine. I'm totally fine with that. That's not NSFW. That's totally cool. There's some bad actors out there. Did you hear about the Jesse Cox situation? He wanted to get a cosplay costume made for him for FF14 FanFest this past April, got scammed by a con artist who used AI to fake progress, and then ran off with the money without ever delivering the product. That sucks. Wonderful Wizard, you as well, hun. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much, lovely Wizard. That's so kind of you too. Thank you so much, darling. I'm so glad you're enjoying the vibes as well. Thank you for your incredible generosity and kindness, darling. Holy crap. Thank you. Thank you so much. You're so sweet. Holy crap. I hope both of you enjoy the ad-free viewing and the handmade emotes, darlings. Also amazing. You love it? It's perfect? Okay, great. Awesome. Do you see any changes at all, or are we ready to move into line art, do you think? Woo! Look at the oh my gosh, they're so cute. I forgot to send you OC info. Please remind me to do after stream. Oh, I will try. I will try to do that. Lovely. Holy shit. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted. Oh my gosh. Thank you for the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh my gosh. And 1.90. Thank you also. Holy crap. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Thank you so much for the gifted sub. So lovely Nighty and lovely Lit. Thank you for your incredible generosity. What the heck is Thank you so much. You guys are so wonderful. Thank you. Holy heck, thank you so much. You're so sweet. Thank you. I can't believe we're at level 4 hype train too. That's insane. Thank you so much, you guys. Wow, thank you. Thank you, Ozzy, also for the 100 biddies. Thank you. Also, thank you. I'll shoot you over that info now. You rock. Oh, you rock, lovely Nighty. Thank you so much. Kay Walters, you heading out, darling. All good. Thank you so much for coming in with the raid. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you for joining us. Let me see real quick. Oh, thank you so much. That's so generous. It is indeed looking pretty cool. I'm so glad you're liking it, Joyce Julius. Thank you, guys. Oh my goodness, you guys are far too kind. Another hype train. Break Tau time. Break Tau time. Your energy is awesome. Oh, thank you, lovely Nighty. Just wait until you see me in my 3D form. I'll be back in my 3D form after break. Yeah, we'll go on a break after we get done with our hype train. Thank you so much. That's so kind of you guys. You are far too generous to little me. Thank you. Thank you so much. You guys are sweet. Hydration for everyone. It's true. Everybody, care package. Please take good care of yourselves. Thank you guys so much for the freaking hype train. Yay. Thank you, wonderful wizard. Oh my god, terrific talent. Holy crap. You too? Thank you so much for the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 gifted. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, darling. I so appreciate it. Level 5, let's go. Oh my god, Umbra, fuck. Oh my god, what the hell? you for the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted. Amazing Umbra. And lovely live. Holy shit. For the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Holy shit, Liv. And wonderful Mac, thank you for the gifted hearts for you, honey. Amazing Umbra. Thank you, Umbra, for the 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Fuck. I forgot where I was. I forgot where I was in counting. I gotta start over. I'm so sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Thank you, amazing Umbra, for the 20 gifted. And Liv! Oh my god, Liv! With the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40. I almost said 50. I can't count. This is why I need you guys to keep me straight on these numbers. 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, and 50 from Lith. Holy shit, I am like lightheaded. That's crazy. Mr. AIDS, welcome in. How are you? It's such a pleasure to meet you. How are you? Thank you so much. That's for another gifted. You guys, level 12 hype train. I can't breathe. Thank you so much. Holy crap. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness. Thank you ever so much. I'm not sure if anyone can keep track this chaotic. Level 12, you guys, we're more than halfway through level 12 as well. That is insane. Okay, well, we're clearly doing at least one raffle this coming week. If we hit 200, we will absolutely do 2 raffles, you know, the classic. Holy crap. Dear sweet merciless Cthulhu is a wonderful wizard. Holy shit, you guys, that came out of nowhere. Thank you so much. What an unbelievable hype train. Fuck, man. Oh my god. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Oh my god. There's a little cow on my screen. Oh, Talon! Oh my god, you're just keeping it going! Ah! Thank you for the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Thank you so much, darling. You got it to level 13. Ah! That is outstanding. I'm burning up. I can't believe it. Thank you so much. Please make sure to breathe, my friend. Absolutely. You want the cow? You got the cow. You want that cow? We give you the cow. Thank you so much, Joyous Julius, for the 100 biddies. Thank you so much. We are 7 levels away from the hype train record. That is crazy. Thank you so much, you guys. I don't even have the words with which to properly appreciate your amazing. Oh my God, you are amazing. That's what I'm getting. You're amazing. That's what I'm trying to say. Thank you so much. That is unbelievable generosity, unbelievable kindness. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh. Thank you. You guys are too good to me. You are far too kind, darlings. Jesus, I cannot even, I have words that are not able to remove themselves from my brain and into my mouth and put them into the world. I don't have, oh yes, your daughter casting magic too? Sure. Sorry, I forgot what I was doing. Yes, magic, right, yes, of course. Thank you guys for the level 13? Level 13? Hype train? Insane. Thank you. Valiant Vegeta! Thank you so much for the 100 biddies. I really appreciate it, darling. Thank you so much. Please read. Pretty lady. Pretty lady. I like how when we get a hype, you get bad at counting and speaking all at once. I do forget how to do the things of the human efforts, you know, the stuff that typically happens. Yes. What is that after all? Thank you so much, you guys. Thank you for the care package, Ozzy. Incredible, Tommy. Welcome on in. How are you, hon? It's so good to see you. Yeah, you guys. Absolutely amazing. Thank you so much. I am so incredibly grateful for this amazing community. You guys are just unbelievable. Thank you so much. Oh my God. Breathe in through the nose, count to 3, breathe out through the mouth. Count to 3 and repeat. Oh man. Nike! Thank you for my on-screen celebration! Oh my god, those hearts, they're so cute! Thank you, darling! Thank you for the 50 biddies! Thank you so much, sweetie! I so appreciate it. Thank you. Holy cow, you guys. Thank you so much. I don't know what it is about Tau and our community, but you all bring such wonderful vibes every stream. Oh, you guys bring wonderful vibes to me. I always say it, but like, I'm so glad that you guys get anything from spending time around me, because honestly, all of my excitement and energy, it all comes exclusively from you guys. You guys bring me so much joy and just so much happiness and satisfaction and energy and yeah.
Jesus.
Excellent song to choose while I'm being heartfelt, Vegeta. Excellent song to choose. I forgot what this was. I'm so sorry. You're all good, Vegeta. No worries. That's why it's there. You guys, thank you so much for the level 13 hype train. It's about to end, so I'm just going to start saying thank you ever so much to everyone who just contributed to an absolutely massive hype train. Thank you for my song, Cutie Cat. Thank you so much, lovely Nighty Night, for the 50 biddies, Valiant Vegeta for the 100, Joyous Julius for the 100, Terrific Talon for 10 gifted, Lovely Lith for a sub, and then for 7 bits, and then for 6 bits, and just for your benefits, I'll say for 6 and 7 bits, and then thank you, Lith, for the unfucking believable 50 gifted subs. I forgot how to count when I saw that. Umbra for the 20 unbelievable gifted subs. I also forgot how to count when I read that. Magnificent Mac for your incredible generosity with the gifted sub. Lovely Lith for another 20 gifted subs, which I also can't count to 20. Again, but for the 10 amazing gifted subs, absolutely incredible. Terrific Talon, thank you so very much for the 5 gifted, my darling. Fabulous Nighty Night for the 5 as well, you absolute god. Lovely Lith for the 5 as well, you darling, absolute sweetie pie, unbelievable, generously, blah, blah, blah. I can't words, they aren't coming out properly. And Awesome Aussie for the 100 biddies, a wonderful wizard for your first month of sub, and Fabulous Nighty Night for your first month of sub. Thank you guys ever so much. You broke me, and I really appreciate the breakage. Alice, Eisen. Hello, amazing Eisen. Welcome on in. You just got gifted a sub here, and I wanted to say hi and thank you. Your art style also looks amazing. Sweetheart, you're so sweet. Thank you so much. This is my chibi art style. This is my more classic art style. This is my like what I call a full style. I hope that I'm so glad you like it, darling. Thank you so much, and thank you for dropping in. I do appreciate it. It's Hummy. Goober, I may not be here all the time due to, polar opposite time zones. However, I wouldn't trade the time and literal years I've known you for anything in the world. Oh, incredible, Tommy. Thank you so much, darling. You are so sweet. Thank you, hon. I'm so grateful you've been around for as long as you have. Thank you. Wow, you guys. I think about how lucky I am to do this every single day, and then you guys do shit like this, and then I'm like, I wish I had more eloquent words to describe how grateful I am for this absolutely astounding community and the unbelievable generosity and kindness that you guys show me every day, and these, like, overwhelming shows of support are just, like, otherworldly. Like, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Precious Boogie. Thanks for dropping in. I'm glad you got a subby as well. Lovely Eisen. I'm so glad you like it. Thank you so much, darling. I do appreciate it. We also have, I've done a rather creepy thing recently. Both of these are for lovely Umbra in the chat. Actually, everything on this page is for Umbra, including that cute little chibi-fied one. But yeah. Don't worry, we mostly keep it pretty upbeat here, lovely Eisen. But Eisen, I'm so glad you got gifted a sub, sweetheart. I hope that you enjoy the ad-free viewing and the handmade emotes and sweetie pie. Thank you so very much for the follow. You are so sweet. Thank you, darling. You are now a pouch pal. Welcome to the pouch. Thank you so much for the follow, sweetheart. I hope you enjoy your time here. The name of the game here is Lots of Cozy Chaos. I'm very rarely soft-spoken, but this is always a nice, cozy, warm place to be. I guarantee it, even when I'm streaming at the games. Magnificent Maid, I love your save. Thank you. Consider me inspired by your art. I'm always down for cozy chaos. Oh, excellent, Eisen. Thank you so much, darling. Also, please correct me if I'm mispronouncing your name. If you would like me to call you something else. If you are an artist, you're welcome also to share your art with us. Some of the other stuff we do here, our longest stream is this art stream. This is on our Fridays, Aussie time. But if you also like any of the following games, we're doing first playthroughs of them. So please no spoilers, but we're doing first playthroughs of Persona 5 Royal, Pragmata, Final Fantasy 14 Heaven's Ward, and Monster Hunter Stories 3. Yeah, so if any of those sound fun, or even if you just like the vibes of the community, I'm always quite interactive. So, yeah, and this is a very warm place, so I think you're saying it right. It's Eisen, which is what I'm hearing. Yeah, perfect, Eisen, yeah, awesome. I haven't heard this song in forever. It's such a banger. This is a great song. You guys, thank you once more for the the level 13 hype train with 129 sub-gifts and the 363 bits. Oh, God. Thank you so much, you guys. Truly amazing. Thank you. Final Fantasy 14 Heaven's Ward. You first time going through it? Yeah, it's my very first time going through it. Lovely Nighty. You guys are welcome to join me when we play, though. I will say we are taking just a brief break from it so that we can play through Pragmata. One of the unique things, I think it's unique, it might not be that unique, I'm not really sure, but one of the things about this community is that it's like entirely run on democracy. So once we finish a game, you guys actually get to vote on what we play next. So you guys wanted to take a little break from Final Fantasy XIV to play through Pragmata since it's not a super long game. And then we will go back to Final Fantasy XIV. We have just entered Heavensward, so yeah, it's our very first time playing through it. Eisen, I love that emo. That's so cute. Pragmata, you have a nice time ahead for you, especially when you head to Shadowbringers. That's what I've heard, lovely Nighty. That's what I've heard. And you guys, by the way, you guys are always welcome to join me for that game. For raids, just, you know, hanging out in the party, trials, dungeons, whatever we do, I always exclusively offer it to pals first before we go for any randos. So if that sounds fun, please consider coming through when you see that go live. Like I said, that's probably about 3 weeks away now, because once we hit Heavensward, you guys wanted to play through Pragmata. Once we're done with Pragmata, we go back to Final Fantasy. The other thing is, you guys, tomorrow we're doing a one-off that you guys earned, very much so. You guys earned a storytelling stream. I am a professional voice actor, so if you guys want to come in tomorrow, I will be reading. You guys are Pouch Pals, right? So I will be reading Pouch Pal written, prose, poetry, short novels, fan fiction, stuff like that. Yeah. Yeah. So if any of that sounds fun, if that sounds like a good time, we would love to have you. It would be an honor. After Pragmata, you need to play Death Stranding, Human Father Care Delivery Service. Well, I promised you guys I would go back to Final Fantasy. I think what we'll do, because it's going to take us ages and ages to get through all of Final Fantasy, because I plan to play through every single expansion. I think what we'll do is when we hit every expansion, I'll let you guys decide if there's like a shorter, like under 20, 25-hour like side quest game that you would like us to deviate from Final Fantasy to play, and then we'll return for the next entire expansion. I think that's probably the best way to do it. You got some mushrooms coming out of your ear there. Oh, do I? Are there mushrooms in my ear? We are so close to reaching 1K on YouTube, so a sub there would be appreciated. That's true. We are trying to get monetized on YouTube as well. If you would like to do support for free, subbing over on the YouTubes is probably the best way to do that, as well as obviously hanging out with us here if you like it, if you like the vibes. At some point, also, Death Stranding is really long. It's more of a main quest game than a side quest game. Oh, I see. Okay, that's fair. I'm already missing the Tau FF14 streams, but Lith, you wanted us to play Pragmata, didn't you? I'm not sure how much more we have of Pragmata. I reckon it's another couple of weeks, 3 weeks. Fabulous Phil Borsa! How are you, honey? It's so good to see you. I know, still. That's fair, hon. I completely got distracted from filling out the form due to the trade. Oh, that's okay, lovely Nighty. Just so you know, I never want anyone to feel obligated. So, like, if you ever express, like, interest in a commission from me, I'm never gonna, like, chase you down and be like, hey, you said you wanted to commission me, so, where's that form? Like, I'll never do that. It's totally fine if you do decide that you, like, if I give you a quote and it's too much for you at the moment, feel free to just be like, I'm sorry, I can't do that. You will not be treated any differently, okay? I am not in the business of, like, hijacking your money out of your wallet or anything. And again, you just being here means the world to me. I really, really love having so many precious pals here, so many warm, wonderful people here. I can enjoy Pragmata and still miss FF14. That's true. You can. Two things can be true. Death Stranding is more of maybe start playing after Persona 5 ends if chat votes on it. Yeah, that could be. Yeah, I'd let you guys vote on it. I've been doing well, and I hope you've had a fun stream so far. I absolutely have, Fabulous Filbosa. And what about you? I hope you've been doing incredibly well as well. Oh, wonderful wizard. Doggy needs walkies, no worries, sweetie. Give your doggy a pet for us and have a good lurk. We'll see you soon. I know it's gonna be a bit high because safe for work tentacles, but I'm prepared for it to be higher. And with your wholesome freaking attitude and awesome art, it's worth it. Nighty, you're so sweet. Thank you so much, darling. You were oh my god, you were such a treasure. I'm so grateful that you've come in today. You were so sweet. yeah, so just so you know, and just so everyone knows, and I mean, those of you who have already commissioned me know how this works. My process is generally, well, not generally, it always is. I've actually been told that I ask for too much, like, um, input from some people. But what I do is I give you a sketch, and then you can modify that sketch as many times as you want. Like, literally, as many times as you want. Once that sketch is approved, though, then you can no longer change things, which is why you get to modify the sketch as much as you want, because I want to make sure that you're absolutely perfectly thrilled with exactly what you see. Because after that, we can't change anything except for like really minor stuff, like oh, I want, this hair tuft is in the wrong spot or something like that. And then I'll send you the line art so that you can tell me if the hair tuft is in the wrong spot. And then and again, you can change that as many times as you want, as long as it's really minor changes. And then I give you your flat colors, which you can change as many times as you want. And then once that's approved, you give it to me. Give it away now to me, and then I will render for you. And rendering, just so nobody gets scared, rendering is where most of the stylistic, like, the things that you see finished, they look really cool because of the rendering. So never be afraid when you get flat colors from me and you're like, this doesn't look like your other art, because let me show you just how much the rendering. Oh, hi, there's a it's still the fishing mini game is still going. Let me show you what the rendering did for here we go. Let me show you what the rendering did for Umbra's creepy piece here. So, if this, all of the following is rendering. Let me show you. Boop, 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 boop. Okay, so all of that was rendering. So it looks pretty flat until you let me run away with it. But yeah, it's absolutely okay if you're initially like, wait a second, when do I get to see the cool, like, really atmospheric stuff? You gotta let me run away with it. But yeah, just so you know what to expect, basically. Okay, sorry, I will catch up with chat now. Sorry, I was just explaining how that works. I'm just gonna go back to the little chibi piece real quick. Here we go. All right, let me read what you guys have said. Have to stay as far from Pragmata streams as possible because I have no idea where you're at. That's okay, sweetheart. That's totally
Yugi,
okay.
I don't understand how to play this game.
Yeah, we might be further than you now. It's not just the style or whatever, but the person that matters too when stuff is bought. That is, I do agree with that, Nighty. It's like, if you get a really cool result and someone's kind of like rude or dismissive to you, it's like, well, like, thanks for the art, it's beautiful, but like, I wish that I had better memories associated with making it, like with, working with you. I promise to be as easy to work with as possible. We do actually have a few people in this community who have commissioned me, like Cutie Kata, and Umbra, and yeah, a few other people as well. And hopefully they can vouch that I'm all right to work with. I may not be the best to work with, but I definitely do my best to make sure that I bring to life whatever it is that you are interested in me bringing to life. Magnificent Milgram, thank you for the 7 stream streak, darling. And hey, sweetie, thank you so much for the ew. Thank you for the ew. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, darling. Let me see. Right about where I'm sort of at. Oh, okay. So yeah. All right. Yeah. So you wanna stay away for a little bit, probably. Tao will ask many questions and will show many steps and will talk you the whole way through. Even if you were having a hectic time, Tao is absolutely amazing. Aw, Cutie Kata, thank you for your testimonial. You're so sweet. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm so glad that you enjoy working with me, sweetheart. I absolutely love working with you too. Actually, should I show them your reference sheet real quick? I'll show everybody your reference sheet real quick. This is a really, really fun piece that I got the privilege and pleasure of making for Cutie Kata in the chat. This is
This is her Drakthir reference that we just worked on together, the two of us. Yeah, I had a great time with this. And you can pay for certain parts of your ref sheet to be rendered if you would like to have like, you know, flats like this where people can easily eye drop and then also want to see what it could look like if you fully get it rendered. These weapons took forever, but I love looking at them. I think they look so cool. Let me see. Do you like more or less artistic freedom? Ooh, I actually like a little bit less. Like as much direction as you want to give me is good. Something that has been an issue in the past is when people are like, "Oh, I want a happy expression." And I'm like, "Okay, but I don't really know you yet. So when you say happy, do you want a smirk? Do you want cheering? Do you want crying with joy? Do you want a gentle smile? Do you want a grim and like kind of like sneer? You know, like." And I'm like, "Please tell me a little bit more direction." So you don't have to be like, "I want the left arm at a 90-degree angle" or anything like that. But if you want to send me any kind of like references, or I also work really well from written word, so it's totally up to you. Whatever you prefer, lovely nighty. Zellar, welcome on in. How are you? Let me see. Sorry, I'm catching up. Tao, one of the best I've worked with. Oh, thank you, Umbra. I so appreciate it. You're so sweet. Thank you. I haven't commissioned, but I have one chibis from Tao, and she was a delight to work with. Oh, thank you, honey. So sweet. Nah, clearly Tao is a horrid / joking. Only problem was 12-hour response time. Teasing. Thank you, Tommy. Not be the best to work with. What the hell? You're a fucking amazing person to work with, and it's a fun, chaotic ride. Don't downsell yourself. Thank you, cutie Kata. You're so sweet. You were so sweet to me. So many precious pals here. Oh my gosh. Let me see. Tao's working style sounds like it would be very compatible with mine. I had a coworker like that. Yeah, I just like to make sure that, you know, you guys know exactly what you're getting, and I never want to like, you know, go absolutely crazy and then be like, "Look, I am proud of this thing I spent 12 hours on. What do you think?" And then you're like, "Oh, that's cool. That's not really what I was hoping for." So I've decided that the best way to do it is just to keep you guys in the loop the whole time. And it's also more time efficient because God forbid I send you guys like a sketch and then you come back at me and you're like, "I want this changed." And then I go, "Okay, all right, I've changed that. Now I'm going to move on." And then I send it to you when I've got the colors and you're like, "Oh, wait, no, that wasn't really what I meant," you know? So I'm very thorough and always seeking approval. Always seeking approval. Usually when I commission artists, I pick them for their eye and usually trust them to improvise mostly based on what I know them for. Yeah, absolutely, Red. And Red has been working with me for years, and it's always been such a pleasure to bring his stuff to life. Wait, I'll show you. I love to draw furry stuff too. This is actually probably my most recent thing I finished. This is for lovely Red, and this is Red's character. Here you go. We will be reading about her tomorrow, actually. She is a main character in Red's absolutely outstanding writing. So vagaries I leave in descriptions are on purpose. Yeah, exactly. See, and Red, you give me plenty to work from without like being like, "Make her happy, make her snobby," and I'm like, "Right, but what? What do you want? What kind do you mean?" Yeah, absolutely love Red. I forgot to post this one. Oh, that's okay, hon. That's okay. I'm here to show it off anyway. Also, I just realized we are 30 minutes overdue for a break. We gotta go on a quick break. For those of you who have come in, like lovely Eisen, we do go on a 3-minute break every hour, and that is just so that if you cannot afford to subscribe or you didn't get a subscription in the most recent level 13 hype train, you don't have to. That is when I walk away from the computer so that I can go and stretch and refill my water and stuff. And I do set you guys up with some fun things to keep you occupied if you do have a subby, such as the boss battle on stream avatars and also words on stream, cutie pies. So yeah, break time, lovely Eisen. Can you show them the cool cat chibi you made for me? I love that one. Still have that as my PFP in some places. Oh, I would love to, Strap, but I don't know where it is because it was a long time ago. The ones I'm showing are like in the last like 2 or 3 weeks. If you wanna send it to me, Strat, I can definitely show it then for sure. But yes, you guys, it's just 3 minutes. It's not too long. And when I get back, you'll actually get to see me in my 3D glory because I'm very expressive and I wave my hands a lot. Please make sure that you, Save is so cute. He's pointing at the evil version of me that is stalking him on his stream. Right now is the time, everybody. Go see this wonderful man. He is live, and I am haunting him. He's talking. I think he was talking about me briefly. Okay, you guys, let's go on a quick break. Please make sure that you hydrate. Grab yourself something to eat or drink. Have a little stretch. Maybe go to the bathroom. And darlings, this is also a meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. I love you lots. I'll miss you terribly. I'll see you soon. Go check him out while I'm on break. Mwah! Yeah, anyway, Pacific Franks. That's what it is in my brain. Pacific Franks. Or Darling and the Brim. Oh, no.
That same fiance guy, right? You know what's going to happen.
I wonder if I should start thinking about things I say before they come out of my mouth. Moving on, lol, okay. I love the music in this game. It's really good. Are we doing the story or class change quest? That is what you guys get to decide. Get to the first town, and then we can go. Digital monsters, Digimon are the champions. All right. Do we get to no? I don't think it's 1,000. That's for one with a hat. Oh, you can get a fatty with a hattie. Sorry. I shall be a lurky turkey. Got to go lend a hand. All good, sweetest Strat. Lift with your legs, please. What? A fatty chocobo with a hattie. You must. Problems. Gun. I can finally actually show you guys what crossing my fingers looks like. I reckon. Domain expansion? Oh. High five. Yay! Oh my god, look how tiny her hand is. Oh, so cute. So freaking cute. Teeny tiny hand. I'm just really not a sci-fi person, so everything feels very overwhelming in a way, but it's a good intro. Can I get Oh, do I not have any oh, what? We're in Heaven's Ward! We finish Base A Realm Reborn and all of our bridging quests. Time to enter Heaven's. Ooh. Pretty music. My bet is on Umbra. I just got this feeling. Umbra, I'm shocked! Umbra, you win!
Tau report card 7 out of 10 defeated Raydell first try. Talks a little much but can be improved. Overall a good stream so far.
Thank you very much for the fucking ow! Oh my god! Sorry. The timing on both of those. Thank you very much for the very honest, fair report card, Nix. I appreciate that. I do. Yes. Hold on, I go find it. Raffle. That's the one. That's the one. One moment, please. Oh god, I'm so scary. I'm so sorry. I'm so scary. Wait. Don't look at me, master. Hold on. We'll go. Goof wants some. Nom nom nom. Nom 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 nom. That's okay. I'll finish it for you. Okay, I'm happy. This is. There you go. This was so worth it. Wasn't this worth 20 minutes for the bit? Aren't you so glad you stuck around? 14. Hey there, my darlings. 16, I am back. 17, I will let you finish 18, this 19, round of words on stream, and then we will head back over to art. Thank you so very much. I forgot to refill my water bottle. Is growing on me like a zit on my back. Not quite reachable. That's okay. We'll do it now. Super satisfying. Welcome back, sweetest Strat. I'll take that. I'll take that. That's the nicest thing anyone's ever said.
Is that
about
God
me.
talking? Yes, it is. Oh,
I say
it's
before
tap
they come out of my mouth.
Hi.
Going on. Whoa.
Cease the reverb.
Okay.
Welcome back, amazing.
I'll give you multiple takes.
I
We
crave
will continue
violence.
doing this adorable little chibi
I
for you,
crave
my dear.
violence.
And I will
crave
return
violence,
in.
you will?
Hopefully, I am not frozen.
Is
We
that
shall
where you
see. I
came
was
up with
in.
Tau? You
I was
know
in
Tau is a
PNG form for
19th
so
letter?
long. Also, hey, well done. You finished the boss and
I don't know what I'm doing.
the words on stream at the same time. Incredible.
Hopefully none of the locals got
Whoa,
murdered.
sorry, my persona eye just went off. That was strange. Okay, one sec. Aha! Hello. All right. I don't know how I wound up in this strange form. Welcome back, awesome Aussie. We are winning the battle of shoutouts. We have the upper hand. Save is right. We have started an unofficial competition between he and I. Who can shout thine out the wait? Sorry, I was typing in his chat. There we go. He's back. This is my save hat. Ubbies for lovely love. Good love and terrific talent. Welcome back, sweetheart. Ubbies for you.
Yugi, I don't understand how to play this
Good
game.
Talon. Amazing Aussie. Welcome back, Ubbies. Yee, good Aussie. Amazing Umbra. Ubbies. Yee, good Umbra.
Welcome back, my darlings. How are you? Oh, someone's got that bidomtius.
Pretty lady. Pretty lady.
Cool model. Do you like it, Aizen? Thank you so much. It's so good to have you. I'm so glad you can see me in my true form.
Ubbies, of course, wonderful wizard. Ubbies for you. Yee, good wizard.
Let me see. Okay. All right. Let me let's continue this. Yay! I don't ask for uppies until the second stream since we just met. Aizen, darling, the moment you come in here, you are welcome to have uppies. Feel free to use the emote or just request them. We ask for uppies when Tau comes back. The emote you see is being spammed.
Ubbies for Talon.
Yay! Good talent. So here's the thing, Aizen. Aizen and Wizard, canonically, these little guys right here, those are pals. You guys are basically like chibi-fied Thylacines, right? You guys have been created because I am the last Thylacine, and so I'm very lonely, and you guys are my little precious pals. So you're like little chibi-fied versions of Thylacines. You're about the size of a corgi. So if you can imagine me picking up one of these guys and going uppies under your armpits, just a wee uppies, and we put you down and we give you a little pat on the head. Very, very loving and platonic. Thank you for the pat. Sorry. How many Pokemons have you got? Is that your question? Let's see. Oh my god, I'm a pal! You are fabulous, Filbo, so of course. Oh, we're just little guys. You are just little guys. The reply didn't work. Wait, what didn't work? Noted. Excellent, lovely Aizen. But of course, I will only provide uppies if requested. Also, I don't like the position of this mouth. Banger song from a banger anime. For those of you who have just come in, which would mainly be Aizen and Nighty and Wizard, do you guys have like favorite animes? I love this model. OMG, thank you so much. My amazing model mama made me. I'm so grateful. There you go. Exclamation point model will always let you access my magnificent model mama mint. Because you said you were lonely. Lonely. Thank you for the pal tag. I'm never lonely if I got my precious pals. Mine is Escaflowne. Oh, nice. Okay, cool. I actually don't know if I've seen that one. I think I have. What anime used this song? This is Noragami Season 2. It's my favorite. It's my favorite. Tied with Link Click. Don't start with the click clacks. I can sense you. I can sense you. Gekko. Hi there, gorgeous Gekko. Welcome in. Ooh, that's a fun emote. Oh, scary. The dark mode.
Welcome in. How are you? It's such a pleasure to meet you. Samurai Champloo. Oh, good choice, Cutie Caution. Good choice. Tough question. Do you want to give me like a top 3, Eisen? I like Zoids, FMA Brotherhood. Panics, you asked me too fast. I forgot all anime existed. Oh, Inuyasha! Oh my god. Oh, you are a being after my own heart, darling. Inuyasha was one of my, like, first, like, big boy animes. You know, like, after Pokemon, basically. Used to stay up late and think that I was, like, doing illegal things because I was, watching Adult Swim. Yeah, edgy. You just rewatched the OG series. Is it as good as you remember, or was it just mostly nostalgia? But geez, Zoids, love Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. Oh, so good. Nighty, you have some amazing taste in anime. I have seen all of those. Been a while since I've seen Zoids though. Huge Bleach and One Piece and JoJo fan. Oh, nice, gorgeous gecko. Very cool. Are you caught up on like all of One Piece? Do you ever plan to play Final Fantasy XIV sometime, Tao? I'd love to give you a tour of my free company house. Yeah, Magnificent Mulgrim. We have been playing it for how many months now, you guys? Like, oh man, I want to say like 8 months, 6 or 8 months. And we are going to go back to it. We just finished A Realm Reborn, and so we are like in the very first hour of Heaven's Ward. But you guys actually voted, because as usual, this is a democratic household here. You get to vote on what you want me to play. And you guys actually voted to play Pragmata. And then once we're done with Pragmata, we will go back to Final Fantasy XIV. My goal is to actually play every single expansion, all the way through the main stories. So, don't worry, that is definitely going to be coming on back as soon as we finish Pragmata. Let me see here. Oh, you're a manga fan. Oh, Gecko, that's awesome, hun. Very cool. Do you have, like, models and stuff? Haven't thought about Zoids in years. Oh, Liger Zero. Coolest fucking machine ever. Is number 1 coming up on the list? Let me see. No, number 1 is... I actually don't see it anywhere. Where is it? It might be way down there. Number 1. I don't see something called number 1. I see Numbers by Psycho Stick, but I don't see number 1 anywhere. JoJo isn't just an anime. I love JoJo, but it's ascended beyond anime. It's like biblical. It is like biblical, isn't it? I actually haven't seen it though. My first big boy anime kind of left me unable to watch anything similar to it. Oh, fair enough, caution. I like slice of life animes like Clannad or Horimiya, but also started looking to One Piece. Ooh, I need to watch Horimiya. I've heard a lot of people recommend that one, Eisen. My favorite JoJo part is 4. Nice. I should probably try and watch that sometime. So excited to give you a tour. It'll be so amazing. I'm very excited to see it. I'm a huge Mihawk fan, so I want to get his sword as an item if possible. That'd be cool. Who is Mihawk? Is that a character from JoJo's? Meow. Thank you for the biddies, Mac. I love Old Man JoJo. Is Old Man JoJo in the 4th part? Oh, from One Piece. Oh, it's a One Piece. Oh, gotcha. Okay. I haven't heard any of my songs, so I'm assuming they're super far down. I'll show you guys what our list is looking like at the moment. So we're listening to Black Rover. This is everything you guys have requested so far. There you go. Number 1 is at the bottom. But yeah, all of these are incoming. Mihawk is the guy from One Piece with that huge sword. Who could that be? Mihawk is a dude that is a hawk and tells everyone about it. Me? Hawk. Just kidding, I do watch One Piece too. I like that, Red. I was like, I'll believe that. Sure, why not? Why wouldn't I? He's in 3 and 4. He's Joseph, but old. Oh, okay. Interesting. I heard pss, 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 and felt compelled to look. Umbra, you're part cat. Sorry, I know you think you're a wolf, but you are in fact a cat. Just kidding. Actually, you have 3. No, you do have 2.
To be fair, there's a lot of big swords. That's what I was thinking, Aizen. And like, because I like originated in Inuyasha time, I always think of Tetsaiga, when I think of big sword. Like, who is the character in this show we're talking about that might have a big sword like Tetsaiga? Me too? Let's go, Aizen! Anything that's constant fan service or ecchi will leave me in a fit of annoyance. Fair enough. He feels very real, but still funny. Also, his English VA is a blast to speak to IRL. Oh, have you gotten to meet him, Nighty? Mihawk is kind of like Goth. He lives in a dark castle and has red eyes, and his sword is shaped like a cross. Metal, like Wolfwood, except instead of a giant gun, it's a sword. Interesting. I love anime weapons, dude. They're so illogical and so cool. None of them make sense, but they're always really badass. Gecko, gorgeous Gecko, sweetheart. Thank you so very much for the follow. Actually, let me give you my other follow alert.
Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, whether you like it or not.
No. Tao's telling me no. Doesn't fit the vibe. Are you sure? Okay. Welcome on in.
Oh,
Ooh.
Skewy. Welcome on in. Ooh, oh, Skewy. I got to meet him, got to talk to him a few times because for some reason no one wants to make 10 a.m. con panels. That is actually a really good point. Everyone's sleeping in. Buck a weapon, give me a stand. I love your vibe, so I had to give a follow. Thank you so much, gorgeous Gecko. I so appreciate it, darling. I'm so happy you're enjoying the vibe. Thank you. I hope you continue to do so. Very interactive, cozy, chaotic here. And we do play a lot of games as well. I think you were here when I was mentioning what we play. But this is definitely your most relaxed stream. I do tend to get a little bit, anxious and a little bit screamy. Never at you guys. Don't worry. It's always very funny. I think people can vouch for that. It's quite funny to watch me freak out. I never get like toxic about it, but I do scream. JJK music. I read all the JJK manga and the sequel manga. Oh, wow. You are a big fan, gorgeous Gecko. Aizen, I'm also enjoying the vibe. Amazing, sweetheart. I'm so happy to hear that. That makes me so happy. Let's go. I'm really enjoying your guys' vibes too. So thank you so much for bringing your amazing energies in here. Just so you know, we do also have a Discord. If you guys would like to join, just please make sure that you carefully read the rules, because in order to keep this community nice and secure and safe and cozy, we do have more rules than some places. And despite the fact that we are an 18+ stream, it's not a place to post like, shall we say, NSFW content or NSFW memes or things like that. And it's certainly not a place to objectify me or anything. It's a place where adults can hang out, because I think young people and adults need to have their own specific spots to hang out, right? So this just so happens to be an adult hangout space. And our Discord rules will allude to that a lot more. The other reason that it's important to read those is because there's a keyword in there. So if you would like to join the Discord, make sure that you carefully read those rules, because there is a keyword that you will have to enter if you would like to enter into the patch. I keep thinking you're saying Aizen. I am saying Aizen, although it's not spelled like that. It's E-I-Z-E-N. Oh, that's a cute thumbs up. I like that one, Aizen. No Jedi. Yes, that is one of our many rules. Thank you for the care package, Mac. Gecko, I love that. Yeah, I'm different like that. I like it. It's a cool name. It's a very cool name. The other thing you might have noticed is, for any lurkers or for you guys who are chatting, in order to keep the place nice and cozy and give it kind of that sleepover vibe, I do alliterate your names. I preface them with a synonym, sorry, not a synonym, an adjective. Bleh, I am an English teacher, believe it or not. An adjective, a positive adjective that alliterates with your name, your username. So for example, gorgeous Gecko, incredible Aizen. It doesn't have to necessarily, I'll probably go with incredible Aizen, excellent Aizen, stuff like that. Cutie Caution, magnificent Mac, amazing Aussie, stuff like that. If that makes you uncomfortable, let me know. But that is a totally
Kittens.
platonic, I'm not trying to flirt with you or anything. That is a platonic way for me to like instantly get those like sleepover warm vibes. Okay, so like, yeah, let me know if you don't like it and I will work on not saying it to you. But yeah, works for me. Amazing, lovely eyes, and I'm so happy to hear that. Fantastic. I just feel like, you know, this world kind of there's other places. If you, I actually had someone DM me a little while ago, and they said, you know, Tao, you your stream, it's all warm and cozy and stuff, but you do realize that by constantly telling people how wonderful or beautiful or excellent or exceptional or cute or precious or whatever they are, it doesn't really mean a lot. Like, it would mean a lot more if you did it less. And I'm like, well, if you want to go be told that you're cool once every 6 months, there's other people for that. That's not what the vibe is here. I don't really care if, like, if you don't take anything from me being very genuine about the fact that I think you are amazing, that's up to you. That is a you problem, you know? But I do think that you guys are awesome. I do think you're amazing. I love having you here. And we've created such a beautiful community that I'm very happy to just, you know, tell you every single second of every single day how great you are. Fabulous, Bilboso, you love it? Yay! I'm so happy to hear that. In what universe would that count as flirting? You know, some people are like, oh, calling me, you know, cutie caution. Well, I mean, goodness gracious me. But some people have taken it that way. If it's easier for you, you can always call me Hug or Huggy, but I'm generally okay with any sort of pet names. Okay, perfect. You have so many fun words to choose from. The one true Hug wizard. Hug is hard because I do like I try and think of like there's like hype hug, but sometimes I'll, if we got some people with H usernames, I'll say like happy hug. But wizard is easy because I can do wonderful wizard or outstanding one or terrific true. You know what I mean? Mogrim. So how do I do the Discord thing again? So magnificent Mogrim, you just got to do ! Discord and then read the rules because there is a secret word in there. And once you find that secret word, you put it into the verification channel. And it's not instant, by the way. Myself or a mod will let you in probably within about 3 to 5 minutes, but it's not instant. So don't like delete your message as soon as you send it if you aren't let in. But yeah, you just got to read the rules and put your verification message in there. Valid? Yay! Thanks, hon. I have been telling you to call me Sleepless Strat. I should call you Sleepless Strat, to be honest. When will I have my one wish granted? But see, that's not positive enough for me. I need to remind you what a wonderful person you are, even if you are sleepless and irresponsible with your rest, sir. Find the keyword in the rules page and type it in the verification channel. That's all. Yep, that's it. That's it. But ideally, actually read the rules. Don't like search for it and then not read the rules. It's gonna be easier to find anyway if you just read through it instead of just searching for it. Actually, how big is this book? I think that your arm may be in front of the book. Ah, yes, that is exactly where it should be. And then like in the crook of your elbow, I think is probably where the book comes out like that. Yeah, perfect. Okay. No, I think that's good. We will see how it looks when I finish the rest of the lines, but I think that will be good. How about SSS? Sweetest Sleepless Strat. That's actually a good point, Ozzy. We could call you the triple S. It's not enough of an implication from me to be flirty, maybe whimsy. Yeah, no, I know. And like I think that plenty of people do understand that I'm not flirting when I do stuff like that, but there are some people who get confused. And that's why I'm always like it's literally for those sleepover vibes. I just want to, as soon as people come in, I want them to feel beautiful, wonderful, sweet, lovely, appreciated, precious.
Yes, Strat, you need to sleep. Realizes that 3 nights this week, including tonight, is/have been late nights. Or maybe you do you. Ah, Mac, no! You need sleep too. You need sleep too. Well, thank you for the lurk, lovely Red. Delivery hath arrived. I would love to know what your delivery is. Let me in. Honestly, Tara makes my day better when she does what she does. I actually feel appreciated. And when I'm not doing great, she makes me feel better. Oh, Mulgrim. Thank you, sweetheart. That makes me so happy. That's exactly what I want. I want to just be able to, if I can like get a little smile from you guys after a rough day, that is all that I wish to exist for, to be honest. I'm so happy that I can do that for you, darling. Thank you so much, sweetie. You're so lovely. I see what you mean. Maybe they never experienced certain things out of respect or kindness and not for anything transactional. Exactly, Caution. Exactly. And that's one of the other things that I think it's really important to keep alive within this community is like teaching not only that difference, but also giving people these opportunities to make, innocent mistakes and then helping them improve rather than just like kicking them out. That is always my preference, to help people understand what they've done wrong in the context of this community or in the context of other people, and hopefully help them, better themselves.
Lizard.
Lizard! Ooh, I'm counting that one. I'm counting that one. Resting is a luxury. Well, I do agree with that. I do agree with that. But I do prioritize my sleep. It just means that all of my waking time is spent doing things that are like work related. That's all. Give up on trying to find the word. My autism is getting in the way tonight. You're all good, lovely Mulgrim. Whenever you read through there, you should be able to find it pretty easily. As long as you read through it in its entirety, you'll definitely find it. But that's okay. Like there's never any, favoritism for people on Discord. Like we do have like Discord only activities, but I'm never gonna be like, oh, you're not on the Discord, I'm not going to acknowledge you or something, something like that. Split second early, but can't be 100% sure for that lizard. You know what? Considering that I normally do it like a full 5 seconds early, I'll take that. Did my song play? What song was it, Mogrim? We have a bunch of songs in the queue at the moment is all. Thank you for the care package, wonderful wizard. Cut by Black Veil Brides. Oh, no, it is on here. It's just, so we've got a really long list. So your song is here. We have all of these in the queue right now. So this is the order they play in. So it goes from go and then everything from there. Thank you. No worries, hun. No worries. I've legit left servers because I've not been active in them at all. If they got a problem with that, a DM would suffice. Yeah, true. Fair. I wasn't sure if I zoned out and missed it. No, not at all. Although I will say your song probably won't play for at least another few hours because we do have a lot of songs in the queue at the moment. This is your, I never know when it's the final reminder or not. Depends on if I remember or not later, but this could be your final reminder, cutie pies, to make sure that if you have any music that you would like to submit, Music? Sorry, I meant writing. I meant writing, sorry. You want to go to the writing channel here? Not music. If you want to do music, you read the pinned comment. But if you would like me to read your writing tomorrow, go to the threads in the writing channel and click on Storytime Stream. Please make sure that you scroll to the tippy top of this and read these rules, okay? These are critical. In fact, I haven't done it for a while. I'll read these for you, okay? All of the posts below are for the storytelling stream. Please note the following rules for submissions are as followed. Absolutely no AI generated content. We are big AI, Gen AI specifically, haters. AI is fine. Gen AI that takes people's jobs, like takes over creative endeavors, like writing, like art, like film, like music. Big no-no here. So no AI generated content. If you are submitting something that you did not write, please ensure you either have explicit permission from the original author or that the piece is in public domain. Please abide by our usual TOS. The mods are going to go through your writing before it is read to ensure it is appropriate. That is why it's important that even though we don't have our stream until tomorrow, you need to submit this stuff before we finish stream tonight, okay? Because my mods need to read through and make sure it's appropriate. If they don't give a thumbs up react or like a heart or something, I won't be reading it, okay? Please only post here when the piece you want to present is ready to be read. Now, that doesn't mean it has to be finished. You don't have to have your 30 chapter novel done. But I don't want to see like multiple parts over multiple days and multiple posts. So if you say, okay, this is chapter 1 of my novel, and then 3 days later you post, and this is chapter 2 of my novel, and then 3 days later you post, and this is chapter 3 and 4. No. Just wait until you have all those chapters that you are ready and want to present, okay? And then submit them. They don't have to be finished work. You don't have to be completely done with your life's novel or anything, but please don't break them up, okay? Please only post 3 short stories, which is a page or less, that counts as a short story, or 1 long story, which is 2 pages or more per person, okay? If I see more than 3 short stories from one person, I will only read the first 3. If I see more than 1 long story from a person, I will only read the first 1. Pouch Pal written stories are going to take precedence over unoriginal content. So meaning like, for example, we have like, this has been kind of a tradition that we sometimes read like SCP entries. But since that is not something that you guys have written, I am actually going to skip those. First, I'm going to go with the Pouch Pal written stuff. Say, if I see something that says like, oh, this is my story, boom, I'm jumping to that before I read like SCPs or creepypastas or whatever. No triggering content. That does not mean, right? That does not mean that you can't have like deaths or something like that. But when I'm talking about triggering, I do mean stuff that is inclined to trigger people. Okay, so no, ideally, very little to no body horror. Please don't do descriptive like disemboweling gore and stuff. No SA. Please no SA. Stuff like that. Like these are major triggers, right? So just please use your best judgment. I'm not saying that, just because some people are afraid of carrots means that you can't write that your character ate a carrot. That's not what I'm getting at. I'm saying like the stuff that people go to therapy for, with relative frequency, please try to avoid that. This is a cozy space. I want to keep it that way. I don't want people to be like, trembling their way out of our storytelling stream tomorrow. The final thing is please self-edit or ask for help from friends, family, or the community. If I am struggling to read your writing due to a lack of punctuation or readability, I might have to pass it over even if it is Pouch Pal written. And what I mean by that is like, oh, and by the way, do not use AI for this either. Do not put this through AI and say, hey, edit this. No, we will be able to tell. We will run it through recognition tools, and we will be able to tell. Do not use AI to edit this stuff. You have friends, family, or this community, and we are all willing to help, okay? But yeah, what I mean by this is if I see that there's 2 pages, even if it's just 2 pages of just blocks of text with like slim to no, copy editing, things are misspelled, things are I can't tell when it says someone said something, but there's no quotation marks, there's no pauses, no commas, no nothing. I'm probably gonna have to pass it over. I'll be like, I'm really sorry, this is really hard to read, and I'll just have to not do it. So those are your rules. They're not too hard. And you do need to post it in this thread for it to be read, okay? A lot of my my precious mods have actually gone through a lot of these already and given these thumbs up. So if they've got a thumbs up, they will be read, okay? Hopefully that's straightforward enough. And I'm looking forward to reading your guys' writing, but just in case I forget to say it again in like 5 hours, 4 hours or whatever, yeah. We are doing this storytime stream tomorrow, less than 24 hours, in fact. So I'm looking forward to it. You guys are amazing. Let me catch up with what you guys have said real quick. Hi, Precious Pickle Love. How are you? It's good to see you. Welcome on in. I'm glad you got a gift sub. That's awesome. Let me see here. I love that you're requesting Camelot, wonderful wizard. I love their music. I do. There are some songs and some music that like I love, but I realize that it's like against what we talk about as being appropriate for the pouch. Sometimes I have to skip it, even if it's in my personal liked library. But I think if I remember correctly, The Great Divide is just kind of like hard flower metal. So this is cool. Are you excited, Gorgeous Gecko? You can still submit if you want to. I hate that M dashes are AI thingies now. I used to always use them. I used to always use M dashes. I actually still use them, Nighty. I'm a ESL teacher. I teach English as a second language. And I was teaching my students what I've kind of always taught them, which is that, you know, this is the time to use M dashes. And then they go, oh, I'm not allowed to do that. I'm like, what do you mean you're not allowed to do that? Those have been around for ages. They're great. They're great tools. And they're like, oh, if my instructor sees them, then they think I've used Gen AI. I'm like, are you kidding me? That's insane. Like, I know that there's other ways to, you know, see if something is Gen AI. Like, there's a lot of telling factors. If I can promise you that if you submit something with M dashes, I will not be like being like, oh, M dash disqualified. I won't do that. I promise. It's if there's other things. That show that it's AI. Artificial ignorance. True that, obtuse. True that. Imagine the tool starts mislabeling an original piece. Yeah, really. Let's see. We do need to take the break. Do we need to take the break again? Jeez, that was quick. I'm finding bands that are metal but not extreme. Basically all power or goth. Nice, Wizard. I'm looking forward to hearing them. What are M dashes again? It's like having two hyphens together. Yeah, it's that one, Caution, the one you just posted. That's an M dash. You can obviously tell, especially in the way it's formatted. Yes, it's the formatting. It's not only this, but also this, or, you know, shit like that. Do we want to mention the movie night coming up? Oh, there is a movie night. We're going to be watching Spaceballs on Monday, Aussie time, if you guys would like to join us for that. As well. That is in the Pouch Couch. If you would like to know what that is in your local time, you can find out there. I post all times. I post in the Discord in your local time, so you don't have to go convert it from Australian Eastern Standard Time for your convenience. I'm glad I finished college before AI was a thing. Sounds like such a nightmare to make sure your stuff is legit so you don't get hit with false accusations. Me too, to be honest, Red. Yeah. If you use ChatGPT, I will revoke your brain license. Dearest Daniel! Hi, sweetie pie. Thank you so much for the 25 stream streak. I do appreciate it. That's awesome. Thank you, darling. Thank you so very much. I really appreciate you. Thank you for your dedication and support. Wild that Mel Brooks greenlit a Spaceballs sequel. I did hear something about that, I think. That is kind of crazy. Oh, you want a banana? I shared the Riz my brain randomly spawned last night. Let me have a look. Yuki and Politely, Riz. Oh, this is cool. Whoa, this is gonna be sick when it's done. Oh, I'm very excited to see this, lovely Sadie. Nice work. Very cool, very cool. I love that dance. That's so cute. Oh shit, I just realized how the stream I got lined up on Monday collides with movie night, so I might reschedule it for afterwards. Oh, that's up to you, lovely Aussie. You know we'll never fault you for doing your thing. Don't even worry about it.
Bro is 100 years old and still got the hunger. Fun fact about Spaceballs, George Lucas himself helped out with the production of Spaceballs to the point where models straight from Star Wars appear in the background as Easter eggs. That's pretty cool. I kind of love that. I ain't missing it. Oh, okay. All right. If you're sure, hun. If you're sure.
This is a banana song. Banana.
Check DMs. Okay. Hold on a second. Oh, look at that. I need to go and get my charger. Here. Oh boy. Hopefully that'll keep us going. One sec. That's really cool. That's really cool. Low battery, run! Get the charger! I actually do have it. Hold on a second. There we go. My gosh, I'm bad at writing descriptions. Me want creepy, spooky picture. And that's totally fine. Don't even worry about it. Don't even worry about it. Let's see. I know exactly the kind of audience this song was made for. Okay, this is plugged in, I think. Yeah, wow, 11 per, whoa, excuse? Why did you stop? Why? Hold on, it's upset with me. One sec.
Buttons.
Buttons. Did you see what I said about the server someone made for TVAR? No, I don't think I did, Philboso. Do you want to tell me? You want to tell me? Oh yeah, we do need to take a break. You're right. You're right. All right, yeah, let's go on a very quick break, darlings, and then when we get back, we will continue working on our little chibis. Please make sure that you guys hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom, and darlings, this is also your meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. I will see you guys in 3 minutes, and I'll miss you terribly, but I'll see you soon. Love you lots. Mwah! Oh god, I should have done, oh no, stop! I should have practiced with things! Don't mind me, I'm a great date, I forgot how to fucking, oh my god, there's, Okay, some of these moves look really cool, but I can't, I don't know what I'm doing, Hopefully none of the locals got murdered in the midst of my fucking up, I'm not sure. Dude, I thought you were supposed to do this. My bet is on Umbra, I just got this feeling. Dude, it was huge! There you go, go feed that to safe. And enjoy looking for eggs. Last one in the section.
I hope you like this one. Looks tasty.
Oh, okay. Oh my god, it's corn. Oh my god, it's corn. Oh my god, that looks so fucking good, dude. I'm like actually salivating right now. That looks amazing.
Tau report card 7 out of 10 defeated Raydell first try. Talks a little much but can be improved overall. A good stream so far.
Thank you very much for the fucking ow! Oh my god! Sorry. The timing on both of those. Thank you very much for the very honest, fair report card, Nix. I appreciate that. I do. You bitch, you have a shitty tail. Oh, you have a shitty tail. I can finally actually show you guys what crossing my fingers looks like. I reckon domain expansion. This is actually really fun. You can tell it's really fun because I wouldn't, otherwise I wouldn't be extending stream by almost 2 hours to keep playing it. What is that? Ah, fuck you! Oh my god! Suck my... Sorry. Oh my god, that scared the fuck out of me, dude! I'm just really not a sci-fi person, so everything feels very overwhelming in a way, but it's a good intro. Can I get... Oh, do I not have any, oh, what? Oh, fuck. Okay, I thought that was not intentional. That was not intentional. That's my save hat, layer that I forgot to turn off on this screen. Okay. I thought it was intentional. You know what? In that case, it was intentional. No, it was not. I'm so sorry. Okay. If you guys are going to bed, I hope you sleep wonderfully well. You can't hear me, but okay. I'm gonna try and gesture. Okay, here we go. You go to work. And don't worry about this art. What do you think, I've got my maze bot? Did I put an E at the end of his name or no? Hey there, cutie pies. I am back. All right. Ooh, well done on that. I was just gonna let you finish that up, and look at you go! You did it perfectly! Perfectly! Absolutely outstanding! I'm super impressed! All right, we'll go back to the arts. Welcome back! Let me... I gotta set up your stream avatars. There you go. Lovely. Wow. Obbies for you. Hey, good laugh. Welcome back, fabulous nighty night. Let's see. Look, there are enough letters in there to pretend. Let me see. Welcome back, beautiful Bublin. Oh my god, why is whoa, my hands are freaking out. Hold on a second. Hopefully they're, oh, no. Oh, yes, cool, okay. Welcome back, wonderful wizard. Oh, Precious Tao is so sweet, I love that. Welcome back, beautiful Bubbin. Welcome back, sweetest Saru. Awesome Aussie, are you beautiful being? Abby's for you. Yeah, good Aussie. Uh-oh, my hand's stuck. Terrific Talon, welcome back to you as well. I'm not sure why every single time I come back from break, my hands have to like freak out. Wait, they're stuck. They're stuck again. Ah, please release me from my prison. Oh my gosh. Hold on a sec. I don't know why they're... One moment. One moment, please. Hand? Wow, they are just... you guys can't hear it, but the like... Windows disconnect and reconnecting sound is just constant. Okay, there we go. Bees for you, terrific Talon. Yee! Good Talon. Well done on the boss, by the way, cutie patooties. Well done. I will forever say, run, get the charger, because Markiplier told Bob to run and get the charger, and he didn't know the charger was like 5 feet from him. He ran out of the room. I would probably do that. Oh my gosh, that took me way too long to do. I had to make a new reference, but it's done. I'm so excited to say lovely nighty. I hate living on the opposite side of the country in this instance. Sorry, Aussie. Amazing Umbra. Uppies for you. Hey, good Umbra. Incredible. I see. Uppies. Yee! Good, I see. Sweetest Shadow, hi, welcome on in. Or welcome back, sorry, you've been here. You practicing your force choke? See if this impacts save. Okay, no, I don't think so.
like Darth Vader. You should see the Discord clips of Lav's model going ballistic. I will have to have a look a little bit later. Let's see. Red shared the model you made and it looks awesome. The model? Oh, Delphine! Yeah. This was super fun. I loved working on this. I love working with Red. He's such a fucking joy, and he has such beautiful characters. Yeah, so we will have to put her up on the screen when we read his story tomorrow because she's a part of his story. She is the one who talks like this. She's better than everyone. Oh, and then this is some art that I did for Strat several months back. This was very fun, and he does still use it, and this was really fun to do. I like this one too. Yeah, that one was really cool. That was a cool one too. Thank you for sending through, sweetest Strat. All I need to know is, where's the blacksmith? The blacksmith? The blacksmith? I understand there's a wait list, and definitely understand if you don't accept me as a client, but I'm honored to even be considered. Oh, hun, I will accept you. You are such a delight to talk to. I have no doubt that your artistic request is going to be incredibly fun, and you are going to be a fantastic client to work with. It's just a matter of making sure that I can get it to you within a timely manner. But I'm very, very excited to work with you, hun. That will definitely be happening. 1,000%. Is that the cat witch? That is the cat witch, sweetest said it. Let me see here. She looks exactly what I was imagining her. Yeah, right? Markiplier reference from way back when. That's my favorite chibi. It's so good. I'm so glad you like it, hun. You got a lurk. All good, wonderful Eisen. And gotta get some stuff done. So just in case, have a good rest of stream. Thank you for introducing me to your wonderful community. Thank you so much for joining us, incredible Eisen. It's been such a pleasure to have you and get to know you a little bit. Thank you ever so much for being here. And best of luck with the stuff you gotta get done. We will hopefully have the privilege of your company again. Maybe tomorrow. Thank you for the lurk and the support. I really appreciate it. The wizard cat lady from the tower. I was trying to place the character earlier, but until I heard you do the voice, I couldn't remember the story. Oh, let's go, Shadow! I'm so glad that you. I'm glad that my superior cat witch voice could perhaps jog your memory, foolish mortals. Sorry, you're not a foolish mortal. You're a very smart mortal. But that's what she would say, okay? I'll definitely be back. Oh, amazing! Incredible, Eisen. I'm so excited to get to know you a little bit better, sweetheart. Best of luck with everything you gotta do. But yeah, thank you so much for being here. All right. We have 2 belts on you. Oh, wait, hold up. Wait a minute. Oh, wait. Okay, I see. I'm gonna need to move that. You know what I'll do? I think what I'll do is I will draw this and then I'll just move it down. That's probably the easiest way to do this. Let me catch up with you. Let's see. This has been such an awesome week because Saul sold a few old Pokemon cards so I could get to celebrate with my brother's birthday this week. Happy birthday to your brother, Fabulous Knight. I haven't seen him in years and he's coming in. What? That is so exciting, sweetheart. I'm so happy for you. But I had no idea how much they were worth until I sold them. That's pretty cool. Had enough easily to order a commission, a good commission. Aw, let's go, Nighty. Oh my gosh, I'm so happy to take your Pokemon card money. No, but seriously, I'm so happy that you were able to get that so that you could go celebrate with your brother. That's awesome. Once again, please never feel like obligated. Even if you tell me that you want a comm, I will never push you into getting it. If you discover, this weekend that you need more money or something, just let me know that you can't proceed with the commission and there's no problem, okay? But I'm really excited for you and happy birthday to your brother. I hope that he's aware of what a very sweet sibling he's got.
You heading out, sweetest shadow gun. All good, darling. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you so much for being here, and we'll see you hopefully tomorrow. Best of work at luck tomorrow. Best of luck at work tomorrow, darling. Thank you so much for coming in. This is good. I like this. Yeah, you see, like for me, it's not actually the title of metal that gets me, right? It's the vocals for metal. I love the instrumentation of metal. I really think that like these guitar riffs and stuff and solos, they're very, very cool. Metal instrumentation is not my issue. It's definitely like the anxiety I get from like the growling and screaming, but this is very melodic, so I really like it. I think you have done a great job of taking what I have said, and going crazy with it. Oh, that's the wrong pendulum. Hold on, I will go see if I can find the right pendulum. Pendulum by Molly Barron. Let me see. Songs. Oh, found it. All right, let me fix that for you. Oh, we got a lot of them. Okay. That has been fixed, hun. Pendulum that you asked for is on there. Thank you. We're both far into adulthood, and he wanted to go to Billy Bob's, kind of like Chuck E. Cheese, but the animatronics are the OGs. Really? That's interesting. I genuinely thought that Chuck E. Cheese was the OG. That's crazy. That's cool. Oh, that'll be really fun. Lots of nostalgia there. Oh, thank you for the care package, Awesome Ozzy. Much appreciated. Guess what? I refilled my water bottle like a responsible girl. We have some really good nostalgia from there. I'm so hyped. That's awesome. Have you ever looked at the map of metal? I don't think so. Is that like an actual graphic, or is that a band? It's a great song. Thank you. You did a great job, wonderful wizard. Excellent. Oh, stretch. Yeah, sure. Oh my gosh, this community is so wholesome. I'm gonna die. Lovely Nighty, you're so sweet. You're fitting in here so beautifully, sweetheart. I'm so happy to have you here. I hope that you continue to enjoy said warm vibes for many days, weeks, months, or years to come. We'll be here for a long time. I can't imagine my life without this amazing community. So there.
Buttons.
Buttons. Save file is how I found this stream. Why is he perched upon your head? Because he's my friend and it reminds me to give him a /shout out. Please /shout out save. Whenever someone points him out. You guys, if you haven't checked him out, he's super cozy and wonderful. No, he's not a VTuber. That's totally cool. Don't worry about it. He's a flesh tuber adult man, but trust me, go talk to him. He is so incredibly sweet. He has the most wonderful rumbly voice. He's very cozy. And he's literally god tier, god king, wizard king of Hearthstone. He's like a professional Hearthstone player, literally, like competitively. And he also plays some really cool sponsored games. And I've actually been on his stream a couple of times. We've done some fun stuff together. So please go check him out. He's amazing. Oh, you can't because of cooldown? Okay, well, we'll just exclamation point shout him out then. Yeah, thank you, sweetest. I appreciate it. But Precious Pickle, yeah, go on in there and be like, hi, I'm here to infect you with some Tau cooties. I love being here, and it's my first time in here. I'm so happy to hear it, wonderful wizard. I hope that we will have lots more even in the future as well, darling. You were such a sweetie pie. Let me see. They literally map out all the types of metal there are and where they stem from. That's interesting. Do they stem from different places? I didn't even realize that. Since you might like prog metal, since it encompasses so much experimentation in the genre, not all of the music in that metal genre is not just entirely death or screamo. Yeah, well, you guys, like I said, I'm always willing to let you guys like go for it, like request music, and then if it's just too much for me, I just skip it. You know, it's totally fine. For sure. Yee! I'm so happy to hear it, wonderful wizard. All right. Oops, hold on. This is not the right angle for this. Okay. Aw, Ozzy, you're so sweet. It always warms my heart whenever I see you say that. Because you say that sometimes to people who are like, oh, this is so cozy. I feel so safe here. You always say something along the lines of, in my opinion, you have stumbled onto the safest pocket of the internet. And that makes me so happy that you feel that way. That's exactly what I want here. This song is giving me Miracle of Sound vibes. Do you guys know Miracle of Sound? I have a few of his songs actually. Um, just because you like this, what have you sent? um, let me see. I never lie, Tao. I appreciate that about you, amazing Aussie. One of my favorite anime openings is Fire Force Season 1. Oh, that is a good opening. I haven't watched a whole lot of Fire Force because I can't handle, like, fan service stuff, but I did enjoy the first season's OP, for sure. I could link the map in Discord if you're curious. Yeah, sure, if you want to put it in the music channel, that'd be great. Yes, goated opening indeed, Fabulous Filboso. Should be on the song list. I did request it. The link, oh, it linked the playlist instead of the song. Oh, shoot. Do you want to tell me what the song is, Strat? And I'll just go and manually put it on there? Or do you want to use some of your literal millions of points to just re-request it? You'll request it? Okay, sounds good, sweetie. I also really love the second Bleach OP and the 12 and 13 OP. There's a lot of really banger songs that come from OPs. I really like a lot of the free run stuff as well. Yo secret Ginger, how are you? It's good to see you. Welcome on in. How are you doing? For the crimes of being awesome, I sentence you to getting a denture stuck in your forehead. That sounds horrific. Why would you do that? Personally, you and the Pouch are responsible for my joining of a network of amazing communities. I won't mention what ones I don't want to promote, but they know who they are, 100%. I'm so glad that there's become like this little like, I don't know, little railway of like, of warm, cozy, wonderful people that have very kindly ended up hanging out here. And yeah, it's one of the reasons that I so desperately promote this guy, because he's the cozy for me, you know? So, oh, and I can always refund if need be. That's true. That's a good point, Strap. You can cheat and just refund yourself. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. It's not cheating. I wonder if Lovely Umbra fell asleep. I think it's probably getting kind of late for him. Not Ian, stuck too. Like the top palate part just kind of sticks to your forehead. That still sounds really gross and unsanitary. It's a threat I make often. People fear it. That is pretty gross. I love the OPs from Man with a Mission. Oh, yeah. I really like what they did with Iron-Blooded Orphans. Oh, banger OP. Banger OP. Oh, hi, amazing Umbra. Sorry, I wasn't trying to summon you. I was just wondering aloud if you were still here, because I was like, I think it's probably getting kind of late for you. You probably got to go to bed pretty soon, huh? I was hoping to get to the color portion of this before you went to bed, but I don't think I'm gonna get there probably. Man with a mission with Millet for Demon Slayer, so good. Wait, I don't know if surely I've heard that one because I've seen Demon Slayer. So if I cheated, reaching a mill wouldn't be satisfying. That's actually a good point, Strat. You do have a very strong sense of right and wrong there. Oops, hello. Ah, no, I want that. That was a good line. Don't make me do it again. Sort of. Drifting, to be honest. It be 1:30. Oh, it's 0130. That is early, sweetheart. That is early in the morning. It's a Red Dead song. I was gonna say this gives me Red Dead vibes. It is Red Dead? Let me see. Yeah. Oh my god, that was such a good game, dude. Oh my god. So good. Can I use the rule of cool for this? Because I think this looks really cool to have your like the cloak part here over, even though in the reference these technically go over it and like hold it to the thigh, but can I use rule of cool and put this over those instead? Oh, that's the song we're talking about. Okay, cool. Did you know that Red Dead is a trilogy of games? I did know that. I haven't played the technical first one, which is Red Dead Revolver or something. Is that right? Or something like that. First orchestral piece when you start the story mode. Oh, in the snow. In the snow, where the cold winds blow. Red Dead Revolver, yeah, cool. Red Dead Revolver is what it's called. Yeah, I haven't played that one, but I played the Red Dead Redemption way before I started streaming. 100% of that one. And then I played Red Dead Redemption 2 on stream. We won't spoil it for anyone, so let's not talk about like spoilers, but shit made me cry. That one made me cry. It's such a great game. That's like easily in my like top 3. It might be my second favorite after Witcher. Possibly. I'll need to think about it. Damn, not enough points? Oh, what, for more music? Oh, I'm sorry, wonderful wizard. Hang out here a little bit more and then you'll get to you'll get more. You'll get more points. Talking about orchestra. Sorry, I can't fucking read. Orchestra. I saw your Name Orchestra and was blown away by how good it was. Wait, like in person? That's cool. Aw, Ozzy, you're so sweet. Ozzy's willing to give you some points in the form of requesting whatever you would like. Ozzy's very sweet. We have a lot of wonderfully sweet people in the pouch, but Ozzy is definitely one of the sweetest. Tell you what. Let's see. This shoe looks like a clown shoe. That's not what I intended. Amber, are you excited to go and see Vash next week? I'm so excited for you guys.
This is a creepy song and I love it. It reminds me of something from like Voltaire, but like much more. It's like if Voltaire met like Caravan Palace, maybe. Not the cover art I'd expect this song to have. Actually, let me go look at it. Oh yeah, true. Actually, it's quite playful. Voltaire mentioned. I love Voltaire. I do love Voltaire. I know this song and it makes me dance IRL. Let's go, wizard. What in the hell? Not the cover art I'd expect. Red Dead Revolver is a side quest game because it's not an open world game. It's actually mission based. Oh, okay, I see. Gotcha. Interesting. I'll be here lurking for a bit if I drift off, so if there is any questions, you can catch me for the next 30-ish, maybe. But I'd be very excited to see Vash. It's only 4 days away. Let's go. I'm so excited for you, honey. Did we want to, let me get, I'm going to write it down, like, on here. For your daughter's clothing, are you happy with a slightly darker blue for the top than Mama? What color hair would you like her to have? And what color ears would you like her to have? Oh, I forgot to give her ears. I'm gonna give every new pal a treat by having Tao treat you all. Oh, you want me to sing Hotel California? Okay. Can you repeat that one more time? Oh, yeah, sure, Umbra. So what colors do we want for her hair, for her ears, and for her pants? Also, are you happy with having her top be like a darker sky blue than Mama's top? I will let Umbra answer that question, and then I will sing for you guys. Let's see. Happy with darker top. Hair maybe brown with like purple highlights. Okay. Hair is brown with purple lights. Sorry, ignore my garbage handwriting. And ears gray like her mother's with tinges of my dark purple. Okay. Ears. Gray. Gwenny! Hi there, gorgeous Gwenny. Welcome on in. How are you doing, sweetheart? Thank you so very much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate it. How are you doing today? Okay, so ears are gray with maybe like tippies, the little tips, like how you guys have those little tips at the top. Maybe those will be with purple tippies.
I am so sorry. I thought I was already following you. I was in the raid earlier from the twins. Oh, that's okay, gorgeous Glenny. No apologies necessary, sweetheart. I'm so glad you've hung around the whole time. Oh my gosh, what an honor to be entertaining enough for you to continue to hang out with. Yeah, welcome on in. Thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate your follow. And I'm so glad that you are supporting the absolutely amazing Ro and Saku. Thank you so very much for doing that too. Highlights of purple or Tipsy purple, either, whatever looks better. Okay, cool. And then top is darker. Darker. Darker blue than Merm. I put Merm, M-E-R-M. Okay, now that I've done that, I will sing for you guys. Please don't leave. I promise it will be over soon. Sorry. This is everyone blame Aussie, okay? Okay, hold on. 1 second. Don't worry, I'm pausing your music. I'm not gonna, I just was fading it out. Okay. Oh, for hair, probably a dark brown. Oh, dark brown. Okay. Okay. Like darker than her mom? Or like an eye drop from her mom. All right. Blame me for blessing you all through town. All right, let me see here. Hotel California. Hype to hear this before I head off to sleep. And darker than mom. Okay, cool. All right, nice. I will keep that in mind. Thank you. Also, amazing Umbra. Thank you for the Umbra. Thanks, Sweetie Pie. All right. Hold on. I need the lyrics. I never know this song. All right. Everyone, cover your ears. On a dark desert highway, cool wind in my hair, warm smell of kulita rising up through the air. Up ahead in the distance, I saw a shimmering light. My head grew heavy and my sight grew dim. I had to stop for the night. There she stood in the doorway. I heard the mission bell, and I was thinking to myself, this could be heaven or this could be hell. Then she lit up the candle, and she showed me the way. There were voices down the corridor. I thought I heard them say, welcome to the Hotel California. Such a lovely place, such a lovely place. There's plenty of room at the Hotel California. Any time of year, you can find it here. Her mind is Tiffany twisted. She got the Mercedes Benz. She got a lot of pretty, pretty boys that she calls friends. How they danced in the courtyard, sweet summer sweat. Some dance to remember, some dance to forget. So I called up the captain, said, please bring me my wine. He said we haven't had that spirit here since 1969. And still those voices are calling from far away. Wake you up in the middle of the night just to hear them say, welcome to the Hotel California. Such a lovely place. Such a lovely face. They're living it up at the Hotel California. What a nice surprise. Bring your alibi. Mirror on the ceiling. drink champagne all night. She said we are all just prisoners here of our own device. And in the master's chambers, they gathered for the feast. They stab it with their steely knives, but they just can't kill the beast. Last thing I remember, I was running for the door. I had to find the passage back to the place I was before. Relax, said the night man, we are programmed to receive. You can check out any time you like, but you can never leave. There you go. Now, back to the people who can actually sing, whose job it is to sing. I'll just turn that off for you. There you go. Hold on, I'll just break this back up. Everyone, please ignore what just happened. Oh God, thanks guys. Thank you, you were very sweet. You make me blush, you make me blush. Ah, Precious Pocky! Ah! Precious Pocky is here. I can't handle. Thank you guys. Thank you. Could I get a shout out for Precious Pocky, who is one more amazingly awesome cutie pie, hyperactive, super interactive, amazing VTuber streamer. We gotta go check her out, please. Absolutely amazing. And Phil Bosso, are you still my friend? Actually really haunting despite how beautifully it's sung. Even more sad than normal. Wonderful. Holy crap on a cracker. Oh my gosh, thank you, lady. Oh my gosh, 90, a cat. Thank you. Amazing, that was beautiful. I still want a recorded cover to listen to on Spotify. You're so sweet. You guys are so sweet to me. Your singing is incredible. You are so sweet. Thank you, Precious Pocky. You guys, check out Precious Pocky. Seriously, amazing streamer. So lovely. Also, was doing some Persona 5. She's like quite a bit further ahead than I am. But she is a god gamer. She's awesome. She's so sweet. Like, she got me tearing up. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I want to hear Tata sing as I lay on my deathbed. Philbosa, no. I would cry. I'd be crying too hard if you were on your deathbed to sing. No way. Some lovely Tao singing before my run. Precious Politely, have a wonderful run, gorgeous. Thank you so very much for coming in. And thank you for letting me know it's almost run time. Have a great time. You're going to do great. Stunning voice, stunning singing. Wizard, wonderful wizard of wonderfulness. You're so sweet. Thank you. Thank you so much. You guys are far too sweet to me. Thank you. Thank you so much. You guys always make me feel so much more confident. Believe it or not, this is me feeling confident about my singing voice. It's me going, sorry. That was terrible. I'm so sorry. That's me feeling confident because I'm doing it, you see, because the alternative is me not singing. We do have, for some reason, a karaoke stream coming up. I'll need to figure out when that is. What's the status on that dinner break of yours? Well, it's not even 4 o'clock yet, so that sounded great. Oh, Precious Pets, you're so sweet. Thank you, honey. Thank you so much. Ozzy, I'm glad you don't feel like you wasted your points. That's the most I can ask for. Dinner won't be for another 2 hours, I would assume. Exactly, cutie cata. Yeah, I may not actually take a break for dinner because we're gonna be, because we started an hour early today, we're probably going to end somewhere around an hour early, and then I'll go and grab some food. Oh, you'd know if I made an error. See? Once Nath gets back, you can decide to order or cook, I suppose. Oh, he's always like, I don't wanna get takeout, so I'm gonna cook, and then we don't eat until like 8, and then I'm tired and sad and hungry. It's only 1,500 to force Tao to sing. It is indeed, sweetheart. It is indeed.
Okay, so Red Dead Revolver has a very interesting history. It originally started development by Angel Studios under Capcom. It was intended to be a spiritual successor to the Capcom Western-themed arcade game Gunsmoke. However, this ended up getting cancelled in 2002, but then Rockstar bought Angel Studios, made the company into Rockstar San Diego, and reviving the project and releasing the game 2 years later in 2004.
Oh, interesting. That's good to know, Mac. Thank you. Yeah, Philbo, so it's only for, so it's 10,000 points to unlock it for the week. And I believe, was it Vash who unlocked it for the week, or Lith? No, Vash would have unlocked it, because Lith unlocks Valley Girl. So I think it might have been, I think it was either Umbra or Vash who unlocked it this week. And I think it's around until, I want to say Tuesday? I think it's around until our Pragmata stream. I think. But then you get to request as many things as you want for me to sing. As long as it's from that little list. My little list, but yeah. Yes, I did. Aha! So Monday. Yeah, that's what I thought. Sorry, I'm in a war. I need to fight him. We must defeat the Save with shoutouts. Go check him out. He's amazing. Went to feed wet food to the kitties, and we have an orange fluffy cat who always looks sad. Oh no! He now will stand on his back paws and beg when it's wet time food. Oh my god, show his paws. While his hefty black mackerel tabby brother just stares. That's so cute. Looking cool? Aw, thank you, Magnificent Mario. I'm so glad. I'm glad you're liking it. I enjoy a shout-out war. I wonder if she has teeth. I think she probably has, like, of course she has teeth, but I think she might have a little fang. Because both parents are, like, wolfy, so she has a little fang. What a cool list of songs. They're pretty good, huh, Fabulous Philbo? So we got some really awesome musical taste in here. Persona reference I put in there? Oh, wait. What Persona reference? I missed something, I'm sorry. Cats are too good for us. They're so cute, aren't they? I have a cute little fluffy cat who's an old man now, and a fluffy dog who is a young man, but getting older. Say can never beat us. He gets 2 for 1. We have the numerical advantage. That's actually true. That's a good point, Strat. You let him know that. Tau and Save's shout-out battle is like Wimbledon, but better and not full of grunting. That's true. That's true. I had my dinner now. Ooh, what'd you have, wonderful wizard? Tau, don't look now, but there's a nerd on your head, and it's one of the ones that are scarier than normal, because everything in Australia is scarier. Do you think that Save is scarier by virtue of being on an Australian streamer's head? Is that what you reckon, beautiful Billy? We're fighting with Save over shoutouts. Go tell him we won. Remind him that we gave him shoutouts to both of his channels, and therefore we win. Thank you for the care package, Magnificent Mac. Did Save just read your message? Is Save looking at my chat? Nani? It's not fair because I can't have, you see, I can't have his chat open even though I'd like to, because if I do this, then I don't get my save hat anymore. It's really tragic. I have to make sure that his chat is closed. I'm having cheesy rice-a-roni. That sounds pretty bomb. Yummy. I hope you're enjoying it. Sorry, this thumb turned out kind of fucked up.
Is it or is it not true? Children have chubby little hands. Hold on. Oops. Why does this hand look fucked up? Sorry. Blech. Blech. The hat is itself a live stream? It is! This is him actually what he's doing right now. He's live. I thought it was just a gift. No. He's everything he's doing is what he's doing in real time. We do need to take a break. Oh shoot, already? Time to play more Pragmata myself. Oh, nice, wonderful wizard. Get further ahead of us so that you don't get spoiled for anything we do when you come on in for our Pragmata stream. I got some puff pastry, but I'm not a big fan of flaky stuff. You know how much I hate having a mess. Well, that's true, but damn, puff pastry? You can't even push past it for puff pastry? Puff pastry's great. I love puff pastry. I love puff pastry particularly when there's like savory ingredients inside. Like Australian meat pies are the bomb. Her thumb is fucked up. Hold on. He did read my Wimbledon message. I reckon, I mean, who knows? He's a brilliant guy who's incredible at multitasking, so maybe he can hear me while he's talking. I could never do that. The fact that he's keeping up with what his chat and my chat is insane. I love red bean puff pastries. Made too, lovely Nighty. Oh, Nighty, last night we were eating some Sakurako snackies, and oh man, they're so good. We had some with Atsuki red bean paste in them. Really, really tasty. Oh, it's a savory one? I can have it? Thank you. I'll take it. Okay, that's a little bit better. If he's watching, if he's keeping up with my chat, you guys should definitely just be like, we love you, Save, we love you, Save. I can't eat meat of any kind. I'm literally allergic. Oh no, really, Wizard? So are you vegetarian or vegan? Never had puff pastry before. Mario, you should totally try it. Are you in Australia? Because I feel like you probably can't be in Australia if you haven't tried puff pastry, because that would mean that you've never had a meat pie, which doesn't make sense in Australia. I'm vegetarian, plus hypersensitive as fuck, so I have a super restrictive diet. Oh, I'm sorry, wonderful wizard. That sucks. I mean, listen, I am vegetarian probably about, I would say I'm probably vegetarian about 50, no more than that, probably about 70% of the time. I prefer veggies, and most of my protein actually comes from like beans and stuff, or tofu, but I do also really like chicken, and I'll have like maybe like a burger, like red meat. I have probably once fortnightly, maybe ish. What is the request song command? Mario, if you read the pinned message, you'll be able to tell. It's not a command, it's a redeem, but just make sure that you carefully read that because there's like some rules about it too. Beans and tofu are my main source of protein. There you go. They're good. They're really good sources, but I'm really sorry that it's so, you had a violent allergic reaction to a chicken nugget. Oh my God. Oh, I'm sorry, Wizard. But obviously there's some really, really good alternatives these days for vegetarians and stuff. So hopefully it doesn't suck too much for you, because you actually, if as a vegetarian, you have a lot more options than like vegans for sure. My friend makes killer mushroom stroganoff. Oh my god, Nighty, please send me some. That sounds so good. I would eat that so fast. Not sure if it'd make it that far overseas, okay? That's actually a fair point, Nutty. That's a valid point. Look at Pioneer Women's mushroom pasta recipe. If you like mushrooms, you'll love that. I love mushrooms, dude. Oh my god. There are a few mushrooms that I can't find myself salivating over. However, I do get really sensitive when mushrooms start to go bad, when they get that like kind of fishy smell and like slimy quality, then I'm immediately like, ugh, nope. But like if they're fresh, oh my god. Or in stuff, yum. But I also I like fresh mushrooms like raw in salads and stuff as well. Hello there. Hello, lovely Lilith. How are you? It's so good to see you. Welcome on in. How are you? How are you? Stuffed mushrooms with spicy sausages. Oh yeah, that actually sounds very good. I'm not usually a big like pork fan, but I do sometimes have it if it's like stuffing something. It's so strange because I used to be a big fan of like pulled pork, but now I'm like, eh. Mushrooms are my jam. I love them so much. Yum, 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 yum. I'm so allergic to meat, I can't even be around meat being cooked because the smell causes a violent, sickening reaction. Holy wizard. Oh my god. I'm so sorry. That would make it hard to like go out and eat out, right? God forbid you go to like a barbecue place and want to get, you know, like some barbecue tofu. You would not be able to handle it, huh? Doing quite well. How about yourself? I'm doing great, Sweetie Pie. Thank you for asking. Oh yeah, we do need the break. Thank you. I'm not a huge fan of pork either, but something about stuffed mushrooms does something to me. There's a Japanese restaurant that like stuffs mushrooms here with like barbecue chicken. Oh, so good. It's so good. All right, let me just get, I think I'm almost done with the lines actually here. Am I? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I am. Let me just finish the lines and we'll go on a quick break. Yeah, let's do that. Okay. All right, this is gonna be colored when we get back. Please make sure that you guys hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom, and darlings, this is also a meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. I love you lots. I will miss you terribly, but I will also see you soon. And before we go, thank you for the Mulgrim. Thank you very much. That looks super cute. Thank you. I'm so glad. You got a bottle of water next to you. Yay. Awesome. Excellent. Bar tartines, pickled mushrooms are another one I love. And despite the name, they're not really that pickled. They just marinate in a thick vinegar and spice paste. Ooh, interesting. Yummy. That sounds very interesting. I'm 31, been dealing with this for my entire life now, so I'm used to it. That's fair. That's fair. Not too bad, but all the time, but like turkey is a particular one I avoid. But can usually deal with other meat smells. Okay, that's fair. All right, you guys. Sorry, let me put you guys on a hard boss battle, and I'll see you in. Whoops, I capped. There we go. See you soon. Yeah. Anyway, Pacific Franks. That's what it is in my brain. Pacific Franks, or Darling and the Brim. Oh no.
That same fiance guy, right? You know what's going to happen.
I wonder if I should start thinking about things I say before they come out of my mouth. Moving on. Lol. Okay. We're in Heavensward! Woo! We finish Base A Realm Reborn and all of our bridging quests. Time to enter Heavens. Ooh. Pretty music. Letter? Actually, that's a very good point, Seti.
What's this? What's this? Purple! Purple! Ah!
No! Fuck you! You creepy red dick thing. Scary. Yuck. Oh, thank God. I was like,
Teammates look out for each other. We're a team, right?
oh. High five. Yay! Oh my God, look how tiny her hand is. Oh, so cute. So freaking cute.
Teeny, 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 tiny hand.
Hold on, hold on. Please say, it's free real estate. It's free real estate. Okay, well, how do you guys feel about me only being on your left side? She did the thing. Oh. I can finally actually show you guys what crossing my fingers looks like. I reckon. Domain expansion? You're doing great! Thank you! Oh God, I should have. Ah, I should have done. Oh no, stop! I should have practiced with things. Ah! Don't mind me. I'm a great date. I forgot how to fucking. Oh my God, there's. Okay, some of these moves look really cool, but I can't. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing. Hopefully none of the locals got murdered in the midst of my fucking up. I'm not sure. My bet is on Umbra. I just got this feeling. Umbra! Umbra, I'm shocked! Umbra, you win! You win! Congratulations, Precious Umbra!
Tau report card 7 out of 10 defeated Raydell first try. Talks a little much but can be improved overall. A good stream so far.
Thank you very much for the fucking ow! Oh my God! Sorry. The timing on both of those.
No, tell me, Strut, what is a decent amount of sleep? Is it more than this many? Is it more than this many, Strat? Or is it less than this many? I'll be the judge of that. Whether it's restful.
Hello, my darlings, and welcome back. I am going to let you finish this round of verbs on stream.
Would you kind of have to be,
and then we
if
will
you
jump back
hang out with
over
me
for
too
more
much.
chibi cute stuff.
Fuck.
I'm convinced. Tao needs help now. Wait, no, I don't. Wait, I got this. I fucking got this. Wait, there's
Welcome back, wonderful whistle.
Fuck.
Welcome back, beautiful bubbling. Sorry. Also, damn, well done. You guys defeated the boss before you even did you did all your words. Look at you. That's like having dessert before dinner. Welcome back, lovely Lilith. Alrighty, cutie pies. Excellent. We're done.
Okay. I thought that was not intentional. That was not intentional. That's my save hat.
Off by one. 1 point off. You're so close.
This
That's all right.
screen.
cuties. That's all right.
Okay.
There's always next time.
That was intentional. You
All
know
right.
what? In that case, it was intentional. No, it was not. I'm so sorry.
That is really fun. I'm so glad you like it. Yeah, we only started doing that, like a couple of months ago or so. And I'm really glad you guys seem to be enjoying it, so that's really cool. Ah, awesome. Aussie. Abby's for you. Eee. Good Aussie.
Tis a vibe. Tis a vibe indeed. All right. Let me get some flats down here. Oh, wait, actually, she's got... Oh, I probably should put... Someone asked for more activities during the break, no? I think it might have been something like that, I think. Bottles filled and back to chill. Let's go. Love it. Love it. So, Tao, what do you think of the band Galnerius? Is that what this is? This is good. This is good. Did you stretch? Yeah, I went to go pet my dog. That counts as
counts as stretching. My cute little puppy is the puppy counts as stretching. Oh fuck. I can't believe I've done this. Let's lay down a skin color so that I can actually see. Okay, and then I need to actually fill this part in because there we go. You know what? His eyes all uneven. On this one, he's the iris is touching the bottom lid, and on that one, it's not. Oh, I recognize this song. Now to find out if this is an Amelie version or a non-Amelie version. It is an Amelie version. I should have known. I should have known that. Should have sensed that. Let's see. Sorry, catch up with you guys real quick. Who in chat said we don't deserve cats? Shall we do animal spam and IRL pics? Oh, that might have been lovely Nighty, perhaps. Oh fuck! Ah, that's my torso. That's not save. Welcome.
They need to see it. I can't
Oh my god! Wait, I'm sorry. Hello, you guys. It's the lovely save. I've just been talking about him all day anyway, but sorry for blacking out the spot above your head. More than okay. Welcome on into the save. Raiders, if you need a raid and run, that's totally cool. But if you'd like to stick around, we'd love to have you. Thank you for the care package, Joyous Julius. Why do I have 2 Tau tabs? Vetalina.
Keep it up,
Because
good
you
job.
deserve to. Keep it up, good job. You guys, if you haven't checked out the absolutely amazing and sweetest save file, and in case I was not clear enough on how much I adore this guy, allow me to regale you. You guys, firstly, this is Save File 17, who hath conquered the dual-class battlegrounds, bestowing upon us the glory of physical card pack unveilings after triumphant 7+ win quests. With a tapestry woven of nerdy banter and leaderboard triumphs, they rally support for their noble cause. Joineth us as we welcome them with open arms and eager hearts. This absolute darling has raided into us 2 days in a row now. Thank you so very much, sweetest save. I so appreciate you. How was your stream? When is your next one? Welcome on in, all of the save files, or as I like to call you in my own little world, since save is the heart of the cards, you guys are the cards. Welcome in, cards. Welcome in, cards. Cutie cards. You guys, if you haven't checked out save, I'm gonna give you guys this spiel, okay? I've already said it, but I'm gonna say it one more time for those in the back. Let me yell it. Let me yell it. You guys, please check out the fabulous save. He's the guy who was on my head the entire last 5 hours and 20 minutes. He is incredibly sweet. He is incredibly smart. He is incredibly funny. Like, I don't know if I've ever laughed as hard on the internet as he makes me laugh, just from like being in his stream. Like, you don't even have to like be directly interacting with him. You can be in his chat and you will get the endorphins that come with cackling and losing all of your breath until you see stars. It just happens. It just happens. I don't make the rules. He might though. He also has a variety channel. Please do check that one out as well. Just so you know, so Save is a god tier like Hearthstone streamer. He's absolutely incredible at that card game. God King, Wizard King of Hearthstone, as I call him. I'm waiting for the bot to pick up on me saying that. I'll keep on saying it until it picks it up. I want it to pick up God King, Wizard King of Hearthstone. Anyway, he does do Hearthstone pretty much for all of those streams. However, at the ends of his streams, sometimes he does some really cool sponsored stuff that you might not expect. Try out Conan Exiles. Why do I keep on thinking of Path of Exile? Conan Exiles. Path of, okay, that's why there's the same number of syllables. This makes sense for my little baby brain. Anyway,
in his variety channel, he also is actually playing, if you guys support him enough anyway, he will play through like full-on other games. So he played through Resident Evil 9 on stream, Requiem. He's also played through Dispatch. What other things have you played through on, I know I ask this every time and I have really bad memory, I'm sorry, sweetie safe. What other things have you played through on your variety channel? You guys should definitely check that one out as well. Yeah, just go on in there. Even if you're not really into card games, even if you have no clue what's going on, I can promise you that he will make you feel very at home, very welcome. He will talk to you about, you know, pretty much anything except for like religion and politics, which opens up a lot of great things to talk about, including the things that he is like hyper fixated on, which are mostly sci-fi. Go check him out for talking about Star Wars, Star Trek, Firefly, anything sci-fi. He's probably seen it, and he probably remembers most of the script, to be honest. He also just has like, yeah, genuinely amazing memory. I need to keep him around so that he can remind me of everything that I have said in his chat, because I will forget. What else can I talk about with this wonderful, wonderful man? My favorite place to relax on the entire internet is probably in his chat. If you guys want to ever come and see me, and you know, I'm not responding to DMs or something, I'm probably in his chat. I'm probably in there getting relaxed and chilling and having a little giggle, having a little vibe. Very much recommend him. He plays Dune and Albion. Yeah, both of those were sponsored streams, or Albion was definitely sponsored because I was on that one. I've actually gotten to be on his stream a couple of times, which was really fun. Did recently play NTE. That's true. That's true. That was a sponsored one. What was the fork mugger situation against if it's not Honkai Star Rail, it's Honky Star Drive or something. Honky Star Drive. Let's see. I've streamed about 116 variety games to completion, so let's go through those. Number 1, Momodora. What's that? Number 2, Hyper Light Drifter. What's that? Number 3, Tomb Raider. I know what that one is because people accuse me of using her as inspiration. Number 4, oh my. You got an incoming package, lovely Lilith. I thought they only work from like 7 or 8 a.m. to 7 p.m., but I just tracked my package and it was traveling to another spot at 3 a.m. That's weird. I hope they deliver it to you. Oh, Gecko, you like my model? Thank you so much, hun. I really appreciate it. My amazing model mama would love it if you want to let her know how much you love it. That's !model if you want to go see Madam Mint. But yeah, seriously, please check out Lovely Save. He is a genuinely wonderful person, an absolutely entertaining streamer. There's a reason he has hundreds of people watching him. I'm just saying. I could never be that entertaining. Save's Model Mama did some great work too, for sure. That's true. Save's Model Mama made him look very hyper-realistic. Hope your arting and other things have gone well today. Far too sweet Tao. They've been great, sweetest Save. Thank you for checking. I hope that you had a great time Hearthstoning. Was my little bot right? Did you win 7 times? Excuse me. Sorry.
Keep it up.
Save's puppeting skills be like, keep it up, good job. Thank you for the blessings. Thank you, lovely Lilith. How are you, sweetest General Skillington? It's good to see you. Fabulous Felix, welcome, welcome. Thank you for the blessings, Magnus had made. Thank you. As for your community, sweetest
Yugi,
Save,
I don't understand how to play this
game. In case they don't know me, I don't understand how to play this game, but also, also, hi everybody, I'm Tao. I'm a Tasmanian Tigers Vtuber variety streamer based in Tasmania, Australia. Welcome, welcome. Feel free to request music, by the way. Just read the pinned comment to make sure you request appropriate music for the stream. I'm an artist, so we are working on art today. We are also doing our very first playthroughs of Persona 5 Royal. We are doing our very first playthrough of Monster Hunter Stories 3. Our very first playthrough of Pragmata. After that, we will be doing our very first playthrough of Final Fantasy XIV Heavensward. If any of those sound fun to you, or if you're interested in seeing coverage of Blood of Dawnwalker, whenever that comes out, when I'm a great grandma, I will be doing that as well. Your bot mentioned us opening card packs currently at 7+ wins. No packs were open today. Oh, okay, got it. So what were the wins like today?
I bet you won 70,000 times. Bless you and the lovely Coda too. Thank you, sweetest chat. But it is such a pleasure to welcome and such an honor to welcome Sweetest Save File and his cards / save files into the stream. Thank you guys so much for coming in. Sweetest Save, thank you so very much for bringing everybody in. I really do appreciate it. And of course, if anybody from Save's community follows, I have a save saying thank you for the follow, a whole skit that I like to do. So, Sweetest Save, would you like to let us know when your next stream will be? I reckon it'll be tomorrow, but what do I know? Wouldn't you know that I'm only just now figuring out that Save streams on my Thursdays? And I'm like, wait, is this right? Yes, actually, that is right. That game is out this year? Well, it's supposed to be, yeah. What type of music should I put? I myself like heavy stuff, but I read the request rules, so do tell me what you fancy. Well, we're discovering today, lovely Lilith, that you can still put heavy metal stuff, but no like screaming, growling vocals. We need like melodic vocals. I don't want to feel like I'm being yelled at. You know what I mean? The mighty Deathwing won 4 or 5 times today. Ooh, unfortunately, they were all played by my opponents. Oh, save. I'm sorry, sweetheart. That's okay. You'll do better tomorrow. Wait. You don't strike me as a Deathwing anyway. Deathwing is evil. I play WoW. I know who's evil and who's not evil. I wasn't able to watch your stream, unfortunately, because I think I started like right before you, and obviously I'm ending after you, so. Thank you so very much. I really appreciate the raid. You are so sweet. The Tau stream eclipse. That is true. That is true. Oh my god, I cannot wrap my fucking head around what I'm doing with these eyes. Steve, do you know when you're gonna stream next and what your next stream will be? What about, do you have any like sponsored things you have coming up that you're planning? Any other gacha games? Anything else? You gonna play any more Conan Exiles? By the way, he's got, like I said, he's got like the most beautiful rumbly low voice, very soothing. And he reads lore with it. I was in his Conan Exiles stream being a little lurky turkey the other day, and he was reading the lore, and I was like, this is wonderful. Geeks leaves the stream and goes to sleep only to wake up the next day and see you streaming. That's actually true. I think that has happened for him once or twice. Poor Geeks, always confused. All right. Let me see. Let me start by oh, look at this. Ooh, look at this silhouette, y'all. Yeah, sick silhouette. Looks a little bit like a monster, actually. Okay. Looks like they are dancing. Oh, it does kind of. Yeah, I could see that. I could see. Oh, shit. Hold on. I colored that wrong. All right, so her outfit is gonna be that blue color, but a little bit darker, I think. Oh, and is whoa. Next stream will be in 18.5 hours. Angry Birds. Bloods, Marvel Rivals, and Neverness to Everness, all on the sponsor horizon, but unsure when exactly they'll happen. Probably will do Conan Exiles at least one more time, but it may be a short segment. We'll see. Amazing. Well, you guys, please check Sweetest Save out, because besides the fact that he is a god tier Hearthstoner, he is... Hearthstoner. He is going to be playing some Angry Birds, some Marvel Rivals, perhaps some Neverness to Everness, and perhaps also some more Conan Exiles, which has the reason for that is I think there's like been an overhaul of the graphics and stuff. Is that right? But yes, you guys, please check him out. Go give him a follow. He's wonderful. He's super sweet, thoughtful, great guy. Great guy, great streamer. Who's this drawing of? Skellington, this is for Umbra, who is asleep right now. But Umbra and his faux daughter. Please remind me to send the refs to you. I will get busy with post-stream stuff, and I feel I will forget about it. I guess I will just pin it. That's a good idea, Strat. Yeah, feel free to just pin it. Because my memory cannot be trusted, unfortunately. Thank you so much for the raid, Sweet Save. You're amazing. I really appreciate it. You are too kind. Too kind. Don't forget the variety channel. Go follow his variety channel too. He does some great variety content. Is this related to the raffle? The raffle you did a bit ago? These are some ode chibis, if that's what you're asking. This is some of the ode art that that you guys have earned. Yes, through the Wheel of Fortune. Yes, go follow that one. Go follow that one. Can I request anything at all that's within the rules? Yeah, as long as it's within the rules, hun. That's totally fine. Save! Sorry, I forgot to say this. I always forget to say this. Sweetest Save and your lovely community. I know you've been streaming those long hours, so please, if you are hungry, go eat. If you are stinky, go shower. If you are tired, go sleep. Whatever you need to do, please do the after stream care. Thank you so much for coming in. Thank you so much for leaving your lovely community with me. I promise to take the best care of them. And yeah, thank you so much. I must lurk. I am stinky and need to shower. Wonderful Wizard is doing after stream care. Have a great shower, Wonderful Wizard. We'll see you soon, okay? They moved it to Unreal 5. I never looked at it closely in the old version, but it's certainly pretty now for 8 years past release. Not sure how much other things they did. The big one they made it so your character can move back and forth between the original map and the DLC Isle of Siptha map. Previously, you needed 2 characters, so I'm sure that's neat for long-term fans of the game. That is neat. Actually, when I was actually playing that, I was playing it back like before I started streaming. And I really, really loved Conan Exiles, mostly because I could be a mounted archer. That was my favorite thing. And I was a little bit disappointed. I bought the Isle of Siptha expansion DLC thingy. And I was a little bit annoyed that I wasn't able to use my sim character because I got to ride rhinos. I think it was rhinos, but that wasn't as thrilling to me as riding horses. So I just went back to the original even after I paid for the DLC. I hope you get to ride a rhino. I think you will get more out of riding the rhinos than I ever did. Did I miss my song request? I requested an Iron Maiden song. Let me see. Iron Maiden. Run to the Hills? No, you haven't missed it. That's probably about 30 songs away. I still have no horse, but I've gained the ability to build stables. That's a good start to getting a horse. I'll tell you what, that's a great start to getting a horse. Are you going to become a god tier, god king, wizard king of horseback archery? I'll have even more respect for you then, Sweetest Save. I will. You get rhinos as mounts. You do if you get that DLC. Can I go get Shut Eye? Be back in 20? Strat, 20 is not enough for Shut Eye. Please go to sleep. Please. Please! Oh, fuck. Sorry. I forgot what I was doing here. Wait, have I been a fool all along? No, I'm good. Okay.
Gotcha. Chances that they won't be play? Well, we got about 2.5 hours left of stream. So I think that they probably will be played, but it won't be, I don't know how much past that we will hear this week. I am agility based currently, so my bows are getting buffed. Yeah! Awesome! Okay, you are on the path. You are on the path of horseback archery. If the 6-minute limit wasn't put in place, that'd be more true. that is true. That's a good point. That is a very good point. Now, I would say that save if you would like to request some music, you're welcome to, but I know that you're not all that much into music based on some stuff I have heard on stream. So, if you have heard of anybody in your chat liking certain music, you can request that for them instead of your own personal opinions. Last time I tried to request something, I broke your bot, but I'll try one again that's slightly less obscure. All good, to save. If you copy and paste the link, that might work better, possibly. I know I am aware that like you do like to follow the rules, but my rules are slightly out of date for the bot. I know I think I say that like you can't put the like you have to put artist and song, right? But no, you can put the link. You can do that. What song was it that broke the bot? Oh, do you remember, Save? Do you remember what that was? Me. I'm allergic to the world. Thank you for the blessings, cutie pies. I'm sending you tons of hugs. These hugs are a thank you for being so kind, supportive, and just so caring. Please never change and never let anyone ever tell you otherwise. Thank you so much, lovely Mulgrim. I really appreciate your incredible kind words. Thank you, darling. Oh, you're so sweet. Well, darling, you're bringing lots of joy and warmth to the pouch. So the least I can do is give you a little smile from time to time, you know. We do not have a sneeze count. I don't actually sneeze that much usually. I say as I've sneezed like 3 or 4 times today. Did anybody hear about this like stream elements shutting down thing? I heard about this and I have no idea whether that's accurate or not. But it's kind of scary because some of my shit is on there. Superior. They have escaped a day after the fair. Save. What does Madalena mean? There was a very specific version of the song they used from 1983 to 1997 in Return of the Jedi, Lapti Neck, that was done by John Williams' son, who is now the lead singer of Toho. That sounds like alien pop, but it's very obscure and not on Spotify. Tragic. On the request, do I put song by artist or song artist? Probably song artist is best, lovely Lilith. Or you can just on Spotify, you can go to the share button and copy the link from there. Stream elements, just water, I think. That's pretty good, Skellington. I like that. Stream elements? Just water, I think. I don't know. Surely there's earth in there for the rocks and the dirt at the bottom. Stream Elements is preparing to shut down its website and creator platform. That's scary. What the fuck? The request itself says, please do not paste links. I know. Yeah. Ignore that. Just for this one thing, ignore that. Oh, actually, you know what I've just realized? It might time you out if you use link, but it'll be for 10 seconds. And I promise we won't I promise we won't, it won't go on your record. You know what I mean? It might time you out, but you can try and do song artist. And if it's the wrong song, just like at me and I will fix it. Okay. It is currently a rumor, but looks like it'll probably end up true. This will cause me huge problems. If true. Oh, well, must still draw on. Oh no, Save, do you have a lot of stuff on there too? Well, like my, I'm trying to think of, let me actually, you know what, hold on, I'm curious. What do I have on there? Because I mostly just use it for overlays. But I think I have a few overlays, like our little sub goal thing. Oh shit, our sub goal and fuck! Wait, no, I just realized, our sub goal and our game chat, like our chat, the chat boxes are, those are both through Stream Elements. Ooh, fuck. That is very, not ideal. That took me a second. It's pretty good, huh, Precious Pocky? I like that one. Even if it makes me cry, it's good to laugh first. If being a good dad was measured by dad jokes, I think I'd be a great one. That's probably true, Skellington. I shall take my record damage for the better good. Wonderful, lovely Lilith, wonderful. I'm so sorry, Lilith. I think it did cue it up though, right? Yeah, it did. Sorry, hon. What a mad chatter. Legend. Hi, magnificent Mr. Soup. How are you? It's good to see you. You don't have to worry. We can move it all to Mix It Up or Streamlabs. Well, I don't know if we can because like those overlays are coded for Stream Elements. So I don't know about that. Back to shut eye. Yeah, go to sleep, Star. What are you doing? Stream Elements represents a substantive portion of the reason I pay taxes. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, that's so fucked up. Oh no. I mean, are you able to, hopefully you're able to, shit. Are you able to like transfer it over to, are you able to transfer it over to like Streamlabs or something? Ooh, that is, yeah, no, that's a big headache. Oh man, I'm sorry, Save. Oh my God. Yeah, that would be stressful. That would be stressful. I have returned. Welcome back, lovely Lilith. Oof. No, that's crazy that they, like, was this a complete blindside? Or have they been talking about it and I've just not seen it, or what? I will have to look into labs more if this ends up being true, but I'm not sure if they'll have comparable opportunities. We'll have to see and roll with the punches. This is very out of nowhere. That's so fucked. Oh my god. I'm sure there's a lot of people who are experiencing that same like sudden whiplash that you are, Save. That's wow, that's like number one, super unprofessional on their part, but number two, like just genuinely shitty behavior. That's very odd. Did they get bought out by something or what? Oh. Hmm. Uh-oh. Trust me, you can shift it. If you are worried, we can have a backup on Mix It Up or Streamlabs and know it's been in talks for a long time now. I did mention it before as well. Wait, has it? Sort of. There was one hint when they started requesting donations several months ago to help keep the site free. Yeah, but that's a far cry from being like, yeah, we're shutting it down. Why is Stream Elements shutting down? Aren't they used by like basically everyone? Yeah, they are. There is a lack of elf nonsense in this playlist. That sounds like something I need a translation for, but I think you're referring to Bjork. They are having a fundraiser for it for a while now to keep it afloat, but that doesn't seem to be working out. Ugh. A few key factors. They've been slow to pay users recently. They seem to have been removed from Twitch's third-party sponsorship offers. They have been soliciting donations to keep the service free, and they've had a lot of layoffs recently. That's crazy. I'm genuinely surprised at, like, the fact that they are, like, is it poor? I mean, it's gotta be poor money management. Like, I know virtually no one who doesn't use Stream Elements in some capacity. I think maybe management error. Yeah, same brain. Yeah, exactly. It seemed to be very quiet on the matter too. Yeah, no, it sounds like it. That's really fucked up. That's really fucked up. Oh. Yeah, no, I feel really bad for anyone who relies on them for a substantive portion of their tax-paying abilities. You've shared art? Let me have a look, Sweetest Setty. Beautiful. Philippine Trisha. That's pretty. A wonderful job, Sweetest Saru. Gorgeous. Very nice. Oh, Patricia's so cute. That's so sweet. She said, man, this Tau person looks like a really talented artist. That's very sweet. This Saru person is a more talented artist. Look at this. Beautiful. I love it. Well done, hun. Well done. How long have you been drawing? Well, that depends on what you mean. I've been drawing since I was able to hold a pencil. I know that's super cliche, but I literally drew on the walls with crayons when I was like a year old. But I've been getting paid for it since I was about 12. I was a youngin' who was taking, quote, commissions, unquote, for $5. So I've got a lot of experience with doing art for people. It's usually Stream Elements or Streamlabs that people are using, so I'd suspect they have the user base to support themselves. Right? That's what I was thinking. Absolutely. Also, wait, I use OBS, but there's one of those two has a client to themselves. Is it OBS Streamlabs or OBS Stream Elements? I think it's Streamlabs. Does Streamlabs have its own OBS oriented thing? I looked into it. I'm not sure where this announcement came from. I checked the website. No official announcement posted at the front page. And then I joined the Discord and there's still no announcement of it shutting down. So this information, I don't know how trustworthy it is. I saw it being talked about by, what's his name? Zach something. He's like the Twitch. He's like a Twitch, and like stream interconnected dude. I forgot his actual name and what he is, but all of the stuff that he says he's quite straightforward about. So, want to add to the lovely messages before. You have been a huge part of so many people's lives and done so much good for not just us, but also people around you. You're such an honest and considerate person as you communicate with others. You should be proud of all you've done and what you will do. You may get stressed with things going on, and I want you to know we'll support you through it all. Poogie, that's so sweet. Thank you. Oh my gosh, that's really, really kind. Thank you so much, hon. I really appreciate it. I can't help it. I'm unapologetically myself at all times. I'm just really glad that so many of you have enjoyed my unapologetic myselfness. Thank you. Thank you so much, honey. Labs has their fork. Their OBS fork. In the fork in the OBS salad, so to speak. I see. It most likely is getting bought out at worst. They have a huge user base to just stop. Yeah, it is very strange. They used to call it Streamlabs OBS. Oh yeah, Slobs, but OBS didn't like that, so now it's Streamlabs Desktop. Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. Too freaking wholesome. I know, right, Nighty? This community is gonna make me cry. Never change. Thank you, sweetie pies. You're so sweet. As long as you guys are around, I don't think I'll ever change because it means that I'm doing something right. Because I have attracted a bunch of really wonderful people to be by my side. So thank you so much for that. You have a banger playlist, though. That is true, but it's not mine. It is once again the community's. I insist that all of the goodness in this community comes from you guys, and I'm just like siphoning off. Yeah, make Tau cry with nice words. Yeah, do it. You deserve all his praise, respect, kindness, and love. You're so amazing, and dare I say, is amazingly yourself. Thank you, Milgram. Thank you, Milgram. Thank you, Milgram. Thank you. You're very sweet. You guys are way too sweet. Thank you so much. Just, you guys keep sticking around, okay? That's how I'll know I'm doing something right. Get chairs, dumbass. Thanks, Skellington. Don't mind if I do. You will, we will give you sweet messages until you take 6d12 psychic damage. Unfortunately for you, I'm resistant to psychic damage. Brief lurk to grab some food and such, but should return before my less obscure than alien pop request comes up. I think so. I think so, hun. You have many. That was how many times I scrolled to get to your the bottom of the playlist. Enjoy your food. Enjoy your food, please. Yummy. Yummy! Enjoy your look. Thank you so much for the read. Look at her get all embarrassed. Thank you. Oh, that's what I've done wrong. Oh, I'm so glad that I asked Umbra, and then I wrote it down because I forgot what. Gray with purple tips, thank God. Yeesh. I think my memory's getting worse. That would really suck. Let's see. Hey, Tau! Hashtag get loved, nerd! Thanks, Ozzy. You too. Been a while since I heard Tau gremlin noises to that degree. That's true. You guys have overwhelmed me. You've overwhelmed my defenses Insert video of man yelling, "I love you, dog!" to a chihuahua. Gangsta Shinobi! Hey, Shinobi, how you doing? Pleasure to meet ya. Yo, what's good? Fellow artists, I myself only do traditional, and my main style is gangsta, but how's it going? Sorry, I have to read it like that. No, it's a pleasure to meet you, hun. Welcome on in. We love traditional art here. If you would like to join our Discord, as long as it's safe for work stuff, you are welcome to share it. Yeah, welcome on in. We love traditional art. It just so happens I'm just doing digital right now, but I do have traditional art stuff that I've done in the past. Wait, no way she will see that? Wait. Oh, do it. I have the power to draw fan art of her wearing Amelie merch. Uh-oh. That's on you, Strat. That's on you. Don't read it. Too late. Too late. No, don't read it. Okay, now you know it's too late. I need to draw something safe for work to post there. You should. I would absolutely love to see that, lovely Haze. Ironically, I'm part Italian. Okay, awesome. I love Italians. I lived in Italy for like almost a year. Oh no, she can back read. Watch out. Watch out. That's very cool though, Gangster. Would you like me to call you Gangster or Shinobi or something else? Oh, did I find out what her eye color is? You know what? I'll assume blue, and then we'll go based on what he says. Love this part in Turning Red. Was that the one with the panda? I actually thought that was quite a cute movie. A lot of people didn't like it, but I thought it was pretty cute. I liked it. I liked it. Oh, shit, sorry. Forgot I didn't complete that line. My bad. Let me see. I liked it a lot. Oh, you did? Awesome. Okay, great. Awesome. Awesome. I also need to say this because you deserve it. Your kindness is a definite light that always helps anyone you meet through anything bad they're going through, and you just have this amazing ability to just be yourself. And in my opinion, it's amazing, and I hope you continue having the best time ever. I am running out of brain energy from being sleepy, but I'm pushing through because I want to be here with when my song plays. No, that's okay, sweetheart. Thank you so much for being so sweet. Oh my gosh. When you guys write stuff like this, it's like, I don't know, it makes my heart do little flutters. Very warm. Thank you so much, hon. I do appreciate your kind words. Mulgrim, and this goes for everybody, by the way. If you are waiting for a song, and you're gonna be like leaving for good for the stream, let me know, and I will happily move it up to be the next song that plays, okay? Because I want people who have requested music to at least you only get to do it once per stream, and only with one song. But if you would like me to do that, I can do that, sweetheart. I can definitely say just thank you for everything and for being you. Oh, Mulgrim, you're so sweet. Thank you so much, darling. I'm very, very happy that I can be a little bit of a light for you. You know, that makes me. That's what I'm here for. I want you guys to always leave these streams feeling, you know, warm and loved and cozy. Really? People hated it? Yeah, I did hear it didn't get, yeah, Turning Red was the panda one, not a bad movie, but much like the year it's set in, it has some writing parts I consider awkward. A super 8 out of 10. That's fair. What's happening here? We are already at the next break. I didn't even shut my eyes for 10 minutes. That's because you keep coming back here. I was actually holding off too, but I need to head to bed soon because my brother's driving in tomorrow later today. Oh shoot, yes, absolutely, hun. Yeah, you guys, if you would like me to move things up, that's actually what I'm about to do. Yeah, absolutely. What is your song, hun? Rah, darling. Rah, darling, indeed. Okay, so it's cut by Black Veil Brides. Let me put that up first. And then what about you, Nighty? You've got Tech Noir. Okay. I'll put cut first, and then we'll do Tech Noir, and that way you two can get some good rest. It's very important to me that you guys get some good rest and take good care of yourselves. Okay, there's cut. And you said Tech Noir. Let me go find that one. 1 second. There it is. Sorry, I always forget to like mention that this is something I do until someone's like, I'm waiting for my song and I'm falling asleep. Some people didn't like it because there was no villain. Others didn't like it because it was about periods. That might be why. Maybe that's it. Thank you, Talon Strat. Y'all are awesome. Of course, Sweetie Pie. Still cannot get over how many gifted subs were done tonight. That was so cool. You're telling me. Fabulous Naughty. My brain was about to fucking break. First day here, already overwhelmed in a good way by how pleasant everyone is. Oh, thank you so much, darling. Well, you're fitting in here like beautifully, perfectly even. So, yeah, take heart in that. If you are being overwhelmed by how pleasant everyone is, you are contributing to that wonderful, wonderful warmth. So thank you for being here and thank you for contributing to said vibe. You were so lovely. Y'all gonna make me tear up, jeez. That's where I was a few hours ago, yeah. I was honestly just laying my head down and listening to you talk. It makes me feel comfy enough to pass out because it helps not let my mind race. Well, I'm very happy that, it does make me really happy and quite impressed, actually, when people are like, oh yeah, no, Tao, I like to hang out here, even when you're like screaming and, because it's still like cozy vibes. And I'm like, wow, thank you. even when I'm like trying to fuck up a boss in Pragmata or something, and you guys are just like, ah, yes, the pleasant sounds of Tao. So many hugs, everyone. Shower nighty with hugs. Those reminders for water and medicine and food that legit helped me tonight. Thank you. Oh, I'm so happy to hear that, darling. That's fantastic. Excellent. After we listen to both of your songs, we'll go on a quick break, speaking of, and that will also give you guys a chance to go and relax and get nice and cozy for bed. Wonderful Wyvernry, welcome in, sweetheart. How are you? It's so good to see you. Thank you for the 5 stream streak. I do appreciate it. Thank you ever so much, darling. Let's see. That is indeed a skill, like people who can sleep on airplanes. Oh, I can sleep on an airplane. I actually really like sleeping on airplanes. I like that sound. I don't know if it was 100% allegory for the time of the month, but it might just be because the main characters were young girls. Lots of weird behavior people have on a pretty seamless demographic. Yeah, that's a fair point as well, Cutie Caution. I honestly didn't actually look into like why people didn't like it very much. I just remember hearing that it got like lower reviews, and I was kind of surprised because I thought it was cute. Since we are all joining in on the sweetness of making Tao shy, oh no, I shall jump in on the trend. Thank you so much for your kindness, support, and thoughtfulness. Your generosity and care have made a real difference, and I truly appreciate everything you have done. Sweetheart, it means a great deal to me to have your encouragement and presence in my life. I am sincerely grateful, and I will always remember your warmth and support. Lovely Lilith, you're so sweet. Thank you so much for such kind words, darling. I'm so glad that you managed to find me through. It was through the collab, right? Thank you so much, lovely Lilith. You are such a treasured part of this community as well. Thank you so much for being here and sharing your warmth and coziness. And hello, wonderful Wyvernry. Dearest days of Rika! Hello, gorgeous! Rika, how are you? Oh my gosh! Hold on, I'm gonna give you a shout out. You guys, we raided into Days of Rika yesterday, who was doing absolutely outstanding art. Sweetheart, did you wind up finishing your art yesterday, or do you have any art that you can share with us? This is, after all, an art stream. We would love to see your artwork. You guys, Vtuber of artistic prowess here who hath graced the realm with their presence, artfully balancing between drawing and voice acting, creating a chill atmosphere for their subjects. Recently, they have been grinding on commissions and conquering the depths of Hollow Knight. A productive monarch indeed. Hi, you wonderful. Hi, you wonderful. Hello, gorgeous Rika. How are you? How's the rest of your stream? You finished the badges? I would love to see them. Do you mind posting in the chat? Let me just permit you real quick. Hold on. There you go. I would love to see. Love, love, love to see. I generally like balancing in my media, and depending on the situations and how they are written, sometimes dock points for a complete monogender media. I just love harmony between people. Interesting perception there, Poogie. Through Shyland's stream on Peak. Yes, it was quite a lovely, chaotic, and funny time. I'm so glad you had a great time. I had so much fun on that. I hope that I get invited back for some stuff. How do I like the song? That was a little bit harder, but I did like it. That was good. That was good. I'm good. I just got back from food. Yummy. What kind of food did you have, sweetheart? I'm doing great. Absolutely wonderfully. Thank you so much for asking. Has Nate got something Nami on the menu tonight? No, I don't know what he's gonna bring home. Sweetest darling, thank you so much for gifting the fabulous Eureka a subby. Thank you ever so much. Thank you for your generosity and kindness, sweetest Stripe. Bruh, 1,405 subs in the channel is crazy. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you. There's that strat with that 1,000 gift sub. It's crazy. Yeah, I cannot wait to see what Rika has done. You guys, she's got this amazing vibe about her as well. And you're gonna love this art when I show it to you. Speaking of Turning Red, I watched Turning Red. I didn't like it per se, but that's because I wasn't the target audience of the film. Okay, that's fair, Skellington. That's fair. Oh. Oh, what is this? Oh. I think this is going on my personal liked. I really like this. Thank you for letting me share. Of course, sweetheart. Thank you so much for sharing. And thank you also for letting me share in your chat. Wow, look at this, you guys. These are so beautiful. That's beautiful. Look at I want to zoom in some more so I can show you guys. Look at the subtle painterly strokes. Look at the gradation. Look at the detail. And yet you know that these are going to be perfectly visible when they're uploaded onto Twitch. This is so pretty, hun. Rika, thank you so much for showing me. These are really extraordinary. Are these for yourself or are these a commission for someone else? Beautiful. So pretty. Gunship is one of my favorite bands. I can see why. This is really nice. This is really nice. At first glance, I thought it was, oh my God. Thank you for showing and the kind words. These are for comms. These are great. These are so pretty. I think your mind might be in the wrong place, Caution. I've been holding back on subs for the past few months now just because of the sub level we want to hit. Yeah, that's totally understandable, Sweetest Strat. That's totally understandable. Oh, this is so pretty. Gorgeous work, hun. Really gorgeous. So pretty. You guys, please check out Lovely Rika, who is an outstanding artist, as you can see, hence this. And she also does some really beautiful character work as well. Yeah, thank you so much for sharing, Lovely. I appreciate it. Rika, do you know when your next stream is gonna be? Are you a scheduler or no? Oh, you heading out, Sweetest Sedu? I can't watch you because my phone stinks. Oh, sorry, Sweetest Sedu. Oh, you're streaming tomorrow. Awesome. Are you doing some more art tomorrow? You thought it was a mythic onion. A mythic onion. I don't think I've seen a mythic onion. Was the rest of your stream yesterday pretty nice, Lovely Rika? Gonna work on a YCH animation. Oh my God, I would love to see your animation work. Actually, I haven't gotten to look at that. I'm so excited to see it though, hun. That's fantastic. You guys, please check out Lovely Rika. Absolutely incredible artist and total sweetheart. BT dubs. Absolutely adorable. Oh God, she's got such a pretty accent. Big fan. Big fan. Extraordinary talent. Pleasant voice. Pleasant accent. You're too kind. Really? No, not at all, sweetheart. Not at all. Thank you for such a warm welcome yesterday when I brought everybody in. No, I'm a big fan of you. No, I'm a big fan of you. Thank you, Bajillion, for playing my song. Oh, of course, Fabulous Nighty. Thank you so much for sharing it with us. It was really good. It's in my personal liked now. It's probably going to show up again. Even without you redeeming it at some point, I'll probably be putting it in the queue. Some of the best. Yeah, I can't do it. I can't do it. She's amazing. Yeah, she does an amazing arara. It's true.
It's true. That must have been the wind. Oh, right. Now, Magnificent Mogrim and Lovely Night here. Are you both headed off to bed? You all have such an incredible night. You have all been so freaking cool. I'm honored to get to be a part of the community now. Oh, darling, it's an honor to include you as a part of the community. Thank you so much for being here. Can't wait to catch you again soon. Can't wait to see you soon, sweetheart. Hopefully, if you're available, oh wait, no, you're gonna hang out with your brother tomorrow. Never mind. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams, darling. Thank you so very much for coming in. Thank you for joining the community. I so appreciate you. Whoa, wait, that's the wrong color. What is this song? What is this song? Four. I can only count to 4. This got me laughing hard. My spouse is asleep. Oh no, 90. Sorry. Oh my god, he requested this? I don't know, but it's really fucking funny. I can count to 2. I can count to 3. That sounds like a dude who is worse at math than you. Did someone give Tim 1 billion subs as well? Does Q show who requested? I don't know. Is it exclamation point song? Lovely Sin! Hi, sweetheart. Welcome on in. Don't worry, you're not late, nor are you early. You arrive precisely when you mean to. You're golden, sweetie. Does that do it? Oh, sorry. I told you song and it didn't work. Hold on. I wonder if I can find out who that was. God, that's a really funny song. Damn, who did request this? This is good. This is so funny. This is the min-max barbarian when the wizard tries to get him to learn math. It's true. Let me see. Q window. Oh, it just says requester Spotify. Damn. I think when a song first starts, it says who requested it. Yeah, it's not actually showing up. Damn, that's so funny. Wait, did you request this one, Mac? I know what the song is, but we're trying to find out who requested it. That's so fucking funny. Oh my god. Can you filter song request redeems? I can put category. The other thing is I don't know if they would have requested it using a link or not, because if it's a link, I don't have any shot. Oh, I didn't request it, I just did the song. Yeah. Psycho Stick requested it. Actually, yeah, Psycho Stick, it materialized. Sweetest thank you so much for gifting that sub to the wonderful Rika. I so appreciate it. Thank you very, very much, darling. Thank you ever so much for your generosity and kindness. Thank you. Oh, hi, cutie cat. Welcome on in. Okay, now I am leaving. I had to learn to count to 4. I'm so glad we could educate you on that 190. Thank you so much for coming in, sweetie pie. Like I said, sleep wonderfully well. Have the sweetest dreams. We will see you soon. Thank you so much for being here. Turning red isn't just for young audiences. I think the same goes for a lot of Pixar's material. Seems kind of like the kind of mindset where you might miss out on something you'd enjoy, probably enjoying regardless of your demographic. Maybe so. I think everyone's got their own. There's no such thing as like objective taste in art, you know?
Golly, oh gosh, don't I love it when people don't use bike pads? Uh-oh, who's not using a bike pad? Sweetie Skellington. We have not taken the break. Awesome, Ozzy. You are right that we should, though. And we will right now. Please make sure that you guys hydrate. Grab yourself something to eat or drink. Have a little stretch. Maybe go to the bathroom and dogs. This is also a meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. Just so you know, this is only a 3-minute break. It's not very long, but it is just long enough that if you need to go and do any of those things, you can. And then we'll be right back. I'm also going to set you up with a game of words on stream if you would like to participate, and I'll see you in 3. Mwah!
Okay, I got 2 options, Luna or Cora.
My bet is on Umbra. I just got this feeling. Umbra! Umbra, I'm shocked! Umbra, you win! You win! Congratulations, Ferocious Umbra! Yes! Hold on, I go find it. Raffle. That's the one. That's the one. One moment, please. Oh God, I'm so scary. I'm so sorry. I'm so scary. Wait, don't look at me. Don't look at me. I don't know why I look this way.
Tau report card 7 out of 10 defeated Raydell first try. Talks a little much but can be improved. Overall a good stream so far.
Thank you very much for the fucking ow. Oh my God. Sorry. The timing on both of those. Thank you very much for the very honest, fair report card, Nix. I appreciate that. I do. Yeah. Anyway, Pacific Franks. That's what it is in my brain. Pacific Franks. Or Darling and the Brim. Oh no. On St. Freaks!
That same fiance guy, right? You know what's going to happen.
I wonder if I should start thinking about things I say before they come out of my mouth. Moving on, lol, okay. These heels. Keep it up, good job. Keep it up, good job. Yucky. And buttons. You're doing great, thank you. Fuck you, you creepy red dick thing. Scary, yuck. Oh, thank God. I was like, I've killed this before. Does it count if I killed it somewhere else? Okay, good. It's so scary. I hate these things. How many do we need to find? Over 100. Oh God, I should have done it. Oh no, stop. I should have practiced with things. Don't mind me. I'm a great date. I forgot how to fucking, oh my God, there's, Okay, someone. I'll give you multiple takes. I crave violence. I crave violence. I crave violence, Is that where you came up with Tau? You know Tau is the 19th Greek letter? I love the music in this game. It's really good. Are we doing the story or class change quest? That is what you guys get to decide. Get to the first town, and then we can go reaching for the cat's butthole.
I drew lots. This one turned out the best.
Oh,
I'm giving it to you.
Hey, it's actually pretty good. Shows you're a real cat lover.
That's so cute. Oh. Okay. I thought that was not intentional. That was not intentional. That's my save hat layer that I forgot to turn off on this screen. Okay. Hey, Coyote Pies, I am back. It's good to see you again. I'll let you guys finish up your words on stream, and then we will move back over to our art. Welcome back, Sweet Stride. Welcome back, SMLC. That clip of me screaming. Hi, wonderful wizard. Welcome back. Sweet Sin. Welcome back, precious Twookie. Welcome back. Welcome back, lovely Lilith. Well, how do you guys feel?
Aw, sweetie pie, that's so cute. Love it.
Mazebot. I'm playing Elden Ring, cosplaying a friendo at the moment. Ooh, nice, Poogie.
Sounds fun. Answers to the other 6-letter word. Oh, sorry. Pfft, I read that as it started sinking. No. Hi, sweet Asia. Welcome on in. I'm just really not a sci-fi person, so everything feels very overwhelming in a way. But it's a good intro. Can I get? Oh, do I not have any? Oh, what? Oh, fuck. Were you being co-delicious? You know it. Always co-delicious. We got a cutie dog in the house. How can I not go pet his little bum? Thank you so much for the uppies. Awesome, Ozzy. Good, Ozzy. Well done on the boss, you guys. Excellent work. Excellent decision. That's a save-ism. That's a lovely save-ism right there. All right. Let's see here. The usual Tao, always going for the butt. You know it. You know it. How can I not? It's a cute fluffy bum, and we washed it like 2 or 3 weeks ago, so it's, well, he's played with dogs since then, but it's still cute and fluffy. It may not smell as good as when we washed it, but it's still cute and fluffy. How have you been enjoying Monster Hunter Stories 3? It's fun, Precious Poogie. I'm only a little bit disappointed, not with the game, but in the fact that I can't find the time to do any of the grinding and, like, invasive species stuff and all that I was really hoping to do. I'm just too busy. But I'm really enjoying the story so far. Yeah. I reckon we're probably maybe 3 streams away from finishing it. I think. Speaking of Coda, I have doggo pics. Oh, I love doggo pics. Please share. 2 or 3 weeks ago. We need that on a t-shirt. Keeping it fluffy. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Oh, yeah, 2 or 3 weeks ago. Listen, he smelled so good, freshly washed, and now he's stinky again because he smells like other dogs have been chewing on him, which they have. They do that. They do that. Ooh, what is this language? This is beautiful. The art is coming out amazing! Exclamation point, keep it up! Keep it up! Keep it up, good job! Thank you, lovely Icy. I'm so glad you're liking it. Thank you.
Keep it up, good job.
Keep it up, good job! There you go, that's the one. So glad I remembered this gem. It's beautiful. That's Spanish? Oh, wow, it sounds so, like, ethereal. That's gorgeous. I'm gonna have to add this one to my liked, too. Very pretty. Doggo pics posted. Ooh, the puppy dogs. Some puppy dogs. One second. Oh, cute. Wait, Dustin has cute dog pics too. Hold on. We must look. Testing out a lens we rented for a wedding tomorrow. I think we'll use it for a few other shots before we have to return it. Oh my gosh, they have such a pretty puppy dog. Look at those ears. Oh my god, what a cutie. Oh god, I love when their ears go floppy and then they go up. Oh, this is Zuki. This is Zuki. So cute. I love this Spider-Man. This little Spider-Man, that's so cute. Oh, she's so cute. Oh my god, I love Dustin's babies. The fur babies and the human ones, so cute. Scroll up to see a pathetic photo of Maxie too. Wait, that's not Maxie, sorry, but this is a cute cat. That's a big cat too. Oh my gosh, sorry, I'm missing. What is that? What is that? I don't know where the Maxie picture is, but that's a cute kitty. Let's see your puppies. Since I see you are in the ice area, I can tell you my thoughts. I'm a bit sad and disappointed they brought heavy politics into a Monster Hunter game, because now that's kind of something the community will set as a new standard for the series, and if they listen to the feedback, which Capcom does usually listen to their player base, That means I may get less enjoyment and more uncomfy moments with future entries to Monster Hunter. Where do you get the idea that there's politics in it? Without spoiling anything, please don't spoil anything. Oh, look at his puppin. Oh, it's so cute. See the skeleton? Oh, so baby. Oh, this little one. Wait, did you send this one to me? I know, looks like Eevee, huh? I was thinking that too. I was like, wait, Skellington or Ozzy? Yeah. Cute, very cute. Not sure if that song will make it to the end of the stream, but could you move up the list to replace a song I requested? The list. Let me see here. Monoid. Hello, Monoid. Welcome in. Thank you for the head pat, hun. Thank you, thank you. The list. Let me see. The list. The list. I don't see the list on here. Move it up the up the list of song, not a song called The List. Oh, okay. So wait, is it give me some blah 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 something something? Is that the one you're talking about? Let's see. I mean, there's usually a hint of it in a lot of video games. Art tends to imitate life. Well, that is true. But Montreal world politics. Oh, not real world politics, but politics nonetheless. It's a whole war situation. Yeah, but that's like, I don't think that you can say that, yeah, I don't think any, I can't even think of a single game or piece of media that has conflict between, you know, races, nationalities, factions, kingdoms that doesn't involve some kind of like fake politics. So I don't know if I agree with that one. But I mean, again, as we were talking about earlier, like everyone's got their own, there's no such thing as an objective opinion of art or entertainment. You have your own idea, right? You know what I mean? Let's see. Move that song with one I have requested earlier. Okay. I guess I will replace number 1 with it then, because I don't see anything that I know was yours until there. So there we go. Monster Hunter used to be that. That's one thing I loved about the series. I don't know. I mean, if you consider that politics, I would say that even as far back as like, you know, World, they were talking about like how the you know, there's conflict between the hunters and the monsters. So I guess that's politics. You know what I mean? I'm not really clear on it. I don't necessarily think that because in my opinion, I think that Monster Hunter Stories 3 is has a lot of the it's actually kind of just elaborating on what was said before, I guess, in previous Monster Hunter Stories entries, where we're the writers and we want to save our monsties and prevent bigger, badder monsties from invading human spaces, and we have to be respectful of them and stuff like that, which I don't really consider politics. I think that's awareness of nature. Might be influenced by real world events, if anything, but that's usually the extent of it. I still don't even know that it's that, to be honest, personally. All Fire Emblem games have had some in-game politics, but that is different from reality. Right, exactly, yeah. Depends on how you define politics. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it kind of, if you're talking about any kind of conflict, right, then it's, I guess everything is political, but that's, when people are talking about, oh, I'm not comfortable talking about politics, that's not really what they mean. They mean they don't want to hear about people being like, you know, oh, I disagree with this politician and I hate this person's philosophies and blah, 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 blah. Hey, lovely Lily, how are you? It's good to see you. Yeah, and Monster Hunter. Cute question. There is a whole essay I can give on the specifics, but I'm trying to keep that answer on the lighter side. Fair enough, Precious Boogie. Yeah, we haven't finished it yet either, so I guess maybe I'll see when we get to the end what I think as well. Confused on whether to say morning of night or night because it's 3 a.m. for you. Ooh. The perfect time to say main. Morning, afternoon, evening, night. Oh wait, actually I think she's hold on. I'll do this and then it's easy enough to change if Umbra wants. What's the difference between the hammer and the sword? Oh, so lovely Lilith. If someone has a hammer icon, it means that they are the head of the mod team for that channel. If it's just a sword, then that means they are one of the mods for the channel, but not the lead mod. So you'll see a bunch of different, you'll see multiple people with swords, but per channel, you'll only see one person with a hammer. Does that make sense? Good me, lovely Lily. Good mean. One's. Aw, Evie. I know, isn't that crazy? It looks so much like your dog, Skellington. Hell yeah, we got Hans Zimmer in the chat. Hold on. Oh, I can't. I drop. Sounds like quite a rule to step in. Wait, sorry, what do you mean, lovely Lilith? Oh, I was saying that because it's from Dune. Oh, okay. Well, I like Hans Zimmer too. He's pretty good, I must say. So far there have been 2 cyclists on the footpath on my doggo walk. This is why I'm so eager for cycle paths to be made so it's not either the road or footpath for cyclists. Yes, that would be nice. I totally know what you mean. Do you think we can have this done before the end of stream? Probably not done. I think we'll definitely have our flats done. Because we're actually almost done with the flats already. But I don't think that I'll get all the shading done. Maybe we might start on it though. We might start on the shading. Apparently people couldn't get into the first movie from 2021. So they got into the second one, which kind of makes sense since the majority of it is setting up what happens in the second half of the book. Yeah, that is true. Oh, the mod leader. Yes. Well, Stratos Edge is my he's my modager. So he's been with me since like the very start, and he does everything in the back end. So and since he's both my like lead mod and my manager, when the little hammer icon came up, I was like, ooh, yeah, you're getting that. Yeah, you get that. You get that. I love the Man of Steel score. That's so good. And the Pirates of the Caribbean one they had during concert. I love that. I love the Caribbean, the Pirates of the Caribbean theme song. It's such a banger. Sounds like a momager? Why? Why is he merm? Why is he merm? Alright, let me see. Modager. They better be getting paid for all their work. Yes, I do what I can for sweetest Strat. I do. I would like to
give him more, but I do what I can. Tau keeps Strat in the basement so they don't get away. Mm-hmm. Wolf fact, wolves do not hibernate and can potentially be seen all year long. Facts! Want to hear a fun fact? Yeah, let's go, Lily. The chlorine in fresh tap water irritates sensitive parts of the cat's nose. Let tap water sit for 24 hours before giving it to a cat. I actually did not know that. I should probably let Nath know that. Because he gives Mr. Bear his waters. Huh. That is really interesting. Fuck. Hold on, let me see what my phone's doing all right. 47%. I better go and get my charger that is currently charged. Give me a second. Hold on. Okay. Oops. Hold on. I'm dragging the whole carpet. This carpet is so thick that it winds up getting like tucked underneath the wheels of my chair. Okay. All right, well, this is at 50%. Hopefully, if I plug that into my iPad, it will be okay. Some scenes of Pirates of the Caribbean were shot in my country. That's cool. You must live in a beautiful place, hun. It's 3 a.m. again, so you know what time it is. Cursed Doodle time. I love cursed doodles. Go, be free. I am happy that there are dedicated cycle paths being built. This makes me feel old in my own mind for some reason. I mean, it's probably just because you're not used to being like, or like when you think back to, you know, your youth, this wasn't really a concern, but now you're like, I'm walking my dog and I would like to be safe and I would like my dog to be safe and I would like the riders to be safe. So is it okay if I request the corn, not the reprise version for the from the musical Shucked? I would use the traditional redeem, but it's over 6 minutes. But it's such an iconic song. If you want to request it, and then I will, and that way it like takes the points away, and then I can pop it in there, the one that you actually want. Pirates of the Caribbean still has some of the best CGI even compared to today. It was really good. It was really good. I haven't heard this song in years. Me neither. Posted your new puppy. Let me see. I see puppy. I see puppy. Oh my god, that's a cute puppy. Oh my god, look at this puppy. Look at those gangly ass legs. I love puppies. That's so cute. Pretty colors, my new puppy. Oh, I love his curly tail. Oh, he's beautiful. Is he a husky? Oh, he's so cute. He's beautiful, hun. I love him. Pretty, right, Precious Politely? Like you, you're pretty. Okay, let's see. Corn by the cast of Shucked. Thank you. I will go do that up for you. No you. No you. Excuse me? Excuse me! There you go. That is queued up for you, hun. Can we replace people with dogs? You know, there are some people I would like to replace with dogs, I must confess. Ironically, since I've been spending less time with real people, quote unquote real people in the real world, and more time with people online, aka streamers and stuff, I've discovered there are actually a lot of really great people, and I don't want to replace them with dogs. We got that Pokemon back. Ooh.
Pokemon cover. Hold on, who is this? Let's see. Power Glove. I petition to turn people into dogs because dogs are better. They are pretty good. I do love dogs. I love my puppy. My little angel. Actually, let me see if I can, I told you guys yesterday that I would show you guys, this very cute photo of my dog. Dazzy, or Dazzle, sorry, I can't read. Dearest Dazzle, thank you so much for the follow, hun. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Look at him! Look at my boy! In case you don't believe me when I say that Coda smiles, he does. He smiles. He's so cute. His pretty little teeth. Look at his smile. For those of you who haven't seen him before, this is totally non-aggressive. This is just what he does. He's going through his venom phase. He's so adorable. He's so cute, dude. Oh my god, I'm obsessed with my dog. Look, here's another one. Hold on. Look at him. A little smirk for you. A little smirk for you, my little angel. He's so cute. Baby boy. Yeah. Oh, God. He's just in the other room, and I pet him, like, last break, like 10, 20 minutes ago, but I miss him. He's so cute. My little angel. Hold on. Show you him with his ball. This is him with his ball. He is hiding behind another dog's mouth, by the way, but yeah. Look at him, he's so cute. Yeah, anyway, he's my little world, my little baby world. I love him very much. The light of my life, this one. Okay, anyway. Cute Coda. Yes, he's very cute. I'm not sure why the ellipses. I think you might be mistyping, Nix. I think what you mean is cute Coda exclamation, 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 exclamation. All right, let me see. We've got, this looks like it actually overlaps into the inside of the ear, so I will do that, and then if lovely Umbra does not like that, we will change it, because we want Umbra to be thrilled. Lunchtime, gonna be a lurky turkey. Oh, good, so to start enjoy. Unlurks to puppers. Hi, so to say, welcome back. How was your food? Okay, so Strat has disappeared to be a lurky turkey. Save has returned from being a lurky turkey to have, is that dinner for you? Strat's doing lunch. I think you just did dinner. Can you move the corn soup song up? Corn soup, sorry. Corn song. I'm having a stroke. Heading to bed. Yes, of course. I will do that for you, hon. There you go. No worries, hon. Corn soup. Ooh, I would fuck with corn soup. Yummy. Egg drop soup is one of my favorite, like, soups. Good soup. Good soup. Okay. Does this actually, hold on, does that come up? Oh, it does. Oh, well, hold on. I don't think that works there. This might work here, though. I no longer name meals. It's just always cheese time. Oh, I love cheese time. Can I participate in cheese time? What kind of cheese are we having? Got the right one. Woohoo! Sounds like you're having a good time. Save! Let's go, Red. I love it. Great job. A good time indeed. I actually didn't realize that, wait, are grits corn? Are grits made of corn? I never thought grits were very good, but maybe I'm a betrayer of corn. Maybe I have outed myself. Just some medium cheddar, nothing too exciting. Do you like, for everyone in chat, how do you guys feel about super sharp cheeses? I like the stuff that hurts my mouth when it goes in. I love super, super, super sharp cheddar. Oh, or Parmesan. Oh my God, like really sharp Parmesan. Yum. I love hard cheeses. For real though, what's everyone's favorite meal where cheese is a star? Well, if you ask Nath, it's literally going into the fridge and taking a bite out of Parmesan. Grits is a type of porridge made from coarsely ground dried corn. I am a betrayer of my people. I apologize. But I don't make the rules. I don't like grits that much. Tau, Gouda-ing is a serious thing. It can't be taken with jovial concern. Gouda. I like stuff that hurts my mouth when it goes in. No. I didn't say stuff. I said cheese. Specifically cheese. I like really sharp cheeses. No. Mine is fondue. I actually don't think I've had fondue, really. Maybe once upon a time. I've had more like chalky fondue than I have like, you know, actual, like, cheese fondue. What is my favorite meal? Well, here's the thing. Despite the fact that I love, painful cheeses, I mostly enjoy them as, like, an accoutrement. I don't actually know what that word means, but, I don't like when a meal is, like, built around cheese. I find it to be too heavy. But I love cheese on, like, burgies. I love cheese on tacos. I love cheese on a cheese platter. I love cheese with grapes. I love cheese with apples. I love cheese on corn. I love cheese on enchiladas. Burritos. Yeah. Lovely laugh, you're going to work. All sweet, all good, sweetheart. Have a great evening at work, and thank you so much for hanging out with us today, sweetheart. I do appreciate it. We'll see you later. Tao eats cheese with everything? No, not everything. Just some stuff, you know. I'm Swiss/German, so I'm legally obliged to have fondue at least once a year. I would like to participate in this tradition. Okay, let me see. I do love sharp cheeses, but give me a good smoked medium cheese. I don't love smoked cheeses if they're like, I don't know. Okay, smoked anything for me is kind of an acquired taste, and it's an acquired taste I don't really have. I think it's kind of, I think the smoked flavor is too much for me compared to like, whatever it's on. I'm not really like a cheese eater as far as just cheese. You know what I mean? You like smoked cheese a lot. Red, I'm not surprised by that. You really, you love like really nice, like, do you have like a super taster palate? I feel like you would. My favorite is soft French cheese called Port Salut. What's the closest thing to that I might have tried? There's a whole thing to eating fondue, like a ritual. Give me nachos with melted cheese. Oh, yo, I love nachos with melted cheese, dude. That's pretty yummy. Or in a tortilla always gets me. That's my favorite line of this song. Now you're hungry. Lovely Lilith, you should go eat something. Although it's quite late for you, isn't it? If everyone eats corn for my funeral, I'll be happy. Oh, it's 8:50 a.m. Oh, okay. Wait, haven't you been here for quite a few hours? Like two or 3 hours? You got up really early. Actually, not a super taster, no. Just have an appreciation for exploring food. Really, Red? I'm genuinely surprised by that. You have like one of the most, I would trust your palate more than most people, to be honest.
I think that people singing in this like their corn. It's almost like we're home here. Oh, maybe since 6:30. Okay, yeah. So about 2 hours, yeah. My palate has grown after experiencing a month and a half of everything tastes horrible. Wait, what do you mean? It's only like you've experienced. Wait, okay. My palate has grown after experiencing a month and a half of everything tastes horrible. So it's why has it been tasting horrible? Was that unexpected? Did you have like an illness or something? Good night, Magnificent Mac. Thank you for hanging out, Sweetie Pie. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you for hanging in there. Appreciate ya. Funeral corn? Okay, so Tao, there's a weird as heck tradition in the Mormon community I left called... Oh, I didn't realize you left a Mormon community. Have you told me that before? I'm so sorry. I have the worst memory. Holy shit. It's called funeral potatoes. Think a potato casserole made of hash browns, cream of chicken, and melted cheddar. That sounds so good, dude. Maybe we do that, but sub out the potatoes for corn for yours. Actually, do that, but add corn. More starch. More starch. Yum, 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 yum. Starch. Starch me up. Fabulous Phil Bossa! You are schlepped. But have a good rest of the stream. Thank you so much, Sweetie Pie. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you for coming in. I appreciate you. Thanks for hanging out for so long. Have a great day tomorrow, okay? It's not good night just yet. I'm heading out to finish the last homework assignment. Oh, okay, fair enough. Well, when you get around to it, I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Oh, oops, the book. The book. I think. Hold on. Let me look at Umbra's reference real quick. I think I've got all those colors right. I think he's got the book in his hand in this one. Sorry, one sec. I just want to make sure that I get the color right. I think it's like a really old. Yeah, here we go. Okay. Cool. Yeah. All right. I'm gonna color grab from this one. Okay. Oh, it's black. Why did I think it was green? I thought it was like a really deep mossy green. I believe I had acid reflux at the time, and since I wasn't the quickest when it comes to getting things checked out for a month and a half, everything I ate tasted horrible. Oh no, that's terrible, Lily. I'm so sorry. That sounds awful. I got better, but I no longer complain about the taste of food anymore. Yeah, that's fair, but oof, that's a lot of acid reflux to like influence everything you eat. Oof. Maybe that's my next weekend project after the what? Cockle-vin? What is that? Raclette is another cheese meal. What is that made of? Oh no, you can't see the arting because I was looking for my reference and that goes through my entire camera roll. So I can't let you guys go through my entire camera roll. But yeah, all right. Let's see. Oh, my bad. That's okay, hon. That's okay. I probably should have been clearer about what I was doing. My bad. My bad. Oh, shit. Yikes. Zoinks. Oh, bruh. Oh my God. Okay. Okay, let's see. Darker blue than a mother, which is what we've done. Gray with purple tips, which we've done. Okay, dark brown with purple highlights in the hair. Okay. Let me put some highlights in here for the cutie patootie. No leaks here. Yeah. Coq-au-vin, French chicken stew dish. Literally translates to rooster in wine. Dude, I am too hungry for this right now, but tell me anyway. This sounds so good. Tell me more, please.
Raclette is melted cheese on potatoes. Oh, is that French too? Okay. Hopefully that's good for the highlights. What I might do is for her tail, we'll imply that there's a tip on here too. All right. We'll start doing our rendering. Which is not nearly as complex as the rendering that I would do for something not a chibi, but these are chibis. So also, I just realized I took away his eyebrows. No eyebrows for you, Umbra. If all songs don't go through today, what happens? That's a great question, lovely Lilith. If they don't go through, I don't really listen to music outside of stream, like outside of our art stream. So, we will, I basically hit pause on them when we finish up stream. And then next week on art stream day, I just resume from where we left off today, which does mean that it takes a bit to get to next week's songs, but at least this week's songs get to play out at that time. Does that make sense? Oh, right, Swiss French Alps. I'm so sorry. You literally said that. Oh my god, my memory. Sorry, hun. That sounds interesting. It sounds really good. I would eat that. I would eat the fuck out of that. You like this song? One of my favorite songs? This is really pretty. What is it about? It's very cheery. I like it. Okay, let me see. Let me get some magic in here first. First things first. I wonder, okay, wait, we've got, I kind of want this to be impacted by the same wind that's kind of going that way. Mm-hmm. That's a pretty color effect. It's pretty cool, huh? Makes my job a lot easier when I've got to do like nondescript magical effects. It's about overcoming stress and depression and just difficult times in general. I love that. Oh, that's really cool, Strut. I like that song. That's good. Sin, gotta head back to work. Oh, all good, sweetheart. Thank you so much for coming in. I appreciate it. Have a wonderful day or night. Enjoy work. We'll see you soon. Looks like galaxy colors. Right. We ignoring the break or taking that? Let's ignore the break. And if you don't mind reminding me about 20 minutes, I'll turn off raids then too. To get to the new week faster, I suggest playing the previous week's stuff at 300% speed until all the vocals are chipmunkized. Surely nothing of value will be lost. Surely not. Thank you, Ozzy. Appreciate it. I'm sleepy, so I'm heading to bed. It was fun meeting you. It was such a pleasure to meet you too, gorgeous gecko. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you so much for coming in. So good to have met you. Yeah, we'll see you hopefully tomorrow, but whenever we do see you, we'll look forward to it.
if I like put the runes inside of the light. That might be cool. And he said that he wanted his daughter to have like more power than him, so I think I'm gonna do this. Wait, sorry, it's going the wrong way.
Yummy. Yummy.
What are we eating? I'm definitely gonna go eat after this. I'm really hungry.
Time to eat some homegrown mango. Yummy indeed. That sounds bomb. QC, I'm so glad you got a gift sub from the Terrific Talon. That's awesome.
Very good, very good.
Yugi, I don't understand how to play this game.
I don't understand how to play this game.
I could really, actually, I could really exaggerate this. Yeah, there we go. She feels more powerful now, right? More than him. I'll brighten up the color here too. You know what? Now that I've colored this, I don't like his expression. I think it's the mouth. Let me try. Hold on.
Send these troops as is only. Oh shit! Wonderful Whitechapel! Hello, sweetheart. Welcome on in here. How are you? It's so good to see you. Thank you for the care package. Hold on. Okay, Strat's eating homegrown mango, so I'm gonna shout you out myself. Let me see. The Whitechapel. The Whitechapel. Chapel. Yes. You guys, if you haven't checked out Wonderful Whitechapel, absolutely amazing artist. Like, fucking, like, beyond professional level. Like, AAA type, like, pixel artist. Absolutely amazing stuff. If you like banging musical playlists, and if you want to learn so incredibly fast from just watching somebody and you have a passion for pixel art, absolutely the guy to go to for that. I've been, like, talking fucked up. Sorry. Thank you for the care package. Time to read about amazing Whitechapels. This is Wonderful Whitechapel, who weaves pixelated dreams and eldritch nightmares. Their realm of echoes of pestilence, a 2D Metroidvania, beckons thee to embody a plague doctor amidst an otherworldly pestilence. With Unreal Engine 5 as their scepter, they artfully animate and draw sprites, showcasing their creative workflow. Truly a monarch of game development. Do you have, talking is hard for real, for real. I know, English sucks. Wonderful Whitechapel, do you have any art you would like to show us? Because I would love to show people the extraordinary stuff that you do. TV looks super cute. Thank you, Lith. I'm so glad you're liking it. But yeah, you guys, if you are fond of pixel art or like lighting or like kind of like darker, like Eldritchian kind of like noir sort of themes and what's the word? Like themes and I guess style? Like it's quite dark, but it's like really, really beautiful, super impressive stuff, genuinely. Like I think that if Dark Souls or like Elden Ring were ever to have someone pixelize their game, they would have no other choice but to go to Whitechapel. He does that level of like beautiful, beautiful stuff. Check DMs. Okay, 1 second. I grab this and bring it over. Oh my god, that looks amazing. That looks like a fucking AI generated photo. Can I show everyone that? I can share the finished attacks. Oh, you have 80% done? Yes, please. Did you want to put it in the Discord or did you want to link it here? That is beautiful. I really didn't realize that I was craving mango so much. Go ahead. Look at the food that Strat is eating. You're like, oh, what? It's so perfect. It's so juicy. I'm salivating. This looks so good. Either's fine. If you want to put it in the Discord,
That would probably be the easiest, and also get you the most eyes because anyone who's not in stream right now, they can go and look at it later if you want. It's really good. God, fuck. I may be in slight discomfort after biting the inside of my cheek eating dessert. Owie, 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 owie. That looks too real. It is. It is. It is too real. That's what I'm saying. No, it's what Strat's eating. He has like actual, like he has mango trees and shit. It's crazy. But yeah, you guys, Whitechapel, amazing. Those mangoes are pixel art? No, sorry, I was looking at, that's a photo from Strat. This is the pixel art, which I'm going to show you. Oh my God, that's so cool. Look at this, you guys. This is insane. Look at that. Oh my God. That looks amazing. Like the weight and the like the flapping of the of like the clothing. I love like the, is it called smear or smudge or something? Like the technique where it shows movement. I can see that you've done that with like the eye, the like thing. That is so cool. That looks absolutely awesome. Oh, thank you for letting me share. Thank you for sharing. Blessing all our eyes with this amazing artwork. This is so cool. Hold on, I'll just, smears. Yeah, cool. Look at the, like, look at the length on the fucking blade. Is this, the combo breaker? That looks amazing. Isn't it incredible? You should definitely go check out Whitechapel. He does this stuff live on stream. It's so awesome. Do you have to, like, Whitechapel, do you have to, like, look up references for this kind of movement? Or do you, just, like, know what you're looking for right off the bat and you can just, like, imagine it into existence? That is so cool. I'm so obsessed with, like, the sheen of the blade, even if it's instantaneous, like, pew, pew. Not anymore. Wow, that is awesome. Yeah. Oh yeah. You guys are missing out. If you like pixel art, if you like art in general, if you like animation, like he covers a lot of bases with his artwork and he's absolutely incredible. Thank you so much for sharing, wonderful Whitechapel. Hopefully you got some followers from that because that is really, really fucking sick. I am deeply impressed, as always, mostly imagine, but I sometimes do the animation IRL and see what's possible. Surely with something like that, you couldn't really do like a, I mean, I guess like for anatomically speaking, you could pretend you have a scythe or something, but the sheen of the blade and stuff would be out of your brain, I assume. That is so cool. I also want to try getting good at pixel art. Yeah, Skellington, go follow wonderful Whitechapel. They're super sweet as well. What an absolute angel. Incredible artist. Actually, is the problem that he has no teeth? Hold on. Why am I having issues? Why is this happening to me? For like staves, etc. I have a stick I swing. Yeah, there you go. I love that. That's awesome. Very cool. Maybe I, hold on. I hope that I'm right about this. I might be wrong. And then I have to figure out what looks weird and why. The goal of art is to figure out what looks weird and why before you get to the finalization phase. Actually, that might have been it. Maybe he needs a little bit more here. Maybe. Welcome back. A very late welcome back. Yes, indeed, but it's good to see you, Sita City. Welcome back to you. Oh, I say go for it. Whitechapel, have you already told us how long have you been doing pixel art? And do you do any other kinds of art? Or are you mainly, well, I mean, I know you're mainly pixel based, but I'm gonna be game testing the shit out of Whitechapel's game when he gives me permission. All right. I need to send you pics of all the other fruits here. Trust me, if you visit here, I will stuff you and make you 5 kilos fatter before you go back home. You can run back to Tasmania and lose it. Thank you. Thank you, Strat. I appreciate that. And thank you for the care package, wonderful wizard. Welcome back in. I've been doing pixels since 2019-ish. I used to do 3D art. Oh, interesting. That's very cool. Wow. Okay, so you've been an artist for quite a while then, Lovely Chapel. Whitechapel, can I ask, how did you get your name? What is your name from? The Whitechapel, I'm curious. You better have that chicken salt ready for me. Oh, hell yeah. That's gonna be my housewarming gift to anyone I visit in any other country, is I'm gonna bring you chicken salt. It's like the cheapest, easiest thing to bring over. And it distributes so much amazing flavor. What color? We're gonna do blue. Yeah, let's do blue. And Cool Ranch Doritos? Do you not get Cool Ranch Doritos in India, sweetest trap? Okay, the riz I shared is Golden Bikini Koradaki for save. Oh, I don't know if you can show it on stream. Okay, hold on. I'll just look at it myself. Wow! Nice. Okay, he'll like that. He'll like that. Save! Go look at the Discord! Look at the Discord. You are being rewarded for your kindness and wonderfulness with Sedu art. See? Yeah, that's true, Seti. You're right. I probably shouldn't show that on stream. I love chicken salt. It's so good, Skellington. I don't know what I would do without it. And I still sometimes think back to the fact that when I was in the States, I was very inconsiderate and did not remember to bring chicken salt. And so I forgot to send it to Red, which I would not blame Red if he never wanted to be my friend again because because of that. Because I think I said, I'm gonna bring you guys chicken salt, and then I never did it. Because my stupid brain forgot until, like, I was on the plane to the US, and I was like, damn. Fail. Fail. I only have a few packets of it when I went to the city. Don't get it where I live. Okay, I'll bring you some. I can't promise that they will be unbroken. You know, things get exploded in luggage in transit, but funny story, not really. But back in early college, I was super into serial killers, so my name is based on Jack the Ripper. Maybe I was edgy and cringe. Interesting. That is really interesting. Listen, I still like true crime, so like that's totally fine. But how interesting that you got it from there. It actually is quite fitting. Even the name is quite spooky. It fits with your game and your art style, I think. He'll like that. Hey, you don't speak for me, Tao, and furthermore, you do. Fine, you win this time. I knew it. I knew it. I am in your brain, Save. I used to do 3D animation during my high school years, but I forgot how to do it. I see now. Listen, I started trying to learn when I was living in the States, and I think I kind of just realized that, like, I don't know, I've dedicated so many, like, tens of thousands of hours to illustration that I think I was then and am now at the point in my life where I'm not willing to, like, restart trying to get good at something that's, like, as big of a time sink as getting good at art is. Various types of art. And I'm not passionate enough about 3D art, like, personally, to warrant spending that kind of time and frustration. So I learned a bunch of stuff about Maya, and I probably spent about 20 or 30 hours, like, watching videos and stuff. And then I stopped, and I went back to drawing. And I went, yep, that's the thing. That's what I'm doing. Yay. That's what I want to do.
It's fine if it's broken as long as you don't nom on it before it gets here. Depends on if the yummy smell escapes. I think he likes it. I think so too. I like listening to true crime. Let's go! Samesies. Hey, cutie Kasai, how are you? How are you? It's good to see you. Spend 20 to 30 hours watching me instead. What are you doing for 20 to 30 hours, Kasai? Do I dare ask? How is the local Scotsman? How are things going? Been a minute. Good to see ya. Probably sleeping? Yeah, okay. Yeah, been thinking about changing my name for a long time, but I ended up going back, and now I'm used to people calling me this name. Yeah, that's fair, Whitechapel. That's totally fair. I'm great. Hope you've been good. The timetable change has made it hard for me to pop in and join. That is very fair, cutie Kasai. I wonder if you'll be able to come in tomorrow. We got our storytelling stream tomorrow. Did you have anything you wanted to submit, hun? Are you still eating muffins and sandwiches? At work? And gathering really cool weaponry? Look, I'm remembering stuff. This is how I have to remember stuff. I have to take a wild fucking guess that I'm hopefully talking to the right person. I'm worried that someday someone's gonna try and play a prank on me and be like, you what? Wow, you don't even remember who I am. And then it's gonna like, really? Do I not? And then they're like, nah, you got it, that's right. I am, yes, I bought an axe like 2 weeks ago! Let's go! Look at me, I can remember things occasionally, once in a great while. I'm very proud of myself, actually. I'm gonna give myself a massive pat on the back for that. Radical Ram, how are ya? Welcome on in. Raiders, if you need a raid and run, that's totally cool, but if you'd like to stick around, we'd love to have you. We're just doing some arting today. I'm not sure how I feel about Sedu simultaneously doing an art of Korra in golden bikini and one of Luna in the skimpiest canon Star Trek uniform. I suppose I like the Luna one better, though, because of the Star Trek. Not the buzz and pause it for... Yeah, I'm sure, Save. You've totally convinced me. My brain is asking for a nap, but I hate to be that person to skip the wait list. Oh no, Lilith, that's okay, sweetheart. That's what it's there for. You can per stream, you can always do, you can move one song up. What would you like me to move up? You guys, this is the awesome Jacked Ram who hath arrived fresh from their Forza Horizon 6 escapades. This Australian stream are blessed with ADHD and autism welcomes lurkers with open arms. Their recent broadcast showcase a love for multi-game chaos, beautiful maps, and chill vibes. From farming in Deutschland, FS25 to leaving worries behind. Their streams be a delightful mix of swearing and camaraderie. Welcome in! How are you? It's so good to see you. Now I know even if I pass, I'll be remembered for my work lunches and weapon collection. Listen, these are good things to be remembered for. They made me smile. It's time to try phrase. Oh, great timing. Yeah, that is great timing, actually. Sign of life. You've got it. Ram, how was your stream and when will your next one be? Let me see. Sign of life. Lovely. Lilith. Got it. All right, that will play next, okay? There you go. And then you can get some good sleep. What do you mean turn them off? We're going to be finishing up in about 45 minutes to an hour or so. So I've asked everyone to remind me to turn off the raids so that we don't get a sad Tau where I'm like, oh no, I'm so sorry. I did it. We're thank you for coming in. We're leaving. We're not doing that right now. So that's why that's why it's good timing. Thank you so much for the reminder, awesome Aussie. And you will be doing stream tomorrow at 3:30 p.m. Awesome. What will you be streaming? Do you happen to know? Thank you, Cutie Pie. Since it will be my first ever request, please let me know your thoughts on it. Will do, lovely Lilith. I'm excited to hear it. Your new toy in Discord. That's a strange way to phrase that, but I will look. Axe goes brrr. That's a fucking sick axe. Oh my god. Wow, look at the fucking detail. That's beautiful. I like your rabbit.
That's so cool. Okay, you're doing Forza Horizon 6 again. Awesome. Very cool. Oh, sorry, I'm moving my stuff. There. That looks amazing. Is this modeled after anything in particular? That's awesome. We have another 40 minutes, right? We could wait a bit longer, at least another 10 to 15. You never know when we get more pals to join. I mean, I guess that's true. I guess we could, yeah, probably about 40 minutes. Okay, fine. We'll put it up for another 15 minutes. You've convinced me. Get your mind out of the gutter. You have to use that on a melon. My friend said there wasn't enough hidden pieces engravings. Need to find a laser printer. Oh my god. This is so cool. This is awesome. Is that like solid metal? Or is that like... This is really sick. Cool, Honix. It's very cool. So it's a Germanic war axe, and between the 15th and 17th century. Wow, that's awesome. It's beautiful. That is really cool. I love the like tassels here as well. That's really cool. Yeah, it has a chain too. Yeah. Here. Yeah, that looks solid as fuck. Solid metal and wood construction, about 3 kilos at the head. That's awesome. Do you just hang these up, or do you utilize them when you're frustrated to like break fruit? Time to swing some heads! Please don't swing at heads. Please don't swing at people. No violence. No violence. Only violence against fruit. And then you have to eat the fruit. Oops. Oh, sorry. Turn that off. Can do axe throwing with them? Can I do axe throwing with them? Oh, I think that's a big... I mean, 3 kilos to throw an axe? I mean, maybe. That'd be hefty. No axe throwing. They're display pieces only. Hang them up for display since I've always wanted them. That's cute. I love that, Kasai. That's amazing. This is not your punching thingy. If Assassin uses it, the level of property damage would be even more stressful. That's true. That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. Oh my god. Shoot. Sorry, I'm getting too detailed. It's a chibi. Whoops, my bad. My bad. Do not damage the Museum of Gobbins! I would never dream of it. Actually, yeah, good question. How many pieces do you own at the moment? Three now. My claymore, the Swiss halberd, and now my axe. That is awesome. Skip this? Is this not the one that, is this not the one that, that Lilith wanted to listen to? I'm pretty sure this is the one that, they asked me to... Motionless in White has screaming? I love screaming. Well, we'll listen to it until, if it gets to be too much screaming, then I'll turn it off. It looks really good though, with all the little details, but then it does stray from the simplicity of a chibi. Yeah, exactly. Just like the cicadas for 6 weeks in summer. Hi, Outstanding Otendo. Welcome on back. Yeah, it's a little bit screamy, but so far I'm not hearing like, you know, extensive, like exclusively like, ooh, you know. It is a little bit louder than what I would normally probably listen to. Yeah, no, I think it's probably a little bit, it might be a little bit too, like cacophonous, I think, possibly. Unless it gets like, that wouldn't be maybe trash metal. Like this is trash metal. I too can't handle the screamy stuff, honestly. This is too much for me. Yeah, I think it might be a little too much for us. I'm sorry, Lovely Lilith. Thank you for letting us try, though. I do appreciate it. I have no clue at all. Oh, okay. That's okay, hun. That's okay. It's always worth giving it a shot, you know. You're never gonna be like shit upon for you know, testing the water and seeing if it's something that is you know, comfortable for me or the community or not. But yeah, thank you for letting us it's even more of that to 11. That's why I can't post my music. That's fair, Kasai. That's fair. Time to order some music with D&D vibes. Sorry to be blunt about it at the store. Oh, that's okay, Ozzy. I just yeah, I was like, I know that Lilith was waiting for that song, so I wanted to give it a chance. And we did listen to more than half of it. But yeah, I think it was probably a little bit too much. If that's helping you kind of approximate like the meterage, Lilith. Yeah, exactly. Like again, like the no screaming stuff can be so specific, I guess. So like you're never gonna be, you know, put down or unappreciated for like just trying. Yeah, so I hope you don't feel like, I know mine would get insta skipped. Yeah, listen, if it starts with the like probably. I actually did that earlier and then I felt kind of bad because apparently it was just the start of it that was like that and then the rest of it was not. So I was like, oh shoot, sorry. Sorry. That's kind of why I'm like, oh, I kind of want to give it a chance, but yeah, we did listen to more than half of it and I think it might have been a little too much for us. You love motionless and light, Ozzy? Yeah. How my entire music collection is basically all ooh. Well, Kasai, that's why it's your music collection and not mine, I suppose. I mean, again, like, and this is not an invitation for anyone to request this kind of stuff because I would still have to be like, sorry, this is not the vibe for this community and for the stream. But like, I have Maximum the Hormone in my personal liked playlist, right? But and that's exclusively screaming and oftentimes just banging on stuff. So yeah. Oof, I know only 30 minutes is left in stream, but I'm pushing past my limit. Oh, that's totally fair, Ren. No worries. I hope you get some really good rest. And I'm looking forward to seeing you hopefully for our reading stream, our storytelling stream tomorrow. May you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams, lovely Red. I like Baby Metal's Give Me Chocolate. It's the one metal song that I can use to say I listen to metal music. I try not to even say that because even though I've got quite a number of songs, I don't want to like confuse anyone. So I just go, nope, we don't listen to it because I'm afraid of being like, well, yeah, this one and 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 this one are all okay, but this one's not, you know? So I just go, nope. I plan to be there. Amazing. Let's see. Do you want a taste of my recent funk just to dip your toes in the water? Don't request it, but if you want to tell me what it is or put it in the music, if you want to put it in the music channel, like a link to it in the music channel, I'll listen to it offline. Don't mind me, I'll just input my playlist just for arting. Go for it, sweetest Seru. If you want to try Motionless in White song that doesn't have screaming, you can try Werewolf. Okay, okay. I already have a new one for you, but if I request it, you won't get head pats. Oh, that's fair, that's fair. Ooh, it's up to you. Remember, we're not going to actually get to anything that was done this week. Well, sorry, we won't actually get to everything that was requested this week. I reckon we probably only have about 10 songs, 10 to 15 songs. But we will be able to listen to it next week if you want to request it. Question of the day, how did you discover your favorite music band? I discovered it because at my old job in the US, I had a friend who turned out to be a horribly toxic person who was like, "Hey, Tao, I think you'll like this this song because you like stupid music." Yes, it took me a long time to understand he was toxic. How did I not know? Anyway, and I listened to it and I was like, "Oh, I unironically do like this." He's like, "I told you." So that's actually how I discovered Glass Animals. There you go. Not the warmest story, but yeah. As you know, I will not be able to be there, but I will try to hop in later. I will have everything prepped before stream. Thank you, sweetest. I appreciate it. I formally request the song Uppies by Tao. Uppies! Good listen. I shall request it next week. Oh, sounds good, lovely Lilith. Sounds great. I'm looking forward to hearing another one of your beautiful songs. Hopefully one that we can tolerate a bit better. Dropped you the Spotify links and DMs. Thank you, Cutie Kasai. I will have a listen. I told you, stupid. Yeah, that's exactly right, Sam. That is exactly what this individual is like. Yup. I told you you would like it, stupid. You would not even know that this man was well into his 20s and was you think that he's like a fucking teenager with the way that he talked to me. But yeah. Before I go, guess what time it is? Is it head pass time? Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much for my head pats, cutie pie. Are the raids back on? They are! Yeah, we'll turn them off pretty soon. We shall turn them off soon. Oh God, Jesus Christ. Sorry, that scared me. I was not paying attention. Maid! Give me the sticky hearts. Thank you. The Uppies album that consists of Help Me Reach the Top, I Need a Ladder, and Fly High. I like that setting. Thank you for recording my scare. I just love those little frog emotes. They're so cute. Scared of love. Yes, I'm terrified of love. I'm terrified of love. It's a terrifying prospect. Not gonna lie, I got scared by Tao getting jump scared. Sorry, Seti. Snape home yet? No. Let me see. No, not. I have no idea when he's gonna be. So we shall see. Nighty nighty, cutie pie. I shall see you tomorrow. Can't wait to see you, lovely Lilith. Thank you so much for hanging out with us for so much of today. Have a good rest of stream. Make sure to hydrate and take necessary naps. Thank you so much, darling. I appreciate it, lovely Lilith. I know you are you going to bed now? Or are you, have you started your day? Because it's like what, 9:35 in the morning? Is that right? 2 for 1! Maid, you're too clever. I was typing and she screamed. Sorry. My bad. sorry. Doesn't happen if I'm looking at the screen, but God forbid I look away for a second and then I lose my shit. Taking a quick nap, and yes, it is indeed 9:35. Sweetheart, I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. I'm very excited to see you for our storytelling stream tomorrow. Okay, I will actually turn off the raids now. We have less than half an hour. Why do I say it that way? Less than a half of an hour. Okay, why did I say it that way? Less than half an hour left of stream. Words are not wording, like blood is not blooding. Lav's blood is not blooding. I'll look forward to hearing some lovely stories. Me too! Yay! Excited to see you, sweetie pie. Yes, no is a good time. Now is a good time. Yes, yes. Less than a single one individual soul half an hour. Less, but by one 23-second moment. Yes. All right, made it through work. I have been working for 10 hours. We got through 27 pallets. I am beat. Oh my God. I hope you get to go home and relax, sweetheart. That sounds super stressful. I'm sorry, hun. Wait, what am I doing? Oh, that's fine. "23 minutes? Oh my God!" No, that was 23 seconds. I was just extenuating it for it saves less than a single one individual soul half an hour. It's more like 27 minutes. 27 minutes is all we have. This is the only time I have to spend on you, or whatever the fucking Wesker quote is. Sorry, that would have been really good if I remembered it. 7 minutes? 7 minutes is all I have to spend on you, with you? I don't remember. I'll be passing out once I get home and have some tea. Looking forward to it. Oh, good. As you deserve to do so, sweetheart. Autocorrect turned lot into plot. Still better than bomb into That's true. 7 minutes. 7 minutes is all the time I have to play with you. Is that what he says? That sounds right. That sounds right. Huh, my brain is not doing what it's supposed to be doing right now. I've fucked up on the shading. I've got 2 light sources, but I'm only acknowledging one, which is stupid. Which is stupid. For the record, it's not stupid if you guys do it. It's only stupid if I do it. You guys are learning and creative and amazing, but I fucked this up and I'm a dummy. Ugh, fuck, okay. I need to, you know what I probably need to do? I probably need to actually put, okay. No, I got an idea. I got an idea. It is a chibi, but I gotta get the lighting right, dude. That's like my whole claim to fame here is, my rendering skills, and they're not rendering if I'm not doing that properly. Get rid of all of this shit that I have done. Oh, fuck. I think I can probably blur this out and make it feasible. Potentially. This one's not. Okay, that casts the shadow like that. But this is all. I've done this poorly. I've done this wrong. Must fix. This song should be Taz Anthem. You're so sweet, Ozzy, and so cute. Oh, so sweet. Something to that effect. Not played Resident Evil 5 in ages. Oh, is that from 5? Don't you dare deny me, my stupid. I'll have you know I graduated clown school. Exactly why I redeem the song every stream. Just fits her so well, but she doesn't want to admit it. No, it's not true. It's so sweet, though. Well, I mean, no. You know what it fits? It fits how I feel about you guys. Just the way you are. Yeah. Again. Thank you for making this community the way it is, Tau. I just got really lucky that you guys came in here, and now I get to bask in your wonderfulness. Yay. Feels similar to the wrestler in the first Raimi Spider-Man movie. You ain't going nowhere. I got you for 3 minutes. 3 minutes of play time. I like the choice capitalization there, Save. I wish more script writers would write like that. That really helps me get into character. It's great. So if I lie to you and say I will be leaving early and request you secretly favorite your secretly favorite song, Pretty Little Baby, would you play it? If you lie to me, no. But if you actually do it, I will. That's okay. Hopefully my phone will hang on. Did it already suck up all the power? Fuck! Okay. We're going to, is this at 20% or 10? Okay, that's at 20%. I'm really hoping my phone, if my phone dies before we finish up, my apologies. Let's put it that way. Not how I just work here. This is a good community. Oh, Nix, you're so sweet. You guys make it what it is. Bask in my scent. Wear a gas mask. Ew. that is not pleasant, Cutie Kasai. Thank you for the pal hat, magnificent maid. Beep, boop, beep, boop, beep. Thank you. Oh my god. Strat, are you going to bed?
Keep it up.
Are you gonna go take a nap? You know, I only move things up if people are going to work or going to nap. So which one are you doing, huh? Which one are you doing, huh? You're not gonna cheat the system, are you? You wouldn't dream of it, Jolly! How I am leaving now. I don't know if I believe you. My phone will hang on is my favorite parody of Titanic's My Heart Won't Go On. Yeah, it's a lot less hopeful than that song, though. Because the chances of it actually going on are not high. Thank you for the care package, Sweetest Spider. I'm gonna go pluck some fruits. Let's just say they are for you. Are you gonna dry them and send them my way? And you might, you know, Australia has some pretty strict import-export rules, so if you send them to me, I'm pretty sure I'm not gonna get them. So what am I getting out of this deal, Strat? Oh, it's fruit season's here. Fruits season here too. Lots of mangoes be ripening. Ooh, you're gonna get some too, Saru. Just send the fruits wirelessly. Oh wait, that's not been invented yet. Wouldn't that be cool though? I can actually dry them and send it, but I still am not sure if it will get past customs. I will try to send some as a test at least once. Oh, I'm interested in seeing if that comes through to me. Although that may actually be illegal for me to accept. I'm not sure. Depends on what the import-export rules actually say, I suppose. Hold on, I gotta do shading math. Where's the, okay, light comes from there. Thighs are round. 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 Round thigh. Sorry, ignore me. I'm just I'm just trying to remind myself of how to shape things. It's all good. Let's see. Well, I gotta go and shower before dog walkies. You kids have fun, enjoy yourselves, and be stinky. Thank you. Thank you for letting us be stinky, cutie cousin. I hope you go have fun being stinky with your dog and enjoy your shower. And thank you for coming in. It was so good to see you. Even if briefly, we love to see you. Oh, look, I'm a Malali cover. I'm shocked too. We get new fruits every season. So now it's mangoes and bananas and chikus. Is that right? Chikus? Chikus? We will then get pineapples and papaya and then guava and coconuts and berries. And after that, strawberries and cherries and plums. And the cycle continues. Oh my God, this is so good, Strat. We have plenty of other stuff too, like oranges and melons. Trying to grow dragon fruits here unsuccessfully. Oh, I love dragon fruit, dude. Yummy. Yummy. Emily, never heard of her. We should tell you about her sometime, maid. Yep, you got it right. Damn. I want yummy fruit. She just loves them. We got dragon fruit up here. Yes, dragon fruit grows really well in Queensland. It's the only thing that I might go there for other than precious pals like Ozzy and Feather and anyone else that I don't know or have forgotten lives in Queensland because it's too fucking hot there for me. Sorry. Sorry. If it was cooler, if you could just tell your weather to chill out, I would be happy to come up here more often. Storm Psych, where are you at? Oh, uh-oh. Yeah, it's time for someone to yell at Storm Psych about making the weather too hot up there. Yo, actually, we made some pretty good progress today. We actually went through multiple phases of this today. We finished a cleaner sketch, and then we did all of our line art, and we did all of our flats, and we're gonna be getting through about half of our ish, probably, like about half of our rendering, probably. Assuming I don't get distracted, then it might be more like 30%. Okay. See, you keep requesting this Amma lady's songs and never and deny ever knowing her. Okay, I've never denied knowing her. However, I did not request her songs. Strat! Made some solid progress. Good job. Yay! Okay, more jokes about Monarch. She gave away tickets for fans if they think it's Shiego and not Shigo, and it worked. This is just to piss off Sayu. I saw that she's been tagging him in a bunch of stuff, and it's really fucking funny. I love also that I don't even think it was like staged, but where Alejandro went up to the VA for Shigo. and he was like, look, she says it right. And then she like trolled him and was like, and he was like, wait, whoa, no, that is not that is not what you said a minute ago. And then he posted it anyway. She will die on the Shiego Hill. She will. And it will be very funny for everyone to watch. Wait, he actually went to the VA? He did! He found her at one of the cons he was at. And he was like, okay, can you please tell my friend? And she was like, yeah, of course. And then he turns on the camera and goes, okay, she has something to say to you, Amma. And then, yeah. And then she goes, oh yeah, it's Shigo. It's Shiego. I've actually forgotten which one it technically is now, if I'm being completely honest, because it's been memed so many times I forgot which one it is. Therefore, I'm on both of their sides because I don't care. I don't care when I forgot. But yeah, it's on his Twitter account. There's a little video of him going to her and being like, Sayu is right, it's Shigo. Shiego! That's so funny. Okay, in that case, yeah, he went to the VA and he was like, do you think that it's Shigo? And she goes, yeah. And he goes, would you be willing to put that on record? And she goes, yeah. So he turns on his phone and he goes, okay, can you please tell my friend that it's actually Shigo? And she goes, yeah, it's Shiego. And he's like, wait. No, not the Shiego. Tao, how could you? I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. This is one of the funniest debates where the victor is clear and yet the defense will not accept defeat and constantly tries to deny it. I hate to say it, but that's happening a lot in the world nowadays, actually. It just so happens this is the funny version that doesn't impact a lot of people. No, I am not starting a political chat right now. I'm just saying. I am just saying that is what is going on in the world. Had a similar experience in a different stream. What, with a Shiego thing? Okay, case in point, if Amelie was to be here, offer me a ticket. We'll say Shiego or Shigo. Yeah, definitely Shiego. It's as long as you can get what you want from the interaction. I get it. That's fair. All right, we'll finish up in about 5 minutes. 5 minutes. No, but it is similar to the Shiego thing. Oh, okay. Like it's funny or and like nonsensical and silly goose, or is it like more serious? Funny and nonsensical? If it's appropriate for the community, you can tell us about it. I have made it home, and I am making tea to help me pass out. It has been a long day. It certainly has, sweetheart. Get some really good rest, okay? You very much deserve it. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Song is here before we end. Woo! I'm going to say her name normally just this once. Amelie Monarch Marin Kategawa. Oh, she's from, oh yeah, that's right. She voices, Marin in, My Dress Up Darling. Is that right? Eating fish fillet sandwich. Ooh, yucky. Enjoy. Enjoy, Nix. I can't enjoy, but I hope you do. Wait, what kind of fish is it? Is it a salmon? I like salmon. Or is it anything else? If it's anything else, I don't want it. Dress up, my darling. My dress up, darling. I'm gonna be going to bed, precious Tau. It's a pleasure to meet you and join the community. Sweetheart, it was such a pleasure to have you. Thank you so much for hanging out so long. I really do appreciate it. And thank you again for the raid. I really appreciate that too. Thank you for the care package. Thank you, thank you. It is salmon. Oh, Nix, gimme. Ow, 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 ow. Sorry, you have more, right? You can make another one. Wonderful wizard. Sleep well, sweetest dreams. Are you saying that Amelie the VTuber is the voice for her, or is the name a coincidence? Oh yeah, no, she is the voice for her, unironically. Unironically, non-jokingly, she is the actual voice of Marin. Did you not know that, wonderful waters? I actually, not joking, have a second fish fillet sandwich. Amazing! Then I don't have to feel bad about the fact that I just ate yours. Or one of them, I suppose. I had no idea, but that's flippin' amazing. Isn't that cool? Oh, yeah. I'm glad we could be the ones to inform you of that. It is pretty cool. It is pretty cool. I am so fucking hungry. I'm so gonna just go eat. I don't care if Nath brings anything home. Just wait until Tau is VAing in some of the most popular anime. We are not too far away from that. I don't know about that. They don't usually cast for anime outside of like Texas, Vancouver, or LA, unfortunately. I don't know that they do any casting in Australia. She's also the VA for Utto from One Piece Red movie. Oh, I didn't know that. That's cool. One day Tau will have that status. Well, we can always hope. We were so forward with the rabbit propaganda that we somehow won the rabbit or fox debate for that stream because the wiki only had mention of fox when talking about her master. Oh, wait, what? Sorry, I totally missed the first part. A different stream really likes the character Evanesia in HSR, Honkai Star Rail. But while her character design is based off of a fennec fox, the way her ears looks like a rabbit. So stream chat, me included, we're just calling her a rabbit the entire stream, with the streamer constantly saying she is a fox, even showing dialogue in game. But chat just decided it was a translation error. We were so forward with the rabbit propaganda that we somehow won the rabbit or fox debate for that stream because the wiki only had mention of fox when talking about her master. Oh, wow. Hey, good job. That's impressive. Gaslight the streamer. No, this is not what I knew. Tao gonna be the next VA of Goku? I am down. I'd be sick. I am getting you into an anime dub by hook or hooks, not into the crook thing. You could get cast for a voice in FF14 though. They tend to cast VS from all over. Maybe so. That would be sick. Bees for you, Ozzy. Hey, good Ozzy. Okay, you guys. We're gonna finish up now, but before we do, I do want to look at me go. You guys, look at my memory. It's outstanding. Fucking amazing. If you would like to submit something to our readings, our stream tomorrow, our storytelling stream tomorrow, you must do it like now. I'm gonna say that by midnight tonight, my time, which will give Strat enough time to go through like, you know, another one or two if they get submitted. If you guys do not have that submitted by midnight tonight, I will not be reading anything that is posted past midnight tonight, okay? So if you want to, sorry, this is such a long thread because we've done this a couple of times. But what you need to do, if you would like to contribute to our storytelling stream, if you would like me, a trained voice actor and narrator, actually trained narrator and voice actor, there we go. If you would like me to read your story or poem or lyrics or prose or whatever, please go to the writing channel and then go up to threads right here and then go to story time stream, okay? And then you'll go all the way to top and you must read these rules. You can get in actual trouble in our Discord if you do not read these rules, mostly because if you do not read them and you post AI anything, AI edited, AI generated, AI whatever, you will get actual warnings from us, okay? And for those of you who don't know, it's a 3 strikes and you're out system here, unless you do something absolutely egregious. If you get warned once, twice, 3 times, you're banned permanently, okay? So yeah, please read this if you would like to participate. There's not a whole lot of rules. It's literally just these like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 things. Eight things. And they're not that hard. All you gotta do is go down here, post it, and you can see that my mods will actually react, thumbs up or a heart or something to make sure that I know that those are safe to read and within the rules, okay? If you do not have a thumbs up, you will want to contact a mod right now to find out what you need to modify in order to make it appropriate, okay? And on that note, let's go here. I don't think my story would make the cut because Tao is amazing while True doesn't have the length of a story. Oh, that's my chat. Sorry, that's my safe hat. That's my safe hat chat hat. All right, cuties. We're gonna let this song finish up and then I am just gonna go see who we might go and see. We're of course gonna go see an artist. Let me see. Do we have any artists live at the moment? Oops, sorry. Here's our beautiful Snivy song. Save chat hat is back up to bat. Ooh, that's a good warm up. I need you to send that to me so I can repeat that 10 times fast when I'm trying to warm up. All right. Ooh, thank you for the care package. Thank you, sweet spotter. All right, give me just a second. I'm just gonna have a little look at some artists that we might go see. You guys, if you are going to bed, I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest of dreams. If you're off to do something else, I hope it's the best ever.
god, like no one's doing art. 1 second, let me see. Is that all the
Raw, darling.
I have no fucking way. Let me see if there's anybody in the Oztubers. Oh, hey, Hot, welcome in. How are you? Precious Pokey, thank you for coming in.
Raw,
Thank you so
darling.
much for being here. Ooh, also, oh my god, you guys, look at my memory. Look at it go. Thank you so much for amazing, amazing raiders, which is the absolutely awesome Aussie Petrolhead, the fabulous Neo Greg, the radical Romanis, a tremendous artiste. Sweetest Safel 17, the joyous Jacked Ram, and the one true Hug Wizard. Please, please, please go check all of them out. They're fantastic streamers, all of them. I love them all very much. Fuck! Sorry, I forgot what I was doing. Oh no, my memory, it betrayed me once more. It betrayed me once more. Okay, that's okay. Art. I'm looking for the artist. Nope. Okay, fine. We're gonna go find a new art person. We're gonna go make new art friends, you guys. Thank you for allowing me to raid you. Are you kidding me? Thank you so much for doing me the honor of raiding me, sweetie pie. I appreciate it. Thanks for sticking with me while I scuff around, you guys. Why is this? Oh! Oh my god. Traditional art? Oh my god. I think I found a traditional artist. Yo. Ooh, pretty. Ooh, pretty outline. Ooh. I think we're gonna go see, Go see Pumpkin Unicorn. I'm obsessed with this fucking name, dude. All right, you guys, let's go see them. I will see you guys tomorrow. You know, normally we wouldn't see you until Sunday, but tomorrow, because you guys have unlocked your storytime stream, this is once more your final warning. Please, 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 please go submit those stories, okay? All right. I love you lots. Please know you all have little pieces of my heart and my soul. And take care of those, okay? And take care of yourselves. The best care. Because you know why?
Yugi, I don't understand how to play this game.
That's okay, Joey. We'll take care of you. Love you so very much, my darlings, and see you tomorrow. Mwah. Bye. Nice echo. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Keep it up, good job.
Murder? Boo-boo? Bye-bye. Capitalism!
Yugi, I don't understand how to play this game.
Yep.
Raw, darling.
Yugi, I don't understand how to play this game. Yugi, I don't understand how to play this game.